more. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start. Before, once again, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Please go ahead and like the video. The likes are for free. Support the show. We have multiple people streaming for multiple destinations. So if you enjoying the content that you're watching, support the content creator that is streaming for their destinations. I want to uh, present the host of the show, Mr. Ilkan Ali, in the build. How are you doing, sir? We have the lovely Didi. She's in the building. Thank you very much, Didi. We have, of course, Uncle Rick is in the building. Salute to you. We have the lovely Akua. I think I'm saying the name correctly. I'm trying my best. So thank you very much for being here. And finally, accountable masculinity. Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Appreciate it.
So we are going to start with a quick icebreaker. All the links of the content creators that are going to be on the show are already pinned in the description. If we get new people that are probably not scheduled to be here, we're still going to add them immediately on the description. So if you want to find Didi, Akua, Rick, accountable masculinity, Ali, you can go to the description of the show and check that out. Okay. So let me go ahead and let me. This is the icebreaker. What do you guys think about this?
Leading, but they're a terrible leader. I mean, I'm sure you've met men that suck as leaders, right? Yeah, if you have a man that's leading, they can get real rough. So if you have a man that's leading, but they're a terrible leader, and the wife is submitting, but it's a terrible leader, so they go somewhere terrible. You don't.
The audio is a little bit muffled, but he's asking, should a woman, like, what if a woman is with somebody that is a terrible leader, right? And I'm going to keep playing, but the justice is asking to the crowd, what if he is a terrible leader? Shout out to Jada Bell podcast. You've been very nice to us, so thank you very much. Where he is in our video, you can find the credit in the description too.
Want that, right? You prefer it even if they're not leading, if their wife is keeping them in check, if their husband's keeping her in check, they're working together. That's more important than a man leading.
I'm doing my hair right now, but I want to answer this. Now, I'm submitted to Christ first, and then my man. And if he is trying to lead me to hell, I will not submit and I will not follow you there. I will follow all orders except those that lead me away from Christ. Now, because of my submission to Christ first, that's essentially what I'm submitting to in him. A man that's submitted to Christ, I am submitted to you because you follow Christ, therefore I follow you. For example, if he said, I want to get into my African roots and start praying to some African god, and we're going to bring that to this home, I will say, I rebuke you, demon, get out. My only leadership position is just to lead him back to Christ if he starts to follow Satan, or if he starts to follow his flesh and his fleshly desires. By me staying committed and submitted to Christ, hopefully you can inspire the one that is turning away from Christ to come back into position. I'm going to give
my question to the people on the panel, and I'm going to take religion out of it, is should most women follow most men in relationships? We always talk about the top tier man, the high value man, the good. Should most women follow most men in 2025 when it comes to relationships? I want actually I was going to go ladies first, but let me actually go to accountable masculinity, because I want to hear from you first to kind of understand what we have here. Should most women follow most men when it comes to relationships?
I think it just depends on behavior. If the man has the behavior that keeps the situation safe, that she can function and have clear understanding about what's going on, I think that's more important than anything. As far as like most, I would say probably not in the current state of things, because I think you have to look at the outcomes of where we are as far as like dating, gender war, and everything. I'm going to say that most men don't reflect what most women look to for leadership. And but it has a lot of nuances built into it. You got a lot of men that's raised by women, so they don't understand, you know what I'm saying, that leadership aspect of it. It's a lot of fatherless households, and then a lot of poor sexual discipline. So the metrics for grading, you know, and evaluating, auditing a man's ability to lead, where are the women getting the examples from? So it's a lot of confusion, you know what I'm saying, in that dynamic, in my opinion, that the majority of people in the dating pool conversation that make up about what 70% of men and women, they're single parents, and you know they're probably raised by single parents, so they haven't seen um you know credible leadership in their own households, or seeing their fathers married, they haven't seen their mothers married, and then they're looking at this societal pool of people too that might have the same behaviors.
So you would say no. You'd
Yes.
say that most women shouldn't follow most men.
Yes, I agree with that. Most women shouldn't follow most men. Most women should, like the women that really value a man's leadership, they need to be looking in the smaller pool. Those guys are harder to find, and that's why the dating pool is what it is right now. You know, in that reality, the few men that that fit what women are looking for, they're in short supply. You know, because if most men actually did have the leadership traits that women are looking for, there'll be better relationship conversations and dialogue, you know. So I look at what's the conversation like around the topic, and how does that conversation pair with the question that you just asked. And from social media, I can say that most men don't qualify to, you know, that meet a woman's criteria, you know what I'm saying, on the surface.
Mm. Uh, Let me go to Didi. Didi, do you agree, disagree, and what's your take? Should most women follow most men in 2025 when it comes to relationships?
I mean, I guess it depends. I kind of agree with what accountable masculinity said in a sense. Um, the man has to demonstrate leadership first off. If he's demonstrating that he can lead you in a proper way and lead you in a way that's necessary, then yes, you should follow. But if he's not doing that, if he's not showing that, if he's not capable or showing that he's capable of leading you in a way that is beneficial to the overall goal, then no, I don't think you should, because that's I mean that's not going to be beneficial. So it just boils down to the person. If they're because most men who are leaders, they lead by example, so they're gonna already show you that. But if they're not, then no, I don't think you should just follow somebody that's leading you to a path of destruction. You know what I'm saying? You have to really understand what it is that your goals are and what you're trying to accomplish together. So if he's not doing that, then no, I don't think you should just blindly follow. No.
Mm. Let me get Uncle Rick here real quick. Ricky, what do you think?
Uh,
Should
honestly,
most women follow most men when it comes to relationships in 2025?
I'd say yes. To be honest, I mean,
Why?
what for me to say no, they shouldn't would imply that most women alone do better by themselves, and I think that's a false dichotomy.
Mm.
Right? I love the way when we speak on these things that we put the women as if they're overly exceptional. They're not. So if they were a man with a little bit more sense than them, shouldn't they get a better outcome? But hey, what do I know?
Mm. Akua, do you think most women should follow most men in
So
relationships
I
2025?
right. So I definitely agree with a mixture of what everyone has said so far. I would say ideally the man should lead. Um, I have a son. I have two sons and one daughter. I would never be raising my son to look for a woman that could lead him, and my daughter looking to lead her husband. But I would want her able to lead. I would want her to fit in where she get in and my son do the same thing. So ideally, right? But I also understand there's some dynamics where it depends on what within the relationship someone is leading upon. I might be better at weapons, maybe have a history of weapon training. So I might lead that in the relationship, the security aspect in terms of weapons, but my husband, finances. Like it really depends on the household. And I think sometimes people bump heads because maybe the man um, is not willing to accept what the woman could offer. So he could be a better leader. You know what I mean? And then that's when a woman is sitting there dormant, allowing herself to be led into some sewer somewhere. But yeah, overall, that's what I would say. Ideally, yeah.
Hmm. Let me go to Ali. I'll go last. Ali, what do you think about?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what a leader's supposed to be, a person who directs, guides, or influences, just in the beginning of that, when and we keep weaponizing this word, when you're looking at the way men and women conduct themselves, typically men are just going physicality, bigger, stronger. But then when you're going into the direction that a lot of men typically want to move towards, I believe most men have some type of integrity of wanting to be righteous. And when you're looking at the divide in our communities, ever since we disconnected from the man being in the home, and we've had a prevalent amount of single mother homes that's where women are leading themselves, all the things that we see where women are going left, where children are going left, is typically when children are following the direction of their mothers. So most of the times we'll see, even directed, if you are religious from the Bible, typically men are about order, and a lot of sisters engage in disorder. So when you have the man in her life leading her, whether he has finances or no finances, typically they're about righteousness. So I would think the man is still more qualified. Most men too are qualified to be a leader.
Hmm. I just have a couple of questions, right? It's you picked him. Just the fact that you pick him is qualified to be a leader because you picked him. You sleep with him, you had kids with him, you sleep on the same bed, you present it to your family. Just the fact that you pick someone makes them qualified, because if he wasn't unqualified, that's on you. And the second thing is the word allow. If I'm a soldier and the person in front of me is my general or my captain, who am I to say he's leading the wrong way? And I think a lot of relationships a lot of times fall into our times because the right way is the woman way. Is you are not doing what I want you to do, so I deem you unqualified to lead me, even though I actually say you should be the leader of the house. I never see a man saying, if I say A and you see B, you are a faulty follower. I'll try to explain to you why am I doing these things, right? So it kind of sounds like woman if like I heard the word allow. I will allow you to lead. I say these, Ali says these, Rick. Women are in charge of relationships in 2025. Because the predisposition is I'm going to choose a man that is going to lead me my way. We're going to follow my dreams. We're going to go to the destination I want. And as soon as that man deviates from the destination the woman wants, now the relationship is in jeopardy because you are a bad leader. No, he's just not doing something that you want to do. Nobody wants you. That, like we're talking about we're in a few moments we're going to talk about the like toxic relationships and the dangers that pursuing bad people actually can cost to you. But most people are not abusers. Most people are not going to l- set your house on fire or tell you, yeah, you go ahead and sleep on. Like most people just have regular lives, and the most of their quarrels is, you want to go to Rome, I want to go to Paris. We have to figure out how we doing this. You want the renovation, the kitchen renovation this month. I want them on next year. What are we going to do about this? Our kid is misbehaving. I think we should this. You think you should that. Like it's very small things. It's never some very let's change countries,
Mm.
let's your mama on elder out. Like usually it's not like that. So why would why would the woman pick a man, sleep with him, have kids with him, do all these things with him, and then deem him not fit enough to be a leader? And once again, I will exclude the Kanye West of this life, okay? That just are just crazy. They just go out of completely out of the reservation. Why would a woman pick a man that is not suitable to be a leader? And then I will get you next, okay? Actually, let me get you. Uh, and you have like a weird little noise in the back. Let me see if I can. Yeah, because it was super loud. No, don't mute yourself. Unmute yourself, please. Okay. Let me do 1, 2, 3 testing. I think that's good. Should most women follow most men in relationships when it comes like in 2025?
Yes.
And why? Oh,
Why a woman
yes.
follow a man?
Why should
Generally,
most women? Why should
generally
most? And I think you have a little bit of delay. When you hear the number 5, say pineapple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
pineapple.
2-second delay. Okay, so I'm going to let you go and interrupt it. Go ahead.
Yes, women should follow men in modern relationships for two reasons. The first is men have always, when you, at least when you enter a committed relationship with them, benefited or led relationships in a way that benefit women. Her entire life experience will be enhanced if she trusts in his leadership. And I assume if she chose him, then he's already been not chose him, but if she was willing to give her body and her energy and commit to him, then obviously he's a qualified leader. And ultimately, it doesn't make sense for us to do both roles. Like, if you're entering a relationship with a man, let him do his masculine role, and it benefits you 90% of the 99.9% of the time. I think it makes life easier when you trust in the leadership of men. Women ultimately get to relax more, I think.
And do you have like YouTube on the back or something like that?
No.
Because it's like we can hear a little bit of an echo.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm using my
Is-
MacBook phone.
Is the bottom of the sometimes the mic, if the mic's on the surface, it'll kind of sound
If
weird.
the mic is too close to the surface, it's going to reverb back, like it's going to echo back to the thing. Can you give me a 1, 2, 3 testing now?
1, 2, 3 testing.
Now it's good. I don't know if it's the
Okay, tech support.
yeah, but
That's
great.
the new that's the new one, right? That you
That-
know they made that emoji.
No
if
way.
Yeah, they did.
that's tech support, I better get my check by the end of the show. Uh, uh,
Thank
eh,
you.
so the Akua and accountable masculinity, right? Is it fair for a woman to follow a man or to choose a man that she doesn't trust to lead him? Like, is it fair to criticize that man when the woman went out of her way to actually choose the dude that she like? Is that
I agree. I
Go
agree
ahead.
with you when you said you picked him. You know what I'm saying? Like there's both sides to everything, right? It's not completely one person's fault. A lot of women, they choose men that chase vagina and then get shocked that they have a lot of infidelity issues in a relationship. And you tried to get monogamy out of somebody that had duplicitous relationships, you know, and if they're raised in a hypersexual environment, then you're going to get a hypersexual individual. So when you talk about like why relationships have these spaces where they just can't be healthy, it's because of usually extra basic stuff that involve sexual discipline in most cases, because the relationships aren't failing at they're not progressing far enough to fail over anything that deals with elements outside of self-control. You know what I'm saying? So that's like the main issue when it comes down to why relationships are seen as such a risk, because we're talking more about STDs, babies out of wedlock. Men want families, but they don't want to deal with the risk of divorce. The wealth building conversation, like you got single parents talking about generational wealth, and there ain't no generations. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta have a, you know what I'm saying, a well-rounded look at why it's not working, because typically when some things don't work, it's usually something very simple that is ideologically motivated from either side. The women think that their wallet carries the weight of the relationship, and then the men that fit the behavior that I'm talking about, they want to champion the idea of having multiple women, and and then don't want to see the opposite be true for the woman's side. So that's why I say most men, going back to that original question, they're not the leaders that these women are, willing to get behind, but they'll use the men, that they can get attention from. And on the other side of this, there's a lot of women that chase dick. And they're very transactional too. So the issue is amongst the people that don't have any sexual discipline, and they're usually raised by the same type of parents.
Would you, if you were to give majority 51% guilt and point to the part of the puzzle that is kind of pushing a little bit more the dysfunction, the other part, would you put men on the forefront or the woman?
I would say, you mean as far as like
if we assume
the sexual
that the
discipline conversation,
if we assume that the dating market is actually, let's go with that. Let's go with the sexual discipline, right? Which part would you think is more guilty when it comes
let's base it off of this. Who has the most children out of wedlock with the most with the opposite partner? Is it men or women?
Women.
And they're having sex with the same guys, right? And most men don't have children. And most of those women are competing for sexual attention from the same men, right?
Right. Blackdemographics.com says women have over 1 million more kids than black men do.
Okay, so the numbers that I know is that 75% of women have their children out of wedlock with 16% of men. So that's a 5-to-1 ratio. So the numbers say that the women have more responsibility in that, because unless men are just running around and taking vagina from women all over the place and making babies, that sounds like the onus is on the women that's choosing the men. If you want to be baby mama number 3 through 8, that's a choice. But if most men don't have children, then the sexual discipline conversation needs to be had differently with women than it does men. And the men that are single fathers make up half of what, the women that make up only a percentage of what the weight of the single mothers are. So if women are competing for the same man and then blaming all other men for fidelity issues, they got to really they need to have a conference to see who really is the issue. Men, I don't have any kids. How many guys up here got kids?
I got 2.
You got them with the same woman?
Nah, I got 3 baby mamas.
Okay.
I'm joking. I can't have 2 kids with 3 babies. Yes, man, they the same woman. I'm joking.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, we just gonna go all the way through.
I know you're about to do the math, man. Come on.
No, I definitely got to do the math on that.
I
was gonna let the chat deal with that. You know what I'm saying?
Same woman, man. Same woman.
Yeah,
I got 2 kids from the same woman.
Yeah. So how many men do you know that got multiple kids by multiple women personally in your network?
In my network?
We are YouTubers, so we kind of know a bunch of them.
But yeah, but do you have more men in your network that don't have kids, or more men that do have kids?
More that don't
right now.
Okay. Yeah. So how many women do you know that don't have any kids at all?
Maybe 1 or 2. That's out of all the women I know.
And most men know a whole bunch of women, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
Wow.
It's really simple, man. And so like, well, what's the behavior? Well, so what's the format of the household that produces people that lack sexual discipline? Does it come from a 2-parent home or a single parent home?
It's a single parent home. No, that's the data. The data show you when you go, if you look at the data, the least amount of teen pregnancies, psychological, social, cognitive issues the least of it come from two parent with the father in it.
Well, the reason why I said
When the mothers oh go ahead, Ann.
The reason why I said was because it matters if the father or the person who's the second person is a biological father. If it's a stepfather or just someone mom's dating, still, I think that has impact. But I'm just adding, like the biological father needs to have
right.
But the data isn't even close.
Most men don't have children.
Right, and that's just a byproduct. You know what I'm saying? It's a byproduct.
So the conversation is really limited to 16% of men.
Wow.
Only 25% of men are married. Over 50% of men don't have children. Some of the last data that I saw. So we need to package this conversation up with the men that have children first.
But aren't girls raised to be mothers from the very beginning? Isn't that like it's included in your toys? It's including in your life goals. Boys aren't raised to be fathers since they're small children. So I don't think
because I think that's a false dichotomy.
The same.
I think that's false. I think that's false.
You don't think that girls are raised to be mothers?
No. I think
with baby dolls and playing
no.
They play vanity games.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on.
You got everybody got excited.
I know a lot of little girls who can't wait to be mothers.
Uncle Ricky gonna go, right? But Akua, if about 20-30 years ago, I could probably try to give you that. But today it's a whole different. I'll let Uncle Ricky go. I'll shed light on that in a little bit as well too.
I didn't say good or bad. I'm just saying in terms of those titles and toys and things that are marketed to girls, motherhood is marketed. So I know
not at all.
Just real quick. Are they? Hold on, Ann. Are they being raised to be mothers or baby mothers?
I would say baby mamas. I mean, just raised to be a woman who has a child.
Baby mama.
And it's a problem. It's a problem, but it's a problem that needs to be on the table if we're talking about just the mere desire. Women try to trap men with babies as well.
Mm-hmm.
That happens quite often. So what I'm looking at is dissecting why that number exists. I don't think it's just because women are like hot in the pants necessarily.
Yes, they are.
They weaponize sex for sure.
Yes, they are.
Go ahead, Uncle Ricky. Go ahead, Uncle Ricky. And then cool, you can respond right back to him.
Again, these are false dichotomies that we adopt. Most girls like getting fucked. Especially when it's
women, because I have a daughter.
Girls, women, like let's keep. We grown. We ain't got to play the semantic games here, right? We grown, right? Most girls are having sex before their 16th birthday. Is that fair?
Yes, that's why they run away from home too.
Right? Is that fair?
No.
Let me know if I'm off. I'm kind of old.
To be most women in high school are definitely either very close to it or already did it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But let's get back on the point of what you're speaking about the daughters learning to be mothers. No, they're not learning to be mothers. They're learning to play house.
Wow.
Right? They're learning to play house. It's a difference being getting lessons of how you actually handle and rear children.
But right? That's what I said. I said the desire doesn't validate it or say if it's being done correctly. But the desire for motherhood, the attraction to it is what I'm talking about.
But again, the desire to do something doesn't mean that you have knowledge of it, or that you're going to do it well. Right. What I'm saying is this: if we want to talk about the real qualities that transpose to parenting, boys are taught how to be husbands from the time they learn what no is.
Really?
Yes, boys are taught we're taught accountability, responsibility off bat.
Yeah, no one's coming to save you.
Off bat.
I vividly remember girls faking pregnancy in school.
Yes, that's true.
But don't you think too that stems from what they see? You see the majority of the single mothers in the household, and they see that and they want to pattern behind that, not fully understanding what that is, at a young age. If you're raised by a single mother, most single mothers create other single mothers.
Yeah, they ain't raised by it.
Where's that? But where's the excuse? Where's the excuse for the man that needs to be productive in society? That he doesn't have a father, or that he was raised by a man gets no slack. He's not going to get any slack. Either he's going to get chosen or he's going to get rejected by the actual fruits that he proves to you. Right? There's no excuse. And this is what our women continue to do, is use the same excuses that y'all blame us for. Right? I have no excuse. I have to be a man. Either that, and it's either that or I'm going to be discarded.
Brutally.
Right.
And
so give me a second. Right.
Go ahead.
So why is it that our women always having an excuse instead of just being the women that they need to be in mass? It's because y'all always get, not y'all, I'm speaking in general, right? It's because our women always have someone to blame, and it's us.
Well, aren't you all the leaders? I'm just devil's advocate.
No,
I don't believe in,
that's
like,
what I'm talking. But that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm just being the devil. I'm just trying to.
Let me jump right there. Look, it goes back to what I said before. The men that are raised by the women that fit the behavior that we're talking about, what type of men do they raise? If you got a single mother raising boys, what do those boys become? How do they model, you know what I'm saying, masculinity? How do they model fatherhood if they didn't grow up with a dad? It's just like if you wouldn't want to become a better painter by working at a bakery.
Right.
But just because a horse and a zebra have a similar phenotype doesn't mean that they're the same thing.
That's right.
But
it's a lot of men out here that are clones. Y'all, the women that are attracted to those men that are raised by single mothers, they just like characteristics, not character.
Wouldn't that go back to what y'all was talking about earlier? The men leading. If you're not raised in an environment with a solid, stable mother and father in a household, and you don't have that, that growing up, you don't grow up with that leadership from your father, and you're not taught that, and then you get into a relationship, how can you lead properly if you don't have those examples? And then once again, it's if you're raised in a single mother household and you didn't get that, usually those men grow up and they have a hard time with that, and then they do get blamed for it. But I don't think most people go to the root of the issue of and it goes back to the mothers.
Yes.
Most people talk about the fathers not being there, but they never give the accountability to the mothers who raise these young girls and these young boys to be what they ultimately become. So that is part of the problem. This is why I personally think that a 2-parent household with 2 stable parents in the house is necessary. It is with the father there to help raise that son to be a leader and the man that he needs to be, and the mother teaching the young girls how to be wives, not just women, but how to be wives. And I think that's the part that we're missing in our communities, and that's why it's kind of in shambles. And I do think the men are the ones who get the blame, and the women get a pass. So I think
that's where the identity crisis comes from. If kids see a mother emasculate the father, then they have an identity crisis and they think the mother's supposed to lead the household and not the father. So that's where we have all these LGBT issues as well, too, being honest, where boys want to be something else, girls want to be something else, and they're having issues with each other. So if you're watching your mother always running the show, and your father not supposed to run the show, then you're gonna think why a lot of men do allow women to lead them is because they're used to their mother always getting the last word, not their father, and their father being talked down to. And then we lose the accountability, because when women don't have to be accountable, they don't have to change. All they have to do is say the man needs to change, the man needs to do work, and they get to still be the same woman and demand a good man.
And you hear women say that all the time. Hey, I watched my mother struggle. She, she took care of everything. She was the leader of it. And so they grow up thinking that is what they have to emulate. And when they watch their mother do it, they think that that's how they have to do it. And so they don't necessarily see the importance of a man. This is why you hear women say they don't need a man. They can do it all by themselves, because you've seen your mother's raise you by herself, and she struggled, even though it was a struggle, because I seen it too. It was a struggle, but for some reason in your mind, you think that that's how you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be the leader. You got to do it all. You don't need a man. And then they lead with that, and they become basically the man. And a man is secondary. And a lot of women don't respect men in that dynamic, because they believe, you know, because that's what they saw. That's what they need to be. But they still want a man.
You know what's crazy, Dee? They try to be the man their mother was looking for, right?
Yeah.
But because they get treated like the woman, the man they was trying to treat them, because they act like their mothers. They end up being just like their mother.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Like, think about it. They don't want to be their mother at all. You know how many women come on here in a private, in pub, they talk about their mothers, and they say that the mothers hurt the boys and the girls, and they try to be different than their mother, and they try to replace the man she was chasing after. But because she's mistreating the guy, because she doesn't want to be like her mother, wanting to be what this man wants, she ends up being just like her mother, with like respectfully, it's like a pig with a lipstick on. She's not trying to be that pig, so she gets her education, she gets a career, she looks like a different type of woman, she's a little bit more regal, she's dressing nicer than her mother, but she's still under all of it, she's still just like her mama.
It's a clone. It's a clone. That's what I keep saying.
Let me get the bottom line from right to left, please, and afterwards, Dr. James uninterrupted. Thank you very much for being here, Doctor. I appreciate it. Go ahead from right to left, and then we go popcorn style again. You got it. Accountable masculinity. You got it.
Okay. All right. The all of this conversation just describes how children get produced out of single mother homes with half the software. And so it looks like you're basing relationships off of characteristics, and you're looking at the outward appearance and thinking just because they are a male or a female, that they automatically know what they're supposed to do. You have to be trained. Even the Bible said, train a child up in the way that they shall go, right? And no matter how you feel about religion, that even back then it was important enough to say that children need to be trained. We know dogs need to be trained. We know anything that we protect has to be trained and disciplined. You know what I'm saying? So if you're raised in a different type of structure that lacks discipline, you're gonna see that echo out in the rest of your life as an adult. So, like earlier, you guys mentioned, the men the men and the women that have identity crisis, right? Well, you can look at a sample size of people that's locked up. Look at all of the guys that's locked up. You know, do you think they come from two-parent homes mostly, or single-parent homes?
No,
because the gays and the gangsters are the only ones in the black community getting raised underneath the same roof. You don't look in a trailer park and see a cousin meth head with his sister, and you know what I'm saying, in a dyke brother or whatever you want to call him. That mixture. This is about sexual discipline ultimately, because if it can create life, it can create chaos. Single mothers are usually from a long line of other single mothers. You don't have like two parents, and even when you take one piece and move it here and there, it changes the DNA change. You put a stepfather in the mix, you got a behavioral issue in there somewhere, then you mix in some alcohol, some drugs, and you start looking at which household model format produces people that come from those environments the most. And then you'll start seeing why people don't trust each other, because they start getting mixed in. You can see it in the kids. You can see how kids are fighting each other. The girls are in crazy competition with each other over the worst men. These women will make a baby with the wrong man before they make a sandwich for the right one. And then blame the man that they chose. And everything it comes back to is that the woman has to allow the man to enter her. So unless men are running around here over sexually crazed and then creating babies through rape and any other type of sexual if their sexual integrity is in question, then we will be having a different conversation. But these children are being brought to the world through consent and competition and unhealthy mindsets. Poor sexual discipline is at the root of everything, And then when you got poor sexual discipline, it's closely tied to poor emotional discipline. When you see the type of women that are single and the behavior, all we got to do is see a woman's behavior and how she has a conversation. We automatically know you don't want that box. You know what I'm saying? That's a rotten soul. That is a demon. And truthfully, the only men that women should pay attention to are men that get respect from each other, because respect is the foundation for a healthy relationship in general, you know, because with respect, you got discipline involved. If there's no respect, there's not going to be any discipline because everything's transactional at that point.
Add to something you said, if I can.
Go ahead.
Sexual discipline, in my opinion, is the onus, I would say, is mostly on the women, in my opinion, just my opinion. Because you know, my body, my choice. I make the choice to who I want to let into my body. It's my body. I could say yes, I could say no. And like you mentioned, if it's not grape and you consent to it, whether it's Pookie, Ray Ray, John, Cooley, and whoever, you consent to it. So I feel I believe that the onus is on the women, because if women were to change that and start being more disciplined with their bodies, we wouldn't have as many single mothers as we have out here. It would change the dynamic. The control that I think women, or not the control, but the empowerment that women say they have, it would be more utilized if they discipline, you know, have more discipline with their bodies. Because if you don't consent to allowing Pookie, Ray Ray, whoever else to enter your body and just don't use no protection, whatever, knock you up, it's not necessary. Now it takes two now, but I think you are the ultimate say. If you say no to him, he gonna have to go somewhere else and try to get it.
Yep.
If every woman decides, you know what, I'm gonna be more disciplined with my body, I'm gonna wait till marriage before I allow a man to enter. I'm gonna demand respect, and I'm gonna demand, you know, a relationship or whatever, you know, a commitment before I just give you my body because you fine and you cute and I want to do it.
Y'all the life, y'all the living amusement park, respectfully, not in a disrespectful way. It's like when you go to amusement park or roller coasters, you got to be this high to get in this ride, or you got to be this high to get in this ride. So it's for with women, you got to have these characteristics, you got to have these standards, you got to be this caliber of a man, you got to be righteous in order to get inside of this ride.
But
when women establish that, then the order comes back, because they're going to put what men need to be in order to get inside you. Like, the woman is supposed to be our greatest protector. Y'all are supposed to be the religion behind this more so than anything else. Y'all religion, when you can't knock a woman off her square, that's what makes better men. But if we can knock you off your square and then you're using smacks to weaponize it against men, do it for resources and attention and not for families and for us to be together, then when women are running the world with smacks, we're going to be in disorder. But if the men are running the world with order, then men and women are going to be together. And you're going to rest in your soft woman era and your femininity and let the man lead. And when he fails, it's his fault. When we're doing good, you'll give him credit as well too. But at least you're functioning with us as well too. We're cooperating with each other instead of compete with each other.
Let me just 1 second, please. Thank you very much, the Uncle Junior Network, for the $50 ball for our brother Ilkan Ali. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother,
for the 5 memberships, and AD for the $25 cash app for the Angry Program. Thank you very much. Don't worry, even the lower one, we're going to read all the super chats every time we change topic. Okay, we need to go back in order. I want Ann, Rick, Dr. James, uninterrupted, and then we go popcorn style again, because I want to do some rebuttals about what's going on here. Okay, so Ann, Rick, and Dr. James uninterrupted.
I think that was really beautifully said, you guys, D and Ali. The lack of sexual discipline of women is an issue, is a primary issue. And I think it comes down to like a form of self-hate, and a self-hate of what the real value of womanhood and femininity is. That lack of understanding our power and the beauty of womanhood is the problem of modernity. Like, modern society has lied to us, lied to women about the value of what it means to just be feminine and what that looks like. And I think that's why women self-harm through schmecks. So that's all I have to add. I think that was really well said, you guys.
Ricky?
I said it before and I said it again. It's y'all fault, ladies. Y'all got to take this one.
So do you
It's what it is. It's what it is. Mm-hmm. Right? The reason why we're in the state we're in is because the women's mental state and y'all spirit is where it's at as a whole right now. We need to stop playing like we don't understand, especially for a man, that if you look at a man that's especially traditional, that gives his all for his family, right? Everything he's doing, going back into the house, the only real reward he have is sex. That's the only real reward he has. Everything else he's doing is putting into the family to make sure that y'all lives is better down going into the future. Right. So I completely believe that women have this understanding, and you guys better than anybody know how to manipulate it and use it against men. I said it before and I say it again. I know we going corporate, right? But would there be any coochie to hit if there wasn't any coochie to hit? Would there? It don't matter how much a man wanted it, would it? If it wasn't no ladies willing to give it, would it? This is the game of nature. As a woman, you know when a man walks up to you, he's looking to hit your buns. Maybe not today. Maybe not today. But me putting work into you and showing you the type of man I am, being willing to stay here and work out with you with all your junk, and you work out with my junk, and we like each other. You think I'm cute, I think you sexy. We know it's gonna happen, right? We spending time together. But it's so weaponized, and how can these women want tradition, right? And let me to refer back to what I was saying earlier, right? How can what used to be, right? And I think somebody asked the question, what was like, if it's a young man and he has no father, right? And he goes into a relationship, how does he learn to be a leader? By trial and error, right? You try this, you see if this works. Right? You see that don't work. You see you get the results you need. We take that under consideration. We use that as a litmus and we move on. Right? But now the women don't want to even give men grace for that time frame. Is that fair? You got to be 23 and ready-made. When none of these women are working towards wifely, because I got to say working, because the majority of our women aren't being trained up to be wives. Is that fair? Is that fair, me asking that or saying that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, most of their mothers ain't wives. So
right?
Why would they be wives?
And that's what nobody wants to address, right? That our mothers raise men that they hate. And our mothers raise daughters, right, to take on the pain that they had and push it down the line into infinity. You know what, back in psychiatry, right? You know what the first question when you went to your therapist, they used to ask you back in the days, tell me more about your mother.
Right.
Because everybody knows the mother is the one who puts the first and permanent impressions on the child. And if dads are so important, why don't y'all treat them as such?
Can I say something to that? And then Mr. Williams, we want you to jump in, please. My kid, I love my kids to death. I have to earn the relationship with my sons. They love their mom. They want their mamas constantly. They always want their mama. So no matter who I am, how great of a man I am, she has to give those kids me. Like she has to give me those kids. Like the messages she gives them is, your father is an honorable man. He's a great man. Or in their eyes, she emasculates me and she makes me look like I'm not a man. And she turns away from me and she makes the kids pick them. So their whole entire life, they'll be confused trying to validate themselves with women and struggle with being great men because their mother said I wasn't a great man. How can they even say themselves as great men if their mother said I wasn't a great man? But just seeing how my sons are, the fact that they come from my seed and it still go through her body, the world balances itself out. Like I have to earn and I have to build a respect with my kids, but my woman can tear my entire relationship with my kids. Y'all see what happened with 50 Cent, with Master P, with Brian McKnight, with all these men. Like no matter how good they were to their kids, no matter how much financial support they gave them and their mothers, the mother still has the power and voice to turn the kids against the father and destroy society. Go ahead, my brother Williams.
Yeah, I think it's very important, and what I preach, what I talk about is having the Black nuclear family with the Black man, Black woman, and Black child. but it's very important the type of black man and the type of black woman that we have in that household. A black man being present is not enough if he's not masculine, and a black woman being present is not enough if she's not feminine. Dwayne Wade is in his child's life, and you see what he's doing because he's not in his masculine energy and he's not in any divine energy. He's just leading his child astray, and he's leading his son in a manner as to which would be detrimental to the black community. So I think everything we have to do has to be rooted in fact. I don't think, well, we know that black male emasculation is not okay. So how can anyone champion a father who's supporting the emasculation of his son? So if he knew better, he would do better. But some people have gone so far that they have allowed all of these agendas to manipulate them, and it's destroying the black community. I always say that the black community is not a monolith, and we're not. But in certain things, we need to be monolithic about. There are certain things that we all need to be on the same accord about if we want to progress. The things that we are seeing in the black community now, to add on to what Uncle Rick said, what we're witnessing is that the black woman has strayed further away from the traditional role than the black man has. And that's the main problem here that we're seeing with these delusional expectations on the dating market. But men have to put their foot down when dating because, you know, I have a woman now, but up until about, 4 or 5 months ago, I was single. I was still on the dating market and figuring that aspect out. But I steadfast to what I believe in, and I put my foot down, and I didn't try to, change the way I carry myself in order for her to like me. The right one for you is going to like you for you. You don't have to change, who you are. The right feminine woman is going to like your masculine energy, and she's going to allow you to lead. A lot of time these days, people are changing who they are and to just fit in with someone and just to avoid being single. The right person for you is going to be for you. A feminine woman doesn't have to change that feminine energy to fit some man's, idea of what she should be. And a masculine man doesn't have to change his the way he carries himself to fit, the woman that isn't for him. So it's just a part of that dynamic. A man is still a man regardless of his income. A lot of women try to say that they need a man that makes, 100,000, 200,000. The man can lead you in different aspects. Even if he only makes $50,000, $60,000 a year, we got to get focused back on morals, principles, and things like that when dating, instead of just focusing on things like income and how good someone looks.
You rely. Oh, go ahead, Ann.
Well said. Because if just to piggyback off of you, Doctor, that's more legacy minded. If that's thinking of yourself as part of a community. When you're looking beyond just what am I going to get out of this in the moment versus does she even have the qualities that will help bring me to the next level or whatever. That's when that requires two individuals really thinking about the impact that they're going to have on the community as a whole. And I want, in your opinion, do you think that that's cultivated in our culture currently?
No.
No, the legacy building aspect, no. I think that's why we see too many people getting with the Pookies and the Ray Rays and they're getting with people who they may have. I've seen women who literally would like a man who's has 60,000, 50,000 followers on Instagram, but he's a scammer. They'll like that over that more than someone who's a lawyer or a medical doctor or something like that. And you literally see it on different podcasts. I was on the Daily Wrap-Up Crew podcast. You see that they do interviews with women and they ask them the question, would you prefer a 9-to-5 guy or a scammer? And how many women say a scammer is just ridiculous because he may be pulling in, who knows how much he's pulling in scamming, $20,000 a month, $100,000 a month, but it's illegal. And that's just like someone liking a drug dealer over a 9-to-5 guy who's making the bare minimum amount of money. But the drug dealer is destroying our community while the 9-to-5 guy is a hardworking guy who can have his morals and principles intact. Which one would make a better father and better leader for you?
But see, they're not thinking about that. You know, it's all about a quick fix. It's about getting money quick. Those, you know, those type of women, in my opinion, aren't the type of women that you should be taking seriously, because they're not in it for the right reasons. When you're trying to establish a relationship, a marriage, you know, you're trying to build something with somebody, it's not just about the money. There are other things. We always talk about, we all see it. Oh, he got to make 6 figures. He got to do this. He got to do that. You're not thinking about his character. Is he a suitable candidate for marriage, if that's what you're looking for? They're not looking for the qualities in a man that would yield long-lasting benefits, you know, somebody that you can grow a family with, build with, establish this generational wealth that everybody is talking about. They're not trying to do that. And then when you pick the man who is the scammer and you know, who's just, you know, trying to have a good time with you, then they're complaining about that. Don't complain when you get what you picked. And, you know, and so and then the thing that, you know, that gets to me is you hear women saying, oh, there aren't any good men out here. They don't take care of their kids and they don't want to marry you. No, they don't want to marry you. You could
you part.
You're the one out here who does not have the qualities for marriage, and then you're putting it all on the man. No, you have to possess the qualities that men want. It's the men get to pick who they want to marry, who they want to establish relationships with. And if you don't have the qualities because you presented yourself as somebody to be played with, don't get mad when you don't get picked and you see other women who have the qualities finding husbands. Because as much as people talk about, oh, there aren't good men, these men don't want to marry, there are men who are getting married to good women out here. They're still in the real world. People are getting married. People have stable, healthy relationships. But if you don't have it, it's because you don't possess the qualities to get it. But it does exist. That's why I say I don't like when people put it all on every black man. You know, it's the black man. The black men are this. They're trash. They don't do this. No, it's the ones you pick. That's it. It's the ones that you pick, and that's it. You know, so I'm all for marriage. I'm all for commitment. I've been married over 20 years. And so I just know that, you know, there are good men. You know, we have a family. We've built a family. We didn't make 6 figures starting out. You know, we had to start from the bottom and build ourselves. It's not about a quick fix, getting the man at the finish line, as they would say. No, you have to be willing to build with the person, build something together. Y'all grow together and make it work. But that is not what we see women looking for in 2025. They want a rich man. They want him with all the money right now. They don't want to build. They don't want to build a bear. They don't want to do it. They want somebody to come in and just fund their lifestyle. That's it.
Yeah. And
go ahead then.
Yes, absolutely. And this might be toxic to say, but if you look at the young black men who get drafted into the NFL, why is it that they always have a cute little like a white girlfriend? And it's because, well, she saw him before he was drafted. She was there doing homework with him freshman year. She was there encouraging him. She was there encouraging him to go to train, and she wasn't saying he was nothing. Like she was there. Like, I think it's a cultural thing, because I know where I come from, and I also know where some white tea women are raised like this. I know some Asian women are raised like this. They go to school not just to get an education, but they're looking for their future husband. Like, who am I going to build with?
They're looking for a paycheck. Those men are not better than any man on their college campus. Actually, most of those men are going to be future womanizers. They're already having in them, and they are going through women left and right. These women are not going to these men because they are righteous men and they are good men and they're going to be good fathers and all that. They are going after them because they are just a bigger target. That's why they do it. They're better pretenders. White women know how to play the game, and when they secure the bag, they will behave just like every other woman once they have the leverage, like everybody else. Like these guys that are going to the NFL draft are not more qualified than the engineers. They are not more qualified than the honors. They're just not as tall. They're just not as strong. They're just not there. Like they're not their type. So the reality is, once again, all these women are chasing the guys that make them wet. They are like, I agree with everything that y'all said, but the problem is, once again, We don't talk in their languages. They don't understand generational wealth. They understand survival. They don't understand legacy. They understand how am I going to pay my rent on the next month if my baby daddy doesn't pay. Like
Right.
in my opinion, again, all of y'all are right. The thing is, we are talking Chinese with people that were born in Seattle. Okay, so we keep asking them to be sexual discipline. You don't have to be sexual discipline.
Yeah.
Be sexual, go crazy with two guys instead of 33. It's fine. You can have three long duration relationships where you fuck the same guy 1,000 times. You still fuck 1,000 times. Fuck him in the car, fuck him in the movies, fuck him in your mama. Like, do whatever you want with him, but just go ahead and instead of closing your legs, which is not going to happen ever, pick a guy that you actually can rely. If something happens, oops, the dude is there for you. And most men probably will be, because most men kind of care about their kids. The thing is, once again, these women, and especially the older woman, I don't think they even know what to say to this woman, either because they don't want to get competition from them, because now this woman might, the 40-year-old might not be have access to their men because their men still have access to the 20-year-old, or because they actually don't know how to explain them. Most of these problems are simple. Women are pursuing the man that gets them wet, and then long down the road, when they are scared and fucked up and all that, they're going to pick the man that makes them happy for the retirement plan. Respectfully, just because you are playing with toys when you are young and you are playing with the baby, you are being trained to have kids, not to be a mother. Just because you are dreaming about your wedding doesn't make you ready to be a wife. Just because you play with the little stove and shit doesn't train you to actually cook for the man that you love. Like all of these, like most women will fuck 40 men before they cook them a meal. That's the reality. Like this is just conditioning, is lack of consequences, and for the most part, we raising our sons as sacrificial lambs to women that will literally run through them if they have a chance, because women unfortunately don't care about society anymore. Women of yesteryear would care about the village. Women of yesteryear will care about how their men look and their reputation. Women of yesteryear will make sure that they don't embarrass their family. And I was just scrolling my feed. I was just scrolling my feed, and this is what I find. I find who was it? Like I think a celebrity, like a woman that is celebrity on his kids' graduation, basically in
Tony
underwear.
Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton,
Yeah.
literally on underwear.
Yeah,
Like
that
this
was
is the
that's
biggest day of your kid life,
crazy.
and we don't want to be bashing women just because. But do you think that Ricky Williams is going to show up on his son graduation in boxer briefs, showing his knees? Even if he showed up in shorts, everybody will say, "Hey, Ricky, come here, man, go get a suit, brother." Like
Halle
it's
Berry was out here with her coochie out.
It's crazy.
it's
Oh,
again
boy.
there's no shame, and even if you shame people, there's no consequence, because again, unfortunately, we are the biggest suckers in the planet. We see a man, a woman mistreat a man, abuse him, not be accountable, take the kid away from him, and all that. And we say this woman is a bad woman, and she will be single for 24 hours before 73 other men try to pick her up on the market like she's LeBron James on free agency. Makes no sense at all. So this is going to be a cycle. Women are going to do some dumb shit. Woman learn a lesson. Woman pick the bad guy again. Woman gets jaded. Woman goes to the free agent market, and the man that's supposed to be the logical beings, the ones that do a cost, like they kind of look at the, oh, okay, this is no. No matter if she's fat, no matter if she has 7 kids, no matter if she is toxic, no matter, she will get 7 guys on her DMs as soon as she takes her boyfriend out of the IEG grid. So who is who? Who is the worst? Is this woman that keep doing this bullshit, or are or is us as a global, not a global, but as an overall gender that no matter what this woman do, like for example, what we're going to talk probably with Casey, you might discuss if she's a victim or not, but it's always going to be a sucker ready to pick up the glasses and to put it on the bag and to take them home. So what do we do here?
I my platform, I talk about ending the gender war. And first and foremost, men got to stop giving attention to women that don't respect men. Number one, let them cannibalize each other. Like if they don't respect men, why even talk to them? Like treat it just like you would treat a racist, right? Like if you don't expect to be heard by the KKK, then you need to treat it with the same thing, because you're wasting a lot of energy with people that don't care about solutions. Number one, capturing everything that the doc said, Didi said, and you know what y'all described was the sexually disciplined household, meaning like you think through everything logically, right? You don't overreact. You compose your emotions. Everybody regulates their own emotions before they speak, you know. And the opposite of that is everything that's created this conversation, the problem, you know, the lack of emotional discipline. And here's the thing too, like all men have to do is take themselves out of the conversation and look how women treat each other. And if you look at the way, yeah, like why would anybody want to be with women that hate women?
Because they have a coochie.
Megan Thee Stallion was actually shot by her best friend.
Because they have a coochie. No, that's the justification is because they have a coochie. Like as long as women have coochies, there's hope. They will never be homeless. They will never starve. As long as they have it and they know how to use it, is a currency that will be accepted on any country in the planet, because once again, men value coochie more than they value
money, time, effort.
That's what it is. Like is we are going to let's do this, right? And again, I'm not trying to be a devil advocate. I'm just trying to kind of get a little bit out of the shell that we have here. If you got men unlimited choices when it comes to sex, right? And you said, hey guys, don't do it. What will happen? They will do it anyway. They will go crazy. Women are emotional junkies. They are way less regulated than us. They are medicating themselves with wine, with coffee, with sex, with food. Like we are already doing it, but a woman that is by nature emotional, she's always going to look for the next high for her to feel good. And if he's having sex with you for 10 minutes and feeling good about herself and then go back to the pits of hell and become miserable, that's exactly what is going to happen. White woman, black woman, Asian woman, feminism, I repeat this again, is the biggest religion in the planet. You can talk about all your God and Jesus and all that. You put a feminist manifesto in front of a woman and she's going to pick that 1,000 times before she picks up the Bible. So I repeat again, the answer, in my opinion, other than changing the laws, because this is a conversation for another day, and changing the laws actually would kind of fix, in my opinion, most of the things, because as long as if you are compensating, for example, families instead of compensating people that are having like single house, let me actually reframe it. If your tactic is to give cash prizes and money to single mothers and single dads, and you flip it and you actually reward women that have men in the house, I guarantee you this woman find a husband tomorrow. I guarantee you. If you say people that get Section 8 and people that get benefits and people that are going to get the money back on January are the people that are married with the husband. You know what happened? Their long-term boyfriend and girlfriend all of a sudden are a couple. Now their kid is in the house when he's born because they actually have a benefits. But because we incentivize women to be single, we incentivize women to get married just so they can break up afterwards and get all the catches and prizes. Like this is this is going to keep going. Like this is not going to stop, no matter how many books they get, no matter how many OGs recommend them, no matter how many times you say close your legs, no matter how many times you say you need to be responsible. If I know I'm immortal, you are not going to scare me by saying If you're going to jump from the 9th floor, you are going to earth. Hey, I jump 3 times. Oh, this is how it feels. Let me jump the 4th. Nothing
Right.
happens to me. Go ahead then.
Yeah. And I absolutely correct, Fatty. And we do incentivize women to be single. But if you look at the rates of prescription drug use for anxiety medication and depression medication, yeah, women aren't happy, and it's a lie. They still want men. They will talk about how much money they earn and how satisfied they are in their careers and how they don't need, they have single women are the happiest or whatever. Yet you guys are still dealing with men. If you were so happy without men, why are you 45 in a situationship? Why are you still out? Like, we need
Can
y'all.
you answer that? Can you answer that? Why are women miserable? Because we say,
lack
right,
of purpose.
women are miserable. And Akua, please go after Anne. Like, why are women miserable? The most free, the most powerful, the most educated, the most privileged woman in the history of mankind. Why are the women that fought for all these things and acquire all these things, control 80% of consumer spending ever? Like, why are these women the most free women? Yeah, why?
And yet we're still unhappy because we are lying to ourselves about our true purpose here, like Akua touched on. When all of these things, all these material trophies, does not actually satisfy the feminine role or the feminine spirit.
Your microphone got a little bit muffled in it, like for whatever reason.
Sure, we need to be in union with men. We need to create. And if we're not doing that, no amount of money is going to numb that pain or medication. Go ahead.
Let me just say one little thing, and then Akua and Ricky. Okay. Married women are miserable too. I'm sorry. I'm saying it. I don't give a fuck. Married women are miserable. They want to be single. Single women are miserable. They want to get married.
Except for D.
Woman with kids. Oh my God. Fuck these kids. Woman go to work. I don't want to go to work. Woman stay at home mom. I'm bored. I want to go to work. Woman, in my opinion, respectfully, the same way men are very undisciplined when it comes to sex, and no matter how much pussy they can get the most beautiful woman, and they're always going to have the wondering why. Can I fuck that one too? Woman, for whatever reason, can never be happy with whatever they achieve. You put them on the ivory tower, they say it's too high. You put them on the floor, they say it's too low. You put them on a hot environment, they say it's too hot. They put them on a cold, they say it's too cold. Like, women are by nature like just unregulated. Like, they will never be satisfied, no matter how many pairs of shoes they have. They always tell you it's the next last one until they pass on the store and say, "Oh my God, I want that one too."
I think to a degree,
more.
No, but D, why? But we're asking y'all, why? Like, why is most women not happy? Why are most women having? It's like almost D envy. They're trying to be men instead of being women. Why are women lying to themselves? Why are women weaponizing everything? Why is women trying to convince people that they're being controlled versus they just want to do what they want to do? Like, me and Fatty, this conversation on this panel, we're having this on the back. Like, we really trying to figure out like what the world is going on, and people will go, "Oh, y'all mad at women, y'all bash it." No, we not. Like, we want men and women together. So, but why are women still deciding to choose themselves, even over their children? Even over Shamar Moore just lost his girl, Michael B. Jordan lost his girl, Tyrese lost his girl, Tom Brady lost his girl, Leonardo DiCaprio can't keep, like, none, even the great men, they can't keep their women. But why? But we're trying to ask y'all, when y'all thinking about it, why can't men? And women are supposed to technically, y'all saw grandma kept the family together. Man, that ain't one of the man's job. That was always a woman's job. My job was to get you. Your job was to keep me. That's how you demonstrated your value. But now you're making it a man has to keep you.
Yeah.
When you think about it, and to Akua as well too, what is making women so miserable?
I think women just want control, to be honest. I think they want full control. They want to be able to call the shots, make the decisions, and they want men to just be okay with it.
I'm gonna interrupt you again. I'm intentionally interrupt you. Okay. Why do they want control when they know the more they try to get control, they can't control us? Why?
Yeah, we want to surrender.
But
But
women have been convinced of that. It's by design. Black families are not good for the overall agenda. It's damaging.
No. Akua, y'all can get your degrees. You can
No.
We
By design, for sure.
Right. No,
for
but
sure.
I'm trying
And when our grandmothers kept the families together, some of them didn't have options.
I'm not trying to cut you off. We think about this all the time, right? All the things that you can attain, all the things you can be successful at, how beautiful you are, how much everybody wants to come to you. Even when you get there, like that means women know what they're doing. And I get what you're saying, conditioned and socially engineered, but it's becoming disheartening because my whole life I thought women was better than men. My whole life. I'm thinking, and think about why I'm saying this. We're living for you. If you're pure, if you're not touched, if you're not scarred. My mother was the most loving. My mother was my goat. I love my father to death. He was for my mother all the time. But my mother, all she did every single day is wake up for us. So I saw my father go and take care of my mother so she could take care of us. And that's what I always thought a woman. I thought my father knew. It's like, man, my mother's the greatest person in this household. So my father's gonna make sure she's not stressed, she's not hurt, she don't have to break her back for nobody, so she can love us. So what I'm asking is, if she is she technically becomes our legacy. Like, you are love. Like, why cannot they be happy with that position? You're the candy in the candy store. We trying to buy the candy, and the store is operating over you. Why don't women want to just be the candy?
They're confused. That's all I can say. They're confused, entitled. So society and social media they don't know what they're supposed. The things that men are saying they want from women, you notice that's the opposite of what women are trying to do.
Right.
So everything that y'all are saying y'all want from women, the women are trying to do the complete opposite. It's because they're confused, combative. They don't know what they want. Most women, you ask them what you don't know. And then they think they have all these options, too many options that they think they have, and they don't know how to pick. I mean, I'm a woman. If you give me 1,000 options, I'm gonna be confused too. I ain't gonna know exactly what I want either. So I think they're just confused. I don't think that
I don't believe that. And I gotta interrupt you again. They say all men are cheaters. All men want is smacks. Look, watch this. All the men experience on this panel, when they don't give a damn, there's a line of women outside of the door wanting to respect and be with you and connect with you. Soon as you go, you know what, D? You know what, Ann? You know what, Akua? I love you. That's when everything goes to hell for most women. When once they say I love you and they hear those words, gotcha, I got you, and it turns into something else.
That's where we are today. But I think women, the scorned women who were dedicated to their family that we're talking about, our grandmothers, financially were surviving off of their husband. The family was the nucleus, it was the focus. They still got cheated on, although maybe they were good women. Some of them, not all of them, some of them. So
but you just
when options came into play and it was like, you know what? I don't have to pick this. You know what? Oh, I can go and get my own job. You know what? I don't have to put up with XYZ. And so they started exploring options, and little by little, the children were left behind by the mothers. And now we have so many people that have childhood trauma and then trying to get together and then try to lead a household, and it becoming contagious. But when I tell you what I love out of this whole panel is all of us are not afraid to talk about the taboo topic of a bad mother. And so many people have experienced bad mothering, male and female. But as soon as we hear anything about a woman having to be accountable for doing something wrong, I don't know if, and I've literally made a post about it, and just, it was like it was invisible to every woman. I was like, hey sis, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay. We don't know how to deal with rejection. We don't have as much practice. So it looks like we're being thrown away. It looks like we're not good enough. It looks like we're not being valued, opposed to, hey, look at this area of opportunity. This is where you could use some growth. Instead, it's like, I'm not perfect. Wow, perfect.
I swear.
Let me go deal with escapism. Let me deal with escapism.
Last one, I'm letting it go.
Let me go shopping.
Last one, I'm letting it go. I don't believe that. Y'all love being not y'all. Most women love being with the abuser, love being with the cheater, love being with the liar. Look at the news. They love it. They love the drugs. They love the toxicness. They love it. You get a Williams, you get an Uncle Ricky, you get an Ali. Hey man, I take care of everything. But this is my house. This is my rules. Hell no. I'd rather live in hell than be operating under a good man, under a righteous man, under a pastor. If you give
those
the
are
woman
women
the
who don't
option,
understand their power.
if all of us on this, if everybody on this panel raise pastors, and then somebody else raised 20 bad boys, take that. The women are gonna want the bad boys. They don't want the pastors.
Ali, I think
why can't he put
every woman is not like that?
Well,
I think
I know D, without saying every woman, D.
But I'm saying I think
we're dating y'all. D, you married. D, you married.
And I'm older too. I'm not that young, so I'm older. So I guess I do come from a different generation. I'm not that young, and so I maybe I'm speaking from that perspective. But I guess you're right with the women of today, because they've been conditioned a certain way. See, I am coming from a different generation, honestly, where, you know, I look at things a lot differently. I've been married a long time, and we've been married years, you know, back when it was a little bit different than it is now. It's just out of hand now. So maybe it is, you know, these women are raised by a bunch of ratchet, single, hyena, bonnet wearing women. So they're not taught how to respect a man and the importance of a family. They don't know the importance. They don't care. So I can't fully say what it is. It's just they're not raised. They're not taught that way. They're taught to get over on a man, you know, take him, get the coins, get to the bag, you know, get the D and get the bag, and that's it. They don't know. They really don't know. They don't respect men in the way that women used to, you know. Like I said, and I can't speak for every woman. I only speak for myself. And I think the good women, the women who have morals and values and understand the importance of a man and respect the man, they're already married for the most part. These are the leftover people. These are the ones who are left over trying to figure it out. The women and the men who got it, we've been married. We've, you know, married. I'm in my late 40s. I've been married a long time, and they're married. They're taken. What y'all got is the leftover women who confused, don't know what they want. And you could give a woman the world and she's still going to have a problem. I agree with that. She's still going to find something wrong. And that I don't know if there's anything that could be done about that. I can't say what the solution would be, you know.
I have one suggestion, but I want Anne and Dr. James to intervene, and then we go to the main event, okay? There's 300 people watching the show in every platform. Thank you very much once again. Uncle Rick, Accountable Masculinity, Anil Kanali. Please like the videos. Please like the videos. Please like the videos, okay? Support the content creators that are streaming. We appreciate all of them being here. It's been a good show. Let's continue the momentum, okay? Go ahead. And Dr. James Uninterrupted. And then I have a solution. I think I'm not going to work, but I'll try. Go ahead, then.
I think it's just fear. I think it's fear running with people, living in survival mode. They believe that because of whatever, because you're right, the good ones are already taken, but the other 50% of the population that has been traumatized, that has seen violence, who didn't grow up in households full of love, who saw struggle and lived in survival, who have generational trauma of poverty, that fear, it is scary, it is terrifying to believe that there will be someone who will ride and die and love you and won't hurt you. They don't understand it. And so for a lot of women, that fear controls everything. They would rather be in a relationship knowing it's toxic, knowing he's a child, knowing she's unfulfilled, knowing she's self-abandoned, because at least it is in alignment with what she already thinks is normal. She is afraid of actually being in a relationship where a man has control in it, and it doesn't mean slavery. She's scared.
But guys, and again, this where we're doing our children injustice, right? You being with somebody, you're going to get hurt, right? You being with somebody long term, you're going to go through it. That's how it becomes long term, right? You guys go through things.
Absolutely.
Right. So again, if you don't have again, it all starts with you being responsible with the men. The most important thing a woman, our women believe that the most important decision is what career they're going to get into, right? What school they're going to get into, right? The most important decision a woman makes is the man she chooses to have children with.
100%.
That's y'all ace in the hole. That no matter what, when y'all choose the right man to settle down with and have children with, you won the lottery.
We both did.
You won the lottery. No, I didn't. You did.
You don't
Right?
think?
No.
See,
Because
that's the problem right there.
no.
That's
Hold
the
on. Let me
problem.
finish.
You have
That's the
to.
problem.
You have to.
Let me
One second.
me
Let her
finish. Let me
explain
finish.
exactly
Let me
why she
finish.
thinks the way she thinks, and then
I'm
Ricky
letting all
got it
y'all
back.
rock. I'm letting all y'all rock. Let me finish, right? Because the truth is, and we got to be honest, and the whole problem is, sis, is that no one's honest about marriages and relationships and how they work.
Okay, what are we? What's the honesty?
Give me a second. Give me a second. You say I win, right? Because I get you. Will you die for me?
Yeah.
With most
You're my
women
husband.
oh, okay.
Listen to what I'm.
We're talking about my husband, right?
Let's take it off the personal. I'm not trying to direct it at you, so let me rephrase, right?
Okay.
What's the understanding that most men have is women and children first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Right? You would never, if you got a man, listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about from my perspective of the world and how I deal with my woman, right? Shout out to Dee Dee, 25 years this year.
Amen.
Right? You can never, I'm talking about real world stuff. You will never be able to give back what I give to you because I'm your own personal Jesus. I make shit shake. I make stuff happen. I take stuff off your plate as a woman that you don't have to worry about complaining to your friends. You can sit in the group chat with your friends and laugh at them because they man ain't shit.
Absolutely. But I give you a son.
No, you're DoorDash. I'm the orderer. You're
Right.
delivering my son.
Yes.
If it wasn't for me,
self-sacrifice of myself.
That's what you're supposed to do. And if we want to go back, if we want to go, if we want, you could, right? But that's your job, right? But that's your job. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, right? But if we go out and some shit shake off and pop off, it's my job to defend you as a man, right?
That's right.
So don't use what you're supposed to do as a woman as it's something special. That's what you're supposed to do as a woman.
Right.
It's what I'm supposed to do as a man.
Correct. But when we talk about give my life to you, right?
No, I said, would you die for me?
Outside of pregnancy, yes.
That's the point becomes mute because most women are not willing to die for their man, and this is being proven.
That's the problem.
That's not the problem because that's not your job. Like you know what actually would happen if you are my woman and I tell you go to the car, this is the dangerous situation, and you stay there to fight. I will tell you next time you do that shit, there will be no more husband anymore. You could go about your business and marry a pussy that wants you to fight with him. You are just you're just putting me in danger. Now I have to care about my face and your face, right? And again, and once again, and again, this is woman thinking like men. This is kind of like a woman that thinks that, you know what? The best thing I can do for my husband is just to stay right here with him and fight with him. No man said this in the history of mankind, and the men that do that shit are men that should not be reliable because you shouldn't rely on them because once again you are not doing their job and they are not doing their job either. Nobody is doing their job. You are staying with me and putting me in danger, and now I'm not doing my job because the worst thing that a man can do is I can survive if Ali give me a black eye and embarrass me, but if my woman comes back with the black eye, now I have to talk with her brother. Now I have to talk with her dad. Now I have to talk with her group of friends. Now I have to explain to everybody on Instagram why is my woman with the black eye when I was there to protect her. And
but that's all part of leadership, right, Patty? That's all a part of leadership.
No, it's actually it's a part of followership. It's about it's actually about.
And I want to add on something to the conversation about prizes.
Yeah. Let me 1 second. Let me just say these, and then Akua, accountable masculinity, and DD can pick the microphone. Dr. Williams, please interrupt us because Dr. Williams is the most polite guest that we ever had on the history of the Team Fatty show. So as soon as we get to the main event, you better not jump on Dr. James. You better chill. But the reality is this, right? And this is what I'm talking about. This is what Ali said, is the penis envy. Y'all really are being raised out to be men. I want $100,000, and I want a car, and I want a mansion, and I want to get the baddest bitch, which is the equivalent of the guy. Like everything you want is what the men used to want. And then when you get that shit, You resent yourself and you resent the man that you met
Because
because
it's
you became him.
dysfunctional. Because
So,
it's cancer to us.
no, because remember what Didi said about control.
Yeah.
This is all about control. This is why I believe that women are miserable. And then I'm going to give my solution of everything goes right. Think about it. A woman will find the man of her dreams. She will wrestle for control the whole relationship, try to put her hand on the wheel, try to make sure she test him left and right to see if he's still the man of her dreams, all that shit. And as soon as she gained control, she looks at him and says, ugh, what a motherfucking bitch. Who the fuck did I marry? You are going to fight for that control so bad that the day that you earn it, you don't respect that motherfucker anymore because a real man won't let you control him. This is
Right.
how this is how most relationships work. You are not okay with just sleeping and letting the man drive because you are afraid he crashes the car. And as soon as I say, you know what, baby, you can drive the car, bitch. I resent you. I might not think about it, but I'm resenting you now because you were a pushover. It is not the man that I married. The man that I married was to do whatever he want, and I would follow him. Now he's following me, and I can't stand this dude because he's doing whatever I need him to do. And once again, this is the crazy part: is you are not okay with the playboy. You are not okay with the dragon. You are not okay with the simp. The simp does everything for you. He should be a perfect husband. He does everything you want. Everything you want. He gives you money. He protects you. He is the perfect domesticated dog. And you still resent him because he's controllable. So I think, in my opinion, and then you guys can edit, please, by order. And shout out to Slice Maximus. I appreciate you being here, brother.
Hi, Slice.
The biggest mistake I think people did was telling women that life is happiness. Life is, like Ricky said, is pain. Life is misery. Life is, the bottom line is pain, and you are trying to get away from it as fast as possible once a week on Sunday when you can watch your NFL, when you can be with your ladies. Like, life is misery and pain. So what happens is you indoctrinate a generation of women for from 50 to 1 year old that you are going to be a princess and you're going to have the happy ending. And if you're not happy, something is wrong. You have to go to the next man and to the next house and to the next car and to the next job. And these women are literally configured to search and the pursuit of happiness like you are going to get it like Will Smith. No, most of y'all are not going to get a last call about your patent and says, you know what, Will Smith, I'm going to. Most of y'all are not going to get that shit.
So what's
So
the
what
solution?
makes woman? So what makes woman miserable or make woman sad is not that they are not achieving shit. Is that we are telling them that once they get that pair of shoes, once they get their bag, once they get their trip, once they get their husband, happy life, everything, the credits come out, the Disney symbol comes in, and it's over. It's never over. You are going to achieve shit and you are going to conquer stuff and you are going to get a Ferrari and the mansion and everything, and you are going to be the most miserable person in your motherfucking block because once again you thought that you were going to get all these feelings and this rush when you got everything, and now you are 3 months in with the pool, with the house, with the hot boyfriend, with everything. Like, what the fuck? Why do I feel empty? Because there are expectations. Life is pain. Life is misery. Be happy if you can twice a week. Have a nice moment with your family. Have a moment of relief. Go to a comedy club. Be happy with that because, for the most part, it's unsustainable. You thinking that you can be happy most of your life and nothing will happen, and you are going to have a happy ending like everybody else. Go ask your grandma if she had a happy ending with 7 kids and a husband for 30 years. She will definitely say, hey, there was some point of times I was miserable. I didn't know what I was doing. I was resentful of your dad. Go ask everybody else. Since the beginning of mankind, we suffered tremendous, but you know what we did? We stay together because we need each other for survival. You take the survival out of the way, we have poor obese people, which means that we're eating well. Nobody's dying at birth. Nobody, like for the most part, doesn't have access to a hot meal, and we just can't seem to figure this shit out. So again, recalibrate your expectations. Life is motherfucking misery, and be happy if you can experience happiness here and there, because happiness is fleeting and is going to peak one day, and then the next day you are going to be working for a job that you don't want to be there. It is what it is. Let me get. Oh,
Well, she asked for the solution, and the solution is valuing a man more than yourself, more than control, more than your way, more than your dreams, more than your soft girl era, more than your stronger independence, more than being a bad bee, a boss bee. And you see it with your kids. When you have children, you have to stop everything. So if you got to value the man more so than your kids, contrary to popular belief that women keep pushing, you have to love and value that man more than everything else. You have to want to live. You have to want to not live without a man.
Would that make them happy,
That's
Ali?
why I would die for you.
Oh,
Ali, would that make them happy?
No, but
Yes.
they give them security. No.
Ali, but
Because women want to surrender.
but this is exactly what I'm saying. Is you are going to value your man, and a lot of times that shit is going to make you miserable as fuck. It's not supposed to make you happy. It's not supposed you having kids. That shit is not supposed to make you happy all the time. You're going to hate those motherfucking bastards here and there because they're just about little kids. This is what they do, right? That's the reality. You might love them and say, but sometimes you don't want to get out of bed 3 hours early because you have to take care of the kids. So it's value these things. And even if you do, we don't think that because Ali is saying value your husband, that shit is going to make you the happiest woman in the world. Some days you will be, some days you will be all completely opposite, and it's fine. That's life.
I give benefit of doubt, right? If you truly, and I told Fatty about 2 shows ago, as much as I keep happy going over this, if you can get the woman's mind, it's not her heart anymore, it's her mind, then the heart's going to come right behind it. But if your mentality can change and you valuing the person and you loving the person and cherishing the person and working for the person, you see that the value of that makes you happy, I'll give you grace. I'll give you benefit of doubt. I had a mother that loved doing for her children. I mean, Mom, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down. Go do something else other than for us. So that's hope there. But as much as I've been on these panels, as much as I met other women, and the generation of these women, it's kind of hard to see them even being happy when they say that. But I have hope. But for the most part, you're gonna have to put away your happiness and see it as your responsibility and duty to keep men and women together like grandma did.
I think people are traumatized, both women and men, honestly, from my opinion, from what I'm seeing. Happiness is a choice. It's a choice you have to make for yourself. It's not contingent upon a man, the man. If you are an unhappy, miserable person, you're going to be an unhappy, miserable person, whether you've got a man, whether you don't have one. That's just who you're going to be. You have to make a conscious effort to love your situation, to love where you are. The problem is, and I do think that there are expectations that are put out there, especially towards us, of what a good man should be, what a relationship should look like. And to me, your relationship should be based on what works for you and your man, not what everybody else deems perfect or what it should be. And if you're searching something that everybody else deems perfect, that's why you're going to be miserable. I don't agree that everybody is miserable in a marriage. I'm certainly not. And I think that's because I understand my husband. He understands me. We understand what makes our dynamic work, and we don't care about what everybody else thinks. You got to leave and put aside what everybody else thinks and do what works for you. Of course, every single day, we're not going to be jumping like jumping monkeys, happy. Oh my God, I'm so happy. No, life is not that way. Life is ups and downs. Like my husband would say, ebbs and flows. Yeah, I'm going to be mad some days. Shit ain't going to go my way sometimes. But that's not going to, I'm not going to let that deter me from my goals and my husband goals and what we have together. I'm not going to let that destroy that. That don't have anything to do with that. I do think marriages go through stuff. Yes, of course. There's ups and downs. Y'all are not always going to agree. Like I said, we're not sitting singing kumbaya, happy husband, happy wife. No, we got to go through stuff. We got things we got to do. And yes, I love my kids. I love my kids. I don't say, oh my God, I hate these bastards one day. And then one day, well, they're not bastards, but I'm saying, I don't say, oh, I hate them. They're getting on my goddamn nerves. No, I don't say that. I don't know what, I think we've been consumed with so much toxicity. And like Ali was saying, the people y'all come in contact with is so toxic. That's at the forefront, especially now. But I don't think like that. And I think, I don't know, I don't think like that. And I don't believe that every person is miserable. I don't think that
your
everybody
case,
shot to hell.
Can I hop in?
the thing, Didi, is your case. Like, you can say I don't feel it. Who is the woman that is going to come on the panel and says, sometimes I look at my kids as a burden, sometimes I ate my sometimes I ate my husband, sometimes I just want to leave and give up and go live a single. Like, these thoughts happen in our head every single time. It happened when you were a kid and you were looking at your parents and then deny you something. You're like, I hate you. Like, this is something recurrent. The thing is, how do you cope with that? How do you feel fulfilled in doing things? And with women, unfortunately, modern women, for whatever reason, they will succumb to their feelings. They will succumb to their feelings. It's okay for you to say, you know what? I really don't want to watch your soccer game today, man. I'm sorry. But you know what? You're still going to go, and you know what happens? The same thing that happens when people go to the gym. I don't feel like going. I'm going to get out of this bed. I'm going to see my son playing, and as soon as I'm there, I'm glad that I actually did that. Woman, unfortunately, can go through the pain of step 1, 2, 3. Get off the bed, put my shoes on, go ahead, get my air, get on the car, and then get the joy at the end. As soon as they feel a little bit of uncomfort, man, I'm going to leave Slice for Uncle Rick, because Slice is not making me happy. Michelle Obama said she was miserable for 10 years. It is what it is.
And
it's
so
life.
did Shaq's wife. Say she was
Keep
never
pushing.
happy.
Yeah, keep pushing.
I want to say one thing and then let Akua go. I've never heard in my man.
Dr. James.
I never heard a man in my life say he didn't enjoy taking care of his woman and his kids. He didn't enjoy playing with his kids. He didn't enjoy being a father. He needed a break from work. He needed a break from his women. He needed a break. It's usually, man, I'm tired of not being loved. I'm tired of not being appreciated. I'm tired of not being valued. You know what I hear women all day? Sex break, food break, short vacay away from her family and man, long vacay away from her family and man, long girls trip away from her family and man. Women are always trying to take breaks, most women. And I'm gonna say, listen, let's do this on the show today, right? And me and Fatty open-minded to that. Uncle Ricky is too, because we part of the squad too. We know there's good women out there. We know there's divine women out there, and they're quiet. We don't really hear them, right? It's hard to focus on them too, because we don't hear them. They're already taken. But for the most of what men are encountering, there's some miserable, unhappy, non-appreciative, non-loving. Everything is the man's fault, even though I make the decisions. I make all the choices. I'm the gatekeepers, but I didn't choose to be a mother. I didn't choose to be a single mother. I didn't choose to be this kid's mom. Someone made me do this. Someone's manipulating me. Someone is taking advantage of me. All I'm saying is majority of the time, I don't hear men complaining about what they have to do for their children and for their women. It's only not being appreciative. But when we come on these panels, off these panels, in our real life, in public, hear men talk and brothers talk on our job sites, women always want to take a break and are always claiming to be sacrificing for the man. But most of the out-serving is the brothers.
That's true.
Go ahead, Akua. We're going to Akua. Sorry, man.
Akua. No, that's fine.
It's my Russian accent. Go ahead and please, Dr. James, uninterrupted. Please, uninterrupted, and then we get sliced on the main event and Mr. Accountable Masculinity too. Okay, don't ask questions to them and don't interrupt and let them have it. Okay.
I'm not sure how to interject when I have something, so I have a whole lot, but I'm only going to say just a couple of two things narrowed down. So one, if I'm hearing the collective correctly, and not absolutely everyone, but overall, was saying that in actuality, the man is the prize because he is said to protect and provide. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so then with that being the case, we're also saying that the current conundrum that we're in is because the woman who is, abusing and also not realizing her power is damaging households, which would mean she's a key player in that dynamic. And when you do find a really good woman who is a good wife and who is an excellent mother and enjoys it, that she would be a prize as well in the situation. And the women who feel like a man is only a prize, if he is protecting and providing, but that doesn't include love, like we're saying we need, it's almost like we're accepting of this reality and this would perpetuate it. Am I
What is
tripping?
it?
So
What is the main? What
if
is
you're
it?
saying
So
so the
this is
main
no. We're
Mhm.
not trying to say women aren't the prize. Obviously, Amazing Woman is the prize. But when we have these conversations, a lot of women start like going there right away instead of acknowledging most women aren't the prize, and we spend more time trying to focus on the good women when they're already taken instead of acknowledging what the brothers are asking from the women who are not trying to be desirable or marriageable, how we can get them on the course so we can have families. Because it's like me focusing on on poverty, or not, excuse me, not speaking about poverty and pretending it's just going to go away. There's no reason to speak about me not being poor or focusing on who's rich, because we have money. We got to focus on who's in poverty and who doesn't have financial equity to help people. So men and women, in order to come together, we have to talk about the issues, and we have to talk about the core of the issues. We know there's beautiful women out there, and when they come on our panels, we always give them their flowers. We have connection with so many great women, but in order to get our sisters on board, we have to talk to the women who are bad followers.
No, right, but I'm saying what I feel like we're saying is that we need more great women.
Yes.
It's not necessarily that they're choosing the wrong man. They themselves are an issue, are a problem, need development, need refocus.
Yes, but they got to want it. They got to want it.
But they got to want it. But they also have to see that it's valued, which is the only reason why I'm saying that is a part of a man seeing that as a prize. That is who he's willing to sacrifice for.
Mhm.
That's where it feels like, man, I love protecting and providing for this woman. And I know she would XYZ for me and our children and our family and our legacy. So that, to me, that's just a different kind of energy than just saying that that men are the prize because they protect and provide. But we don't want to perpetuate the idea that men's value is wrapped in only protecting and providing.
Why not? That's what. Why are we?
Because then you're not going to feel loved. You're not going to feel loved if I said I respect you only because you protect, you provide for me. But it's
so we don't. So men don't think like women, right? We don't. You can objectify us to that. You can put us to that. We are on earth on here for each other. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not mad about you saying I'm supposed to protect and provide. It's the sisters that I'm tired of being objectified to a sexual object or a housewife or a homemaker. I want to do something outside of that. And typically what that is being a man. I want to make my own money. I want to get my own car. I want to get my own house, and I want to pursue my dreams. But we never see these dreams come to fruition. Most of what you see women do is go and get the guy that she can get that's the best deal, to get her nails done, get her feet done. She want to be a trophy wife. Where are all these dreams that a lot of our sisters are saying they're pursuing over being a homemaker and taking care of their men and children? So we should say men should be protecting and providing, but we need women who want to take care of the home and want to take care of their men and children. We should say that. Take all the social constructs away from here. What are we doing on earth? I ain't about to go love. It ain't about Adam and Steve. So it's Adam and Eve, right? Not Adam and Steve.
Sometimes it's Adam and Steve. I saw it on TV.
Yeah.
Saying.
Like it's just the nature of things. I think that's the biggest
Rick,
problem.
Rick, can we get short?
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
No, it's fine. Short intervention and doctor and interrupt, because doctor is so cold. We freezing him out like crazy. Doctor is just looking at us like,
hey, forgive us, doctor. Please,
no.
us,
hey, doctor, let me drop this man real quick. It's his fault. It's his responsibility. He's the host of the show. He's doing.
My bad, man.
Ricky, go ahead and then doctor, please uninterrupt it, and then I'll read the super chats and I'll pass the microphone to Slice and Mr. Accountable Masculinity.
I got you, and thank you. My apologies. I just think again, what we're looking at is just people trying to turn nature on its head and get rewarded for it. You know what I mean? Things are a certain way because they work a certain way. And the truth is, if we look at en masse, the culture that the modern women in the Western world are providing is totally against nature. Right? Nature is of God. It makes sense. The order makes sense. If it's a seed outside in the dirt and it rains, it's going to grow something, right? It's just how things are supposed to work. And women are going against the grain and then want to blame us for it. Oh, y'all out here hitting chicks. That's what men do, right? What used to stop men from hitting chicks? Women saying no in chastity belts, right? 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 Or if I slid up in you, right? Your dad came into my door with a shotgun, right? It's what y'all supposed to control. And it's just crazy to me how y'all understand what men's supposed to do and the men's responsibility in this thing when y'all don't know y'all's. How's it's gonna never work? It's not until y'all honest about what really be going on. Hey, I like you a lot, right? But I'm really with you because you take care of me. Somebody I can count on. Right? For me to take care of you, you know what I'm saying? This is what I require. It's just that simple. It's your job to keep me out until it's time to keep me to let me in. And after I hit you, it's your job to make sure I stay there. You got to convince me as a woman that you're a wife. You. Because otherwise, I'll take my resources somewhere else. This is the way the game is played. The player's just trying to change it. But I digress.
Go ahead, Doctor, uninterrupted. Then we read the super chats and we return with Slice and accountable masculinity.
All right. So
once again, thank you for your patience, sir. I will apologize.
No, patience is a virtue. So a key thing that we were asking is why are these women unhappy? And I think the feminine women are happy, and I think the women who are unhappy are the masculine women, the women who have fell for feminism, and the women who are too far left. They're too liberal in their views. Like Tracy Ellis Ross, she was saying how when she goes on dates, men who don't agree with, homophobic, men who don't agree with homosexuality or the trans movement, she doesn't like those type of men. But masculine men who are conscious and understand what's going on in the Black community don't agree with that type of stuff. So a woman like her will be unhappy. The women who can't just sit back and let their man lead are unhappy. Michelle Obama, she's unhappy. She has to have a podcast now and be out in the forefront, even though her husband is the first Black male president of the United States of American history. We didn't see Coretta Scott King out talking. We didn't see Betty Shabazz out talking. Why does Michelle Obama feel the need to have a podcast where she needs to speak? Her legacy is in her feminine energy and her being seen, not heard. We don't need to hear from her. Her power is in the fact that she allowed that man to be successful and be America's first Black president while she took care of their 2 children. That's her legacy. Why does she feel the need to do other things now and be outspoken and say that she hated or she didn't get along with her husband for 5 to 10 years? We don't need to hear that from her. Black women who fell for the feminist movement, started by Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Stanton, those are the unhappy women. They're miserable. That was a white woman's fight with their white man. Black men had nothing to do with that, and they fell for it, and now they're arguing over rights and things that it's a fake argument. They're not being oppressed. That was a white woman's argument. Black women had nothing to do with it. The women who fell for that, they're miserable. It was started by lesbians and women who really hated men. One of the founders of the National Black Feminist Organization in 1973 was a Black lesbian named Margaret Sloan, and she literally was a lesbian who wasn't even attracted to men. And so she pushed the agenda that women don't need men, and women ate it up, and those are the miserable women. So these are the ones who are miserable, and that's the ideology we need to stay away from. Someone has said something earlier about when you say, I love you to a woman, and then they start acting differently and things like that. That's what I was talking about, where that makes certain men reluctant to say it now because they don't want the woman to switch up. But I say just be who you are and say what you need to say. If the woman reveals who she truly is, then you need to get her out of the way. The Bible says when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. But many of these women are just women, they're females, but they're not wives. A 304 isn't a good thing. You got to have the traits of a wife. You got to be feminine. You got to be fit. You got to be friendly. You got to be nurturing. You got to be caring, understanding, a good communicator. That's a wife. So just finding any female who will sleep with you, it doesn't mean that you found a wife or you found a good thing. She has to have the characteristics, the morality, the integrity of a wife. And that's when you found a good thing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Doctor. Let me read the super chats real quick, and then we go to the main event. Why we are here today? Sex, lies, and sentences. How men lose it all for woman. AD, once again, thank you very much for the generosity. The $25 for the burger fund. I appreciate you.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Theo, the sponsor of the show right now, for the 50 generous dollars. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. There's 300 people watching the show in all platforms, so please like the videos. The likes are for free. The Hamburger Fund is more $25 to reach all the goals today via PayPal or Cash App. Carl Anderson in the building with the 5 untouchable memberships. Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Salute to you.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Thank you very much. We have Player One in the building, and he's mad at Charlie. Says, didn't know I had interns. Hope the unpaid inspiration working out. And with that said, untouchables, fatty, let's keep fucking going. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the awesome work that you do for us. Red Lipstick Vibes in the building gifted 1 untouchable membership. The lovely recipe. Thank you very much.
The untouchable empire, baby.
I appreciate you. She comes to the Ricky side and she says, let's go, Ricky. Thank you very much, Red. I appreciate you. The lovely Dottie girl saying 7,000 subs just around the corner, Fatty. Well done, sir. Absolutely the best is yet to come. Not to get 50 by the end of the year. Trust me. Trust the process. Trust Ilkan Ali. Trust the untouchable empire, baby.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Formidable AJ in the building says salute to the panel. Salute to you, sir. I appreciate you. We have Tea Leaves in the building sending salutes. I appreciate you. Salute to you too. I appreciate you. The Uncle Junior Necro with the $50 bill. Thank you very much, sir. I truly appreciate you. Thank you very much for the support. We have Prime VA saying, as someone who played D1 football, you are way off, fatty. A lot of those players meet those guys even in middle school. Be realistic. I kind of don't know what you're referring to, but if you can clarify it, I would appreciate it. Send the message and I'll read it in the next episode. I appreciate you, Prime. Thank you very much. We have Black Rain TV saying, peace, fatty. Peace to you, brother. I appreciate you. We have Nick the Magnificent. My brother is here. Salute to you. Sub fatty. Sub to you. And finally, we have Metreon with $20 saying, notice when the Disney movies end is with the wedding, never showing the actual marriage. They only show the world happy after. On Shrek, they kind of show it, but they don't want to be Fiona. They want to be Cinderella. That's for Shrek is more of a kind of more realistic type of thing, but nobody wants to have a donkey as the best friend. So, friends, sex, life, and sentences. Why men keep ruining their lives for a woman? Okay. This is I'm going to put the questions in the bottom so everybody can remember, but I'm going to go with slice and then with accountable masculinity. Okay. Once again, we need 9 members and we need $25 via Cash App or PayPal. Feeling generous, let it fly. First question. Why do men risk everything for women who don't love them? I'll repeat it again. Why do men risk everything for women who don't love them?
Why?
Slice and accountable masculinity. The floor is yours, and then anyone can pick up the microphone at any time and interact. Okay, especially Doctor, because he'd be very quiet. Go ahead, Slice. You got this.
All right. So the question is, why do men risk it all for women who don't love them?
Yes.
I don't know. That's a very tough question jumping on here. So I think a lot of times us as men, we do love unconditionally, while a lot of times women love with conditions. And so that forces us to crash out sometimes, making wild mistakes. More so, I know they say that women are more emotional, but I think a lot of times men move off the emotion of love and with their hearts and not using their brains in situations like that. So a lot of times men do damage or get involved or put themselves in harm's way, murder, even down to murder, do anything for a woman who may not love or respect them. I don't think that's a thing that happens all the time it appears that it's coming across when I listen to some of the previous conversations, but I do feel like women have power over men, and it's been that way since the beginning of time, since as far back as the story of Adam and Eve and any of these other stories, whether you believe they're fictitious or not. Men are going to always be a natural protector, right? It's inevitable. So a lot of times women who don't love those men or don't value those men or don't place those men first will put them in harm's way, that forces them to make not good decisions that makes them crash out and put themselves in harm's way. So I would say just unconditional, I guess, love in the nature of being a protector that's in them always is going to force them to stand up and defend and put themselves in harm's way, sometimes for the wrong woman.
I believe that it's a few things, right? From the top, I think most men that fit this behavior are beholden to a Disney fantasy, just like the women are. They're chasing this silhouette or image of a woman based on characteristics. So most men that end up in these situations, they pursue women that value vanity more than they value character in that regard. So it's really shallow and surface for the most part. Then you got the sexual discipline aspect of it and the poor emotional discipline that goes with it too. So if you put that in the same situation, you're going to get a catastrophe pretty much. If you think about like look within your own network, your own family, right? Think about the behaviors of the women and the men that are in your family that can't attract a healthy relationship. Ones that got multiple baby daddies and multiple baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? When you think about that behavior and who's isolated to, and when you think about how far somebody's willing to go, then you start looking at, well, where's the community surrounding these people that have these behaviors? And you don't have to look that far. You can look at the prison population, and most men is locked up, is in there behind crashing out over a woman or having the wrong woman in they situation altogether, or pursuing something that should have never been pursued, because men value characteristics over character too. Sexually undisciplined men do. Sexually undisciplined men create they validate the worst women. And so when a woman says things like, I get attention from men all the time, you know what I'm saying? I just got proposed to. Women grade themselves off of how many times they turn down an engagement. You know what I'm saying? And they're not even wife material in most cases, but the men that they get that attention from chase pussy. So they value their worth off of the low hanging fruit behavior, because think about how sexually undisciplined the society is. We still having body count conversations. We still talking about the stepdaddy, the stepmother conversations. We're still talking about mating and people talking about getting pregnant while dating. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of disease and everything else that's widespread in climate. So men being beholden to sexual satisfaction from the wrong women, they're gonna go for the crop of women that's the easiest to plug. You know what I'm saying? And generally speaking, this group of men and women are all raised the same way. That's why they're attracted to each other. The women that are wives, they're not attracted to the men that fit the dynamic that we're talking about in most cases, We're talking about like the disciplined men and women, like Dee Dee, she's a wife, and we can clearly see what side of the conversation she's going to be on, no matter what. But when you start bringing in transactional women to the conversation, their perspective on the utility of a man changes. So then those men that like to flash all of the glitter that women that attract certain women that like to do a lot of peacocking and stuff, they're going to have to do a lot of dumb things to perform for those women, and they're going to be willing to crash out about it. So those men that fit that behavior, they are willing to put their self-respect in a questionable position because they chase vagina.
Would you recommend the man?
All men don't chase vagina. All men do not chase vagina. You know what I'm saying?
Would you recommend the man to stay a virgin until he gets married?
No, I don't recommend that. I just recommend he make disciplined decisions about the women he chooses and be honest with himself.
That's fair. Do you think that one woman is enough for a man until the end of his life? Let's assume that they get married at the average age of 29. Even for men that have principles, men that have honor, men that are hard workers, do you think that most men are comfortable on having one woman for the rest of their adult life from 29 until 75, even the good men?
No, not in this generation with most men being raised by women.
No, there's a problem. Our grandparents weren't okay with that shit either.
I'm agreeing with. Go ahead, Fatty.
Because I am okay with we shitting on the current generation and the next one. I'm an equal opportunity. I'll shit on everybody, man, woman, all. I don't think that we are different from our grandfathers. Even if we're being raised by single mothers, they would be raised by dad and mom, and they would have a whole family on the other side of the town that you only meet at the funeral, right? So, do you think it's something exclusive from us, or do you think that's
I just don't think that it's been defined properly. Like when I talk about sexual discipline, the people that agree with that, they're not willing to chance and crash out and put their homes at risk behind choosing the wrong sexual exchange. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But in the past, the sexual discipline piece was mostly based out of fear. You know, God said this, don't do that. What is it? Infidelity is a big issue. It's a big no-no. It's been a catalyst for divorce. It's reset families. Just like you said, you be at the funeral and then there's a whole nother side family that's there.
But hold on real quick, my brother. It sounds like you conflating though. So you talking about the married man. We talking about stay on the single man, right? Let me watch this. Okay,
go ahead.
Sisters at the top. Do you think that a 304 is redeemable? Can you turn a 304 into a housewife?
No. I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, now second question. Are men turning 304s into housewives?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can become a wife. So this is the problem with this conversation. Okay. Is that's the same way a dog can turn into a husband. He can turn into a husband whenever he wants. We like saying these things to control a man's manhood, but he's not the same as a woman. All these brothers found their wives being out of control with their deed versus probably you strap something on it. But I'm sure most of the brothers on the panel was destroying, and they was as faithful as their options when they was dealing with women when they was single. They was terminating everything, and it ain't because they wanted to. I'll give y'all a grace, right? To keep from being compromised emotionally because so many sisters were doing it. Why buy the cow if you can milk it for free? Most men did that to keep from having emotions. But what happens with men is that men do actually love women. So if they keep having smacks, I keep saying smacks because of TikTok. If they keep having sex with women, we start catching feelings with y'all. What Uncle Ricky says, if you can convince us that you're just not a 304 and a woman who's been getting bust down, because most women we meet got bust down. So if my brother's asking men to practice D discipline, and women aren't practicing P discipline, is irrelevant. That's all I'm saying. So all I'm saying is when you break down D discipline, I hope it's if a man is married to a qualified woman, a great woman, and to keep from tarnishing and ruining his household and not lose his family, he should control his manhood. But when it comes to being single, King Dingaling is getting all the women. Like he's finding his wife. So being disciplined ain't gonna get you a wife. Most women don't want the incel. I don't know if that's triggered the algorithm fat. I don't know about that. And most women when they get mad will tell you, I know you don't get ussy, and I know you can't get women.
Yep.
If I walked out this door right now and Chris Brown walked out another door. Most women chasing after him, and they know he's even being involved in DV issues. Women want the man that most women want, and they want King Ding-a-ling.
Yep. I mean, and when I say discipline, I'm talking about being selective, you know, about who you try to wife up and who you don't. You know what I'm saying? Discipline is about discernment, you know. It's not saying that you got to just reserve yourself all the time, although that's generally the best practice, but it's reserve yourself for the right exchange. You know what I'm saying? You could be single and still be sexually disciplined. That don't mean you got to smack up everything that you know what I'm saying, that shows you attention. As a matter of fact, that's like in my book, I talk about rule number 5, which is sexual discipline. Just because you can doesn't mean you should entertain sexual attention from everybody that shows it to you.
Question again.
Yeah,
brother, who a woman you find attractive, a celebrity?
Say
Right
Amber
off.
Rose. Don't say Amber Rose, so we don't have to fight.
Who's your who be like, boy, if I get that,
I'll give you Tim's. I'll give you Tim's right now.
Tim's. If Tim's your type and 10 Tim's come up to you, but they don't cooperate with you, but they want you to smash, are you smashing?
Oh, depends if I'm single or not. Yeah, if I'm single,
No,
I'm
if you're
smashing.
single, but
if
that's
I'm
going.
single.
But that's all I'm saying, fam.
Yeah.
But it goes against the message. Most men, when they meet their type, matter of fact, if a man worked at a job and all the women was attractive at the job, the man would, and they wanted to smash, a man would smash his whole job.
I was, and for me, no. But
Chris, y'all would, but
no. I've worked around a bunch of women, and it's too risky.
No. If you wouldn't be shamed for it, if it was accepted in society, most men would smash their whole entire facility as long as they didn't get back to the, oh man, this man can't control himself, he out of control. But and guess what? If most women too, they'd rock with it too. If they can get away with it, not be shamed as well too. So it's just being honest about how we controlling ourselves and not weaponizing our sexuality or our looks against each other. But we keep telling brothers to practice discipline. We keep telling brothers to be better leaders, better providers. My family, 70% of black men in middle class now, right? 58% of black men living with their kids. 72% of black men are involved with their children. Black men are progressing, making progress. We're open up businesses. We're doing all these things. We're trying to love our women and children, but it's not helping us with our women. We having less relationships, less marriages, and less babies. Until women value a man in their life and family, I don't care how much discipline a man is practicing, how good we are, it's going to be hard to get with women because most of these women are still available. And I'm going to go back to the sisters. Sisters, if 71% of our brothers couldn't take care of themselves, are they valuable? At 30, I'm going to say at 30 years old, are they valuable? They're a red flag, right?
As a human being, yes.
No.
In
regardless for a relationship, they're a walking red flag, right?
Oh,
a walking red flag if he can't take care of himself.
He still can't take care of himself at 30 years old. And if he still can't manage himself, if he still don't know how to create healthy relationships with people, he still don't know how to navigate through life, that's a walking red flag, right?
Yeah, I think it would be a problem because
so if the most beautiful person, if the most beautiful woman on earth walking on this earth, 70% of them are unmarried today. Mm-hmm. And they're still 30 to 40 years old and still unmarried. Aren't they walking red flags?
Of course.
So, but Ali,
of course. We just said if they can't.
What's the and you've had more advances than all these men combined in your life. So has D. So has you've had more advances from men than we have collectively gotten from women in your lifetime. More men in your DMs, more men that try to talk to you, more men that are catcall to you, more men trying to get in your presence than all the men combined on this panel. All of us. Y'all are that beautiful. Y'all men. So y'all, God sends you the man.
No,
okay. Hold on. And so you ain't got no options.
No, what I'm saying is
no.
It's about coochie. It's not about.
And I'm asking you, do you have?
Oh,
options?
do I have? Okay, sorry.
Right. Do you have options?
Not the options that you like. If you have options overall.
No, do you have options, Ann? No man wants you.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, the connection was weird. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, you don't pick them. You still want a man you want to control, and you still want a man that doesn't.
No. Options to have sex with and options to marry, two different things.
You can't find a man.
Huh?
You can't find a man that will marry you that you want? Man.
Can we please have a moment?
Maybe I could. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know.
Y'all have options.
Are you going to propose? And are you going to propose?
That's great. Yeah, there you go.
No, most times all the women chasing the same 35 guys anyway. But listen, when I heard you talking earlier about the man being the prize, and I think when it comes, especially coming to black men, we are the prize only because the numbers are in our favor as well as a bonus variable to add in. A lot of times, I don't think women understand that it could be, and I could get the statistics wrong. It's 20-1. And for quote unquote good guys who are able to take care of themselves, who do take care of their families and are good men, that number increased to 45-1 when you got the homosexuals and the guys that's in jail and the guys that just downright don't want a wife or ugly or whatever else, or not tall enough, or whatever the criteria that all these women go by. So yes, we are the prize. And so when we talk about 70% of the women that's not married, I do understand that the numbers, if they're looking for black men, which most black women want a black man, it's a lot harder for them to get locked in my opinion. But in the same token, with the mindset of a lot of these women, and in comparison is the thief of joy. So social media makes them believe that this fantasy life out here, all these guys, and as you said, catcalling and all of those options is to FUCK. I don't know the rules on here.
Yeah, you're good.
So most of us, at one point in time, when I'm first catcalling her, I'm looking at her ass. I don't care about her personality. I'm looking at her. So just because I catcall her, don't mean that I'm even want to be committed to her. And second of all, it don't mean that I'm of quality. You know what I'm saying? And I do feel, because we talked about the hoes, how a woman carry herself make a difference. You know what I'm saying? When women walking out of churches or when they walk in a professional settings, we don't say, yo, ma with the fat ass coming out of church. So how a woman portrays herself, how she carry herself, and how she delivers, even with her personality, determines the type of man she gets. So when these women are getting a bunch of guys that let's say of unquality or guys that ain't worth nothing, it's because they're chasing this same population of guys that they're valuing the wrong.
Right. But you.
Just 1 second, because y'all flip it again. Okay. Slice and Ali, would you recommend men to have sex with women they don't love?
Do I recommend?
1 second. Sorry, opposite. Would you recommend men to have sex with women that don't love them? This is on men. We're going to stick it on the men. Would you recommend men to have sex with women that don't love them?
Yes.
That's the market.
Yes, that's what's
that's
happening.
Most of the market.
So when you're saying this, love is something that has to be developed over time. It would be great if you could stall out till you find the one that love you. But we're talking about real human nature. My dick stands up when a beautiful woman walks by. And does she love me? I mean, maybe I don't even have the time to figure that out. So naturally, in all actuality, we're going to chase looks. That's the first thing that we're attracted to. Before we ask her anything else, we're instantly attracted to looks. We're human. So yes, I can see us having sex with a woman who may not give a damn about us at all, especially being single. That's the reality. But I do feel like if you do have a little more control, you don't just go, as my brother said to I don't know, on the screen, on the right on my screen, you do got to have some discipline. In our case, to be honest, pussy ain't hard to find. I'm telling you, and at this day and moment, good looking pussy ain't hard to find.
But what we never address. Well, give me a second.
I got you, man.
Right. What we never address, right? Again, if we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it. Why are you saying to be sexually disciplined? Why? So,
I'll say that. And my man spoke on the discipline. I mean, the consequences of family. That's one thing. But to be disciplined this is my personal opinion. If you care about the black woman or a human, you got to be really transparent, even when fucking her, because emotions get involved, right? And so a lot of times, and I've done this when I was single too, as my brother talked about, when you're a good-looking brother and you got things going for yourself, women are going to flock to you and you're going to have sex with them. But what it does do, you break a lot of hearts, you damage a lot of relationships. And that's a factor that a lot of us as men don't give a damn about at some point in time. Until you get older, you realize like, damn, I didn't have to do shorty like that. I didn't never wanted her from the first place. I just only wanted to smash her because she was good looking.
You still believe? My opinion was based on safety, because too many men are getting knocked off chasing, because we talking about destruction, right? And losing it all. So I'm talking about safety. I ain't even talking about love. I'm talking about general human safety. You don't know the relationships that these women have already had with these other men, like that rapper Trouble that got killed up in his apartment, at the wrong apartment. This whole panel today is about what Tory Lanez and the situation that he was in. Men are losing and losing it all behind chasing the wrong women. We just seen Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Diddy. Like it's the men that are sexually undisciplined is reason why I bring it up. And they could have avoided this. They put themselves in these situations, and of course, there's so many things that stacked against you. And black men don't have no allies.
God damn it,
we don't have no allies. So when you go and you put yourself in the wrong situation with the wrong women, you're not gonna have no support, fam. You know what I'm saying?
So let's say you right. Let's say you right.
Yeah.
Where are the right women at?
Most of the
They're
right
everywhere.
women. This is the thing too. Men have to go in different environments and stop going to the same environments.
Brother, I didn't ask you where.
Okay, so
the women they tearing up in the church too. A lot of preachers.
I don't worry about the church women ain't
So like I'm asking you again. See, we keep coaching brothers as if brothers are the problem, right? And
Mhm.
y'all, even my brother here said that we breaking women's heart. No, we wasn't. She never loved you. She was using that for leverage and control.
Yeah,
if she already busting it wide open for you, don't know your favorite color, don't know what you like to eat, ain't prepared to invest in you for the rest of your life, and you ain't never even get her cooperation. Most brothers, not saying you, my brother Slice,
she giving you coochie before she cook.
Exactly.
No, what I'm asking you, Ali, is if you smash, I'm sorry, y'all says.
I think you got to get around people that's got the same activities. And
Hold on real quick. Hey, it's my brother Slice. If we smashing, she gave me, I gave her D. I gave it to her. It's an equal exchange.
It's a fair exchange. I agree with
you. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's never a fair exchange. The truth. Hold on. The truth is, Slice, and I'm. The truth is, right. The reason why y'all tell men to be dick disciplined is for his safety against a woman. Let's be honest, y'all. We not having a real conversation, bro. What's the Antwerp stuff, right? The only reason he cool because he was able to pay the freight, right? Right. The only reason why people don't say nothing about Nick Cannon because he got enough money to pay for them kids, right? Listen to what y'all saying. Dick discipline wouldn't be necessary if the women were the women they supposed to be. Men simply get in where the fuck we fit in. That's all we do. The problem is y'all keep saying men be better while requiring the women not to do a goddamn thing, bro. You could be the best man you can be when these women still shitty.
That's a fact too.
So we wasting our time coaching brothers, family. If all of us was being good men, it'd be difficult to find a good woman if we stood on code. I said this years ago. I said if we stand on code, women would have nowhere to go. Uncle Ricky told people a long time ago, when women got no responsibility. Most women are liars. Our sisters, or a lot of women, most women are the only ones who not selling when we buying. They are the market. The where to go to find a woman is a woman. That's where we're supposed to go. It's to a woman. So if I gotta keep dodging women to find the right one, the woman is the problem. So where we need to go is to a woman. Hey, how you doing? I ain't the right one. Oh, you not? Let me go to the next one. Hey, I'm not the right one either. Let me go to the right. We 30, 40 years old. That's why men are having kids now, or men having kids out of wedlock. They at least get some kids too. The women talking about they being single mothers, so now we're gonna have single fathers because they're not investing in the family, and then we have so many women picking themselves. If a man gets $1 million, he gonna give it to his woman. If you give a woman $1 million, you can look at the data. The divorce rate goes up drastically. She uses it for herself, even if she's married. So what we give to everybody. What she gets right now, most modern women, give to themselves. So it's not the man. So if I can't get her heart, and every time I give her my heart, she compromises it, most women are just gonna get pumped and dumped and smashed and dashed. At least he gets access to a woman, because a man would rather go to hell with a woman than go to heaven without one. And a sister will pick herself before she picks a man. Most sisters, he will go to hell for her. Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Men gotta stop. Some men gotta stop smashing anything, because that's part of the problem too. The men who will smash any old woman that's out here, they give them a false sense of confidence, and they make them think that the way they look or the way they act is acceptable, because they can still get a man that'll smash them. They got men in their DMs, even though their Instagram is unpresentable. They got a whole bunch of naked photos, or they leaving nothing to the imagination, and they're carrying themselves like a hoochie, but their DMs is filled up, so they think that they're still a catch when they're not. So that part of the discipline, men need discipline with that too, to stop giving these women a false idea, because it just increases the delusion. The woman is 250 pounds. She got 3 kids, 3 baby daddies, but men still hollering at her, or men still smashing her. So she thinks that she's still a catch, and that that's okay, and that she can get any type of man she wants. So now she has this delusional expectation that, oh, I need a man who's 6'5", makes $150,000 a year, and she really thinks she can get that just because that type of man will smash her. But she doesn't realize that that type of man won't wife her.
That's what they.
So
Dr.
what
Williams,
type of women do you guys
hold on real
like?
quick, and that's what they keep telling us, so we can push that narrative out. Most women you encounter, no, brother, listen. Most of them will say, "Is this all we doing? Is this where we going?" Most men want is sex. Most men cheat. Men are dogs. Men objectify us. Men want us to be slaves for them. No, they know exactly. D and know that if you have sex with a man, he not gonna marry you. That don't mean he gonna marry you. They know that, but they go, if I at least, not D or and women in general go, if I have sex with him, at least I can leverage it and see if I can get the option and want to be with me. They know they're not going to get a man when they have sex. We all know they and they'll tell you that all day long. Most of us know that having sex with a man is not going to make him be married to you.
This is scary. This is scary. This is really scary, because while what Ali's just said was correct and what Brother James said was correct, what's scary to me is that men are willing to have sex with women, and these aren't women who are quality. They just have a fat booty or whatever, and yet get trapped in these situations with women who aren't healthy. And ultimately, women also have to hold themselves accountable, but it's almost like women don't have the incentive to, because there's always going to be someone around who's going to want to put a baby in her or do whatever. And it's scary to me. There's so many OF girls who are like married now, right? Like let me bring it back. What's scary to me is that I'm not entirely sure men recognize that it's not just sex you guys need. And it's not just sex that what women provide in relationships. And I'm scared that women don't think that they need to develop themselves beyond just sex when it comes to men.
No, that's not. No, it makes no. And that's why I'm telling D Slice, y'all, the man who getting sex is him. The man who getting sex is a producer. He's men of value. Women say, "Hey, hold on," and no, this is no. When on this show, we're gonna, and I'm not taking nothing away from you brothers' perspectives, but all of y'all have access to women, have experience with women. They know who they're going to. They want to deal with the man that has the highest sexual market to other women. They know he's valuable, but either she's gonna get him to change for her, or he's gonna change, she's gonna change for him. Most women will keep trying to change a man. Slice. They're not accepting the man for who he is. They know exactly who he is. They complain on here and say he was a liar, he was a cheater, and he wouldn't change. The quote we keep using is, when men and women get married, a man hopes his woman stays the same, and a woman hopes that man changes.
So Ali, in the Tory Lanez situation, because he was having sex with both Megan and Kel. Did you know? Y'all know that, right? So
Yep.
He was exercising his options and sleeping with both girls. Turns out, and women, honestly, they hate each other. Turns out Kels is the one who shoots Megan. Tory takes the fall. Do you think that if he was like, both of you women are not marriage material and I'm going to go be with my wife, and if he was never in this situation, would sexual discipline have saved him?
It's a possibility, but y'all are wife till you not. You cooperate until you not. You the good woman till you let you know. No, hold on. Y'all or most women see. We don't even like having, like, you know, people think we love these conversations, but we don't really like. We wish we didn't have to have these conversations. Women keep changing their mind. You'll cooperate with this brother till you don't. You a 304 till you choose to be a wife. Then you're like, you know what? I don't like all this. I don't want to be a wife anymore. Women keep changing their minds. A brother, once he commits to something, he takes on the pros and cons of whatever comes with that sister. As long as you don't deal with another man, a man still puts loyalty over his self-respect. Most men are getting inconsistency in the bedroom. Most men are getting disrespected. Most men are getting pushed back. Most men are, when they go to correct their woman, the woman is going to make it about herself. Most men are not getting cooperation. So he still go, as long as you don't deal with another man, I'm still going to pick my woman in the bad side of her. The moment your man disagrees with you, the moment you have trouble with getting your man to do something that you want and you feel like you don't have his cooperation, he ain't moving the way you want him to move in, the woman is going to compromise that man over her feelings every single time. And that's most women. It's not the minority of women, but it's most women. They're going to pick themselves over the man, where the man's going to still pick the woman over himself.
How do we, I mean, I don't entirely disagree, right? But I think that's exactly how people who are stuck in survival mode and transactional mode move. Like, I don't think this has to, like, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Can y'all answer and question, please?
What's the question?
The question is rolling at the bottom. Was Tory Lanez a victim of the system or his own dick?
Both.
I like the way you put that.
He was a victim of both.
I would like Didi and Doctor to intervene, please. Go ahead.
He was a victim of both, but firstly came, him following his, dick instead of, using his thing.
Yeah.
Meg Thee Stallion, she has her music is, she promotes promiscuity. She got a song, There's Some Hoes in This House, and, WAP and wet ass. She's following behind that type of woman brings a certain type of energy. Had he been following around a woman like a Coretta, a Betty Shabazz, or a different type of woman historically, Rosa Parks, or someone who presents himself like an actual woman with woman traits and characteristics, that energy would have never been invited into his life. He would never have been around the drugs, the alcohol, the weapons, and everything that surrounded that night. So the whole situation wouldn't even have occurred if he wasn't around those type of females.
Who you think is a good woman do you think Hailey Bailey is a good woman in the industry?
No, I don't. You can't name a celebrity female right now that I would think is a good woman.
What is a good woman?
You know who's a good one? Beyonce, because she stays out of the scene. She don't even do interviews. She do her little things and then she'd be quiet.
Family,
how do you identify a good woman?
How she carries herself, how she dresses, how she speaks, her ideology, her traits, her feminine traits. A good woman is able to keep quiet. A good woman lets a man lead. That's the way we identify a good woman.
Hold on real quick. Hey, my brother Williams, do you have a woman right now?
Yes.
How long y'all been together?
It's recent. It's about 5 months.
It's recent. Hey, Slice, you got a woman right now?
Yeah, I got a woman right now.
How long y'all been together?
3.5 years.
3.5 years. Accountability. You got a woman right now?
Yeah.
How long y'all been together?
We've been together about 3 years, but we've been in a relationship since 21.
Right. Mine 6. How long you, Uncle Ricky?
We've been together for 29, married for 25.
Before y'all got that last woman y'all with right now, have you been tricked or thought that a woman was someone that she wasn't?
Yeah.
Yeah. The representative stage, absolutely.
So it's hard to identify because only time can tell if you got a good woman or not.
Right.
No matter what she bring, no matter what, hey, Dr. Williams, no matter who she bring. Right now, your woman is a good woman till she not, family.
That's what we're saying, though. You saying how do you identify if the behavior changes from what a good woman is, then the behavior has changed.
The thing is, though, what he's saying is you can be fooled initially. Someone in the first 3 months, a year, can show you different characteristics when she gets a ring, for example. So the issue is, are we actually choosing to stick around long enough to see who people are? Or are we just smashing and
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I know that's what you're saying. What I'm saying is, Slice, most dudes can't keep their woman, not because they don't want to keep her, but she don't get kept. Like most dudes, it ain't 10 years and it ain't life. It ain't life. You know what I'm saying? It comes a moment of time when your woman changes the trajectory which way she going. But let's get back on topic, my brother.
I wonder.
Let's get back on topic. Was Tory Lanez a victim of his manhood or the system?
So I heard somebody mention Tory, Bill Cosby. Who else did they? All these guys.
All right. Well, we got DDG. I mean,
so I heard a lot of different things, but let's stay on Tory. I think at any given time, you somewhat, quote unquote, when society look at you as, I guess, successful or powerful, there's all type of things coming at you. So instantly, like it's more than just that he was sleeping with these women or he put his dick in the wrong woman. I agree that if he was somewhere else or with a better woman, maybe he wouldn't even have been in those environments, possibly. But that's a far stretch. In the grand scheme of things, I can't blame that all on his dick. Being wrapped up in society, I think the system got him caught up because nowadays this whole Me Too movement and everything else that they push, it's a system out to get them where you're not getting damn near a fair trial when you at court. So despite the fact all this happened, there's a little bit of his dick problems, but majority of it is because of who he is and the system attacking him, in my opinion. I know you're disagreeing. Go ahead. Let me hear you, brother.
No, I'm saying like this. Like, I got on Tory because of the same reason all of us as men gonna get on him. What the fuck, bro? You see what I'm saying?
There's no accountability.
Right. But let's
system. Go ahead. I'm sorry. My bad.
Go ahead.
But listen though, right? Like I said, man, everybody knew what it was. Like I'm sick of it. This is what we be talking about, ladies, when y'all be here, men get held responsible regardless. Like, what is you talking about? It's Megan Thee Stallion. Her best friend knew that she was always sleeping with her man. Ain't that what old girl said?
I don't know.
Ain't that what her girlfriend said? She was that Megan sleep with her man.
That's what she claims. Right? Yeah.
It's claims, right? But now we know she the one who shot her. So I mean, it's got to be some type of real to it, right? Facts, right? So again, let's be real with it, right? Again, we even get blamed when the woman is fucked. Hey, bro, you should have known better, bro. She was a fucked up bitch. Megan ain't shit. You should have known that. What you talking about? Like I said, it always comes back to us, bro. And I'm not saying what the fuck, it's what it is. I'm a man. I'm gonna take it on the chin. You know what I'm saying? But we need to stop acknowledging like these women out here, like they angels and shit, where most of these women ain't shit. And listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all don't understand what's going on. Y'all men are starting to look at y'all like the ops. Do y'all understand what that means for y'all?
Yeah.
Y'all are enemies of the state. Your coochie ain't worth the squeeze.
I don't want us to. Yeah.
Your coochie is not worth the squeeze. You guys are becoming adversarial. And that when it comes to the point where a man look at you with like even the basic need and purpose that he would want you for, which is sexual gratification, when he has to stop himself as a society, men, and say, hey, you know what? We got to stay away from y'all. It's over with. It's over with.
Yeah, the birth rate reflects that.
I agree with what Uncle Rick just said. I agree. I just wanted to say also too, when a woman shows you who she is, because honestly, I don't think that too many women can hide who they are for too long. In my opinion.
That's
It's my
true.
opinion. I don't think they could hide it for 3 and 2 and 3 and 4 years. Their true nature is going to come out. You just have to accept it. Because I think some men, I'll just say just my opinion, y'all. Don't beat me up for it. Some men see what this woman is about, but because you can get the coochie from her and it's good to you, and you don't want to ruffle any feathers because you want to keep getting the coochie from her. It kind of turn a blind eye to the red flags that you see there. It's okay, as long as she keep giving me this, I'm gonna keep getting it until, and then it goes too far. But you actually, just the same way I think women, seek these men that they know are no good, and they go with them and give them babies and all that. You know that this man had 3 baby mamas, and he was no good. But then you complain about him on on the opposite end. I think some men do the same thing. I think they know that this woman, Meg Thee Stallion, to me, clearly shows who she is as a woman. That's not a woman, I don't think any man who's trying to, surround himself by decent women. That's not the woman you want to hang around. That's trouble automatically. Red flag seen. So I just think Tory Lanez shouldn't have been dealing with any of them. And he may not have been in the position that he's in now, but I think some men ignore the red flags because she's fine and you can sleep with her. And then, the crazy stuff gets worse. And now you're in a situation that you shouldn't be in. So I think it kind of goes both ways in some cases.
The men that chase vagina are always in these situations. This is what I keep going back to. Tory put himself in the system where black men have the least amount of allies. If there was an anti-black rally somewhere, right? The most dangerous spot to be is where people are already sworn to be your enemy. Have we not seen enough public humiliation kinks, humiliation rituals being broadcast to us across national media, where we're watching black men being castrated on national TV, humiliated? Shame doesn't stick to women the way it sticks to men. All it takes is a lie to put a man's life in shambles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And why would you put yourself in the worst situation possible? Like, let's think about this historically, right? The birth of a nation was predicated on the over-sexualized man. Every community that was established by black men and black families was burned out because of a lie based on a white woman saying that she was sexually assaulted by a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is stuff that they built entertainment off of. And we're seeing that being, brought back to us in imagery and entertainment across the board. Now, some people don't necessarily want to see it that way, but we complain about the judicial system and the lack of equity that we have in it, right? But think about the stuff that we don't want to do. We don't want to be cops. We don't want to do anything to try to balance out the equation. We don't want to participate in politics on the opposite side. I mean, these are just popular social media tropes and conversations, right? And then we get caught up with the wrong women, and then we expect to go to the legal system and expect fairness. It's kind of delusional. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't go to a place where people do drugs and expect to get clean. So a lot of these guys that are led by their meat and chasing the wrong vagina, they end up putting themselves in disadvantaged positions. And all I'm saying is that when you get on the other side of it, you don't have the same options that you would expect to have, because experience can tell us that. We've seen enough examples. This whole thing's a social experiment. You know what I'm saying? And you're seeing the women being psyoped into not giving a damn about men, not having to respect men. And so they can lie about anything and get you caught up. Somebody can lie right now about any one of us up here and create a whole narrative about you that isn't true, and you can never overcome it. But shame doesn't stick to women the same way, because just like that dude married Cassie, you know what I'm saying, after the fact, and then now he's starting to hear all these things that took place while she was with Diddy, she still ended up getting married. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the point is that men don't have the same allies, and we have to do better at not putting ourselves in disadvantaged position. That's all that I'm saying.
Okay, so shout out to everybody. This is the problem, brother. Again, every man chases vagina. Y'all say this like you're literally, that is your biological imperative. You have testosterone in you that literally, that's if men did not chase vagina, the human race would cease to exist. Okay, so we have to stop vilifying that from whether you look at it from a science level, you look at it from a spiritual level, right, or whatever. The man seeks out the woman. Okay, so every man that pursues a woman pursues her for sex in some way, shape, form, or fashion. We have to stop vilifying this as if and again, Tory Lanez is a guy to where he's a wealthy guy. So he's in a rare occasion to where women are going to come after him and pursue him. Now, so you just have sex with every woman willy-nilly and irresponsibly? No. But what you kind of answered your own problem, though. You just said any woman anywhere can lie on us, correct, brother?
Yeah, that's why I said choose
so
the right
every
woman.
woman is the wrong woman. At any point in time, that woman could tell it. We have a thing going on right now to where a lady is going. Hold on, brother. My bad. Ali, that was you.
Oh, you
There's
good?
a lady going viral right now because she said it took me 15 years to realize I never consented to sex in my marriage. This is the time we live in, bro. So when you guys, again, shout out to Uncle Rick, shout out to Ali. What we keep it is not black men's fault. We got to get out of this propaganda and this programming as to where the man. If you only hold one side accountable, the other side never corrects itself. If you keep firing the leaders and you never change out the followers, what are you going to get? You're just going to keep getting fired leaders.
I don't think you can hold women accountable though.
How not?
I don't think that you can. What I'm saying is, like, until they correct their own behavior, there's nothing that we can talk about.
You can't, but you just check. Hey, Fancy, I'm getting right back to you. You checkmating yourself, my brother. If you can't hold them accountable, what's the point?
Well,
that's the men. Yo, how you gonna talk to the men? If you thank you, Ali, we just
no, you just did accountability.
Let me cook.
First of all, let me tell you this, brother. I rock with about most of what you said, man. You on point. I didn't even know you was like this because I listened to some of your information, but a lot of your things that you're saying very insightful and great advice for a lot of people. So I want you to cook, my brother. So I just want to make sure you know that as well.
Gotcha.
Too.
Understood.
But if you say we can't hold them accountable, what is a man practicing discipline going to do for society if we can't even hold him accountable?
Exactly.
Well, here's what I'm saying when I say we can't hold him accountable, right? Until I made a decision to not argue with them and try to make them see our point of view. Until the women decide that it's important enough to get on the same sheet of music to pay attention and to respectful men, nothing's going to change. It's just like if you want racism to go away, right? White people have to get offended enough about racism to do something about it because it's just a regular element, right? Just like I understand that there's going to always be men and women in pursuit of sex. When I say discipline, I'm not saying refrain from it at all. I'm saying just have better vetting criteria. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
Yeah.
You could be single and promiscuous and do it in a healthy way without hurting people, is what I'm saying. Or without giving yourself to the wrong women that can hurt you. We all can agree that Meg Thee Stallion is probably going to put you in a fucked up position. Women like her. There's broke women like her.
Right there. Hold on, brother. So let me interject right there. Now the question is, before Tory Lanez, how many men had Meg Thee Stallion did what she did to that man?
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all not considering. It was never her behavior. She was.
First of all, she didn't. Hold
on. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is what we're trying to say. It's not about obfuscating a man from responsibility. It's not taking a man to just do what you want to do. But what everybody, it's the hard thing for people to understand is that a woman has autonomy, and at any point in time, a good woman can become a bad woman. A truthful woman can become a liar. That's and we know, as Ali and always says, listen, when that woman put under pressure, what's she gonna do? She gonna tell the truth, or she gonna protect her image? Yep. And then on top of that, women are going to cling to other women and go along with the lie, even when it's a lie for the sake of the sisterhood, brother.
Yep.
So again, I agree with I agree with what you saying, man. But what the most important thing, black men are already doing this. Black men are already being responsible. Black men have less children than black women. Black men have less STDs you can't get rid of than black women.
More marriages too.
Problem. So when you say we can't be accountable, right? To a degree, I agree with you. This is why we're not talking to the hoes. We're not trying to say the hoes. We talking to the women that ain't hoes yet, okay? And we talking to the motherfuckers that could actually, because it's gonna have to be a sector of women is just lost, bro. They're gonna have to lost to the wilderness.
That's my point. Give me just a second.
My bad. Go ahead, Fatty.
No. Finish your point. I got you.
Until that happens, bro, life is life.
I'm okay.
But he's right. Let me actually give you a little bit of actually. Didi is 100% right, and masculinity is 100% right. Nobody deserves false allegations. Just woman don't deserve to get raped just because they dress some type of way or are around the bad crowd, right? But he knew she was a hoe, and he knew her friend was a hoe too. I'm not saying that men should get false allegations if they fuck hoes, but if you fuck shitty woman, you are going to have shitty results. You is literally the Russian roulette. I'm putting myself in danger every time I'm saying I'm not marrying these bitches because I know for a fact if Meg Thee Stallion came around, I will try to stick my shit on her mouth. It is what it is. But and I know that she is an ancient bitch, so I'm going to get probably ancient results. We've been talking about this all the time. I'm not talking about the good woman that you can't telegraph because she's putting a good face, she's fucking you every day, and all of a sudden you marry her 3 years in, she's not fucking you anymore, she's not cooking anymore because she doesn't care, right? She got what you wanted. It is what it is. But for the known hoes, Ali and Fantastic, you will be very disappointed if I came around and I said, yeah, I fuck Amber Rose and I put a kid on her. Yeah, I fuck Amber Rose. And like she's a hoe. You know what that bitch doing? Like you
That's
know
a kid. We agree, Fatty, with that.
If I'm dating a hoe, I'm probably going
but
to be
he
in
wasn't
danger of-
dating, they was just fucking.
No,
Remember?
but 1 second. But Fantastic, that's the point.
No.
This man is a man that can have probably 90% of the woman of his like women that are on this vicinity, he can have 90%. You fucking a woman that is a hoe and her best friend, and you know they are. You are fucking fishing for consequences. I'm sorry, because this is usually what women do. Like everybody knows, when women get in their feelings, there's nothing that can stop him. If you know that Meg Thee Stallion ain't shit, and you know her best friend, you guys are literally on the same car, and you are fucking both, and you are chilling with both in your presence and all that shit on some player shit. I don't wish you false allegations. You don't deserve that shit. That woman actually should be in jail. But you know that if you are among ancient people, either is an ancient man, you are responsible. And you know why? Because if Mr. Fantastic was hanging around with some ancient people from this space, I will tell you exactly the same. Mr. Fantastic, you know those two content creators are pieces of shit. You decided to be around them all the time, drinking, smoking, partying, and all that. So now you're getting ancient results because those people are ancient. So it's your responsibility. So why not say that about Tory?
Their
I'm not
emotions
taking
and
away
their
that
feelings
responsibility
too.
from Tory. That's not my bad, Didi. Go ahead. I'm
No, I
sorry.
just want to say this real quick. You know, and that speaks to the emotional aspect of women. They get in their feelings. They start to feel a certain way. They get emotional. They get mad. If you're talking to her friend and you're fooling her friend, she finds out, she's gonna go ballistic. So that
hold on, D, hold on real quick. Hey, is that the internet or our internet?
Yeah, it's there.
Hey, D, you might, yeah, but if she want to clip this or do something,
no,
you don't want it like this. You know what I'm saying, Fat? Like she's giving something that she can use for her.
Yeah. So finish your point. It's getting back. It's getting good again. Finish your point and then refresh it, please.
Yeah,
you don't want to say something good and you looking you ain't looking right.
Yeah, but your audio is good. Your audio is perfect.
Your audio is good, but you like going in and out. And if you wanted to clip this part of the video, I don't want. If you clip it, it'd be something you can't even share.
It's clear now. Is it clear?
No,
it's better now.
It's better, but it's not clear.
You in the matrix right now.
Just let me refresh it then.
Yeah, refresh it because I don't want you to waste her energy. She say something fire because Dee been cooking too.
For sure. So while she do that, let me say this again, Fatty. You're right, 1,000%. That's not what I'm saying. And then too, we not taking into consideration. You know how many times Tory Lanez done fucked two of the same hoes in the same room with no problem. Yes. So we got to take that into consideration. So you're perfect now, PD.
Great now. You great.
So what I'm saying, Fatty, is again, hoes serve a purpose. All right, hoes are there for everybody for the taking. All right, there have been hoes was in the Bible. Okay, all right. God even told somebody to marry one. I forget who. Gomer was her name. I think it was the dude's Hosea. I think God told Hosea to go down there and marry the hoe. Okay.
Yes.
So men are going to take advantage of sex, and too, like you said, Meg Thee Stallion is not no regular hoe. She a famous rich hoe. So you got Tory Lanez that's dealing with this woman and so on and so forth for industry cloud and connections and shit and so on and so forth. La la la. It's the game is a game, right? What we saying, Fatty, is this: men deal with hoes on a regular basis. I think we would all say the majority of women that we've engaged in, casual sex with were probably hoes, right? Not girlfriend material. All right. Hey, that's wham bam, thank you, ma'am. If only for one night, like motherfucking Luther Vandross, and you're on about your way. She's not a horrible person, but hey, that's her purpose. What we're saying is most men run into women that are temporary, right? You deal with that woman without consequence. She don't lie on you and say you took the pussy. She don't make up allegations. So what I'm saying is, it's always a gamble, Fatty, with every woman, even your wife. Like, Fatty, what happened to all these divorces? He was abusive. Not one
crazy.
police call, not one documented incident. But for her to get that house, for her to get that alimony, for her to get the majority of more child support and more time with the kids, what the lawyer tell her ass to do? Lie. So what I'm saying is, a woman is always looking out for her best interest, and you're literally never ever safe. A man is never safe with a woman, and that's a risk you take all the time, whether she be good woman or bad woman.
Absolutely.
So that's why I don't. You feel what I'm saying? It's the same on either side.
But you brought, and I got you, and you can go next. You brought up the Bible, and you know what happened in the Bible when men actually got with the wrong woman? Consequences, right? Yeah. We know is man kryptonite is woman.
Yeah,
like it's the end. Your biggest enemy in your life probably will sleep.
Woman, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, but fantastic. But that's the thing, and this is what I'm talking about. You have a tremendous amount of women that have, and I started to read the Bible yesterday, friends. I'm going to fuck these people up.
Oh shit! Yeah, damn, Fatty, stop being a hate God nigga.
I'm going to.
Really?
From the no, it's just for debate purpose.
He's born again.
Yeah, it's just for, but this is the thing, right? I like Jezebel, right? Not Jezebel, the one that it was with Samson. Who is the one that was with Samson?
Delilah.
With Samson,
right?
That was Delilah. Yeah, Delilah.
I will understand a woman that is conniving. She is not showing you red flags. She is working around, try to be, and you don't know it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about a woman that is flagrant, like that. It's in your face. There's not your responsibility. You're not a mind reader. People change all the time. You got God. It is what it is. I'm not going to blame you for that. But you motherfucker see a woman. She slithers like a snake. Like a snake. Everything she does is a snake. And then you go ahead because she has a hole on her mouth and you put your dick inside of that shit. And then you complain that the motherfucker is poisonous. You know who Meg Thee Stallion is. There's no way any man that is on the panel, any man that is on the chat, any man on the planet doesn't know. If I mess with Meg Thee Stallion, if I mess with Madonna, if I mess with Cher, if I mess with every single Cardi B, there's no way that you don't know who she is. Didi is 1,000% right. If these women come around and say, I have 3 baby daddies and all of them trick them, you are going to look at her funny, bitch.
But that's what. But Fatty,
let me just finish. This man had 3 baby mamas before he got with you. You thought you were special? He did 3 baby mamas. You are going to be the 4th. It's your responsibility. You should know better. So again, I'm not debating false allegations. But if Meg Thee Stallion is a pass around drunk junkie known in the industry for being all around the place and slurring to, like, remember when she was all drunk next to not Tory Lanez, what is the other guy? Trey Songz. Girl. Trey Songz. Like, she is a known messy bitch. And you get around her and this shit happens because she's around another messy bitch and you are fucking both of them and driving on the same car, attending the same parties, everything together. You deserve to get shitty consequences, not false allegations, shitty consequences, because we do this to our men. Oh, your friends are gangbangers, you are hanging around them. Your friends are drug dealers and you hanging around them. You had a choice. You had the choice to go around and go meet some people that actually play soccer, play PlayStation, do whatever. You decided to be with these ancient people, so now you are getting ancient consequences. Why don't we extend the same shit to men that clearly see that the woman ain't shit and still say, you know what? I'm going. I don't give a fuck. I think we should. I think we
Fatty,
should.
this is the last thing you got it, Fatty. And again, my bad. I'm sorry, and go ahead. I can wait after you. You got it. No, you got it. Ladies first, you got it. You said he'd already. I can wait. It don't matter. You go ahead. You got it, love.
I mean, if you're going to deal with 304s, like Fatty was saying, recognize that there will be consequences. And if we expect women to also be accountable for themselves, then we also have to recognize, yes, the men we choose and the situations we decide to be around are responsibility. Even if Tory told Megan what it was and Kelsey understood what it was, as men, you guys know women's nature. You know we're irrational.
You know that we're territorial. You know we're jealous, and especially when we're drunk and there's gun, especially when we're drunk. And so I think it's so like for your own safety, you have a because my concern, Mr. Fantastic, is that you're saying that you never know when a good woman will turn into a bad woman. You'll never know. And I think that's perpetuating fear, but in a way that makes it seem like you're powerless, and you're not.
You just said not to. No, and.
Now let her finish, Ali. I got it. Let her finish. Go ahead and continue, love.
While you have the biological imperative, like you were saying, to smash everyone, to smash women, but in the same sentence you're recognizing that women are dangerous, then obviously what to me the solution would be is to have a certain level of discipline, filtering, standards, expectations, and don't sleep with women who aren't worth your seed, because this could happen, or worse, you could have a baby by someone like Megan and Kelsey, right? Like, it's not worth the consequence. And I think men have to recognize you guys, well, women too, but we are adults. We don't have to be a slave to this. We can change it reasonably. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense. Now, I got a question. And you know who Judge Joe Brown is? Not Judge Joe Brown. I'm sorry, Judge Mathis. You know who Judge Mathis is?
Yeah. He has like
Judge
those
Mathis. Yeah, Judge Mathis's wife filed for divorce after this man for 30 years. Judge Mathis has had no scandals. Judge Mathis literally took this woman from poor to riches beyond anything she could ever desire. And yet and still, after 30 years, and his wife said, hey, it's not enough. I need more. Right?
That's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic. I think we're going to get into something, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm telling you is, even when you're an ideal man, for that woman, she can turn. It's not fear, it's a reality. And this is what women say. I'm saying, listen, it's not fear. Fear would be, oh, never deal with a woman again, or they're all out to get you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just making men aware of something that we are never taught. Men, us, especially our generation, sugar, spice, everything nice. The generation after us believe all women. So I am simply, as a man, trying to warn other men that no, this is the reality of it. And I was married for 10 years. My wife was a great wife. And my wife got mad. She got on some other shit, so on and so forth. My wife did some shit she never should have did. Said some shit that it was like, whatever. And that right there was enough for me to say, hey, I can't do this. I can't do this. You threatened my livelihood. I've taken care of you for our entire marriage. I hadn't cheated. I ain't been out here on these hoes. I done turned pussy down. You know what I'm saying? I was, good husband, right? Decent. And out of all of that, my wife couldn't appreciate it enough to where I had to be the person to say, hey, look, this is not going to work. We need to move on and whatever. And we're on great terms. We're actually in a better relationship now than we were in the marriage. No arguing, no whatever. Co-parenting shit is cool. I'm not giving up on women. I'm not afraid of women. And that actually taught me a lot more.
Yeah.
Y'all don't understand how much men learn from, being in love with a woman and her flipping.
Yeah.
That right there is a valuable life lesson. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
So I love that, because then you get to see that women aren't these perfect angels. They're human beings too. They're narcissistic. They're selfish. They're inconsiderate. They're emotionally violent too. And I appreciate that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't say this. What I'm saying is, if you can, and this is for women too, you can do everything quote unquote right. Cook, clean, fucking 3 times a week, whatever. But that doesn't always equal long-term, forever love and investment. And in the my argument here is sometimes people grow and develop, and what love is about is mutually pouring and growing together. And if one person stops or another person suddenly leaves the relationship, I'm sorry, but I would hate to be in a relationship with a man where, I'm sure any woman would feel so frustrated. Men too. Any human would be frustrated in a relationship where you show up, you do what's expected, and you go above and beyond, and you're vulnerable, and that person doesn't meet you and attune to you and reciprocate. And I'm talking more than material. I'm talking way more than just doing things for someone. I'm talking about the intimacy, the connection. And if you're not strengthening that connection, I'm sorry, but you're putting yourself in a position where it's going to be very imbalanced, and the foundation will break. None of this shit matters if we aren't connected. A lot of women reach 30 years and they realize I was just they come online and they say, well, I was just a dishwasher to him. He didn't really love me. He loved his mistress. He didn't love me. And
Yeah,
and
is that the majority or minority of situations? So let me ask you a question, right? So
we're gonna go back and forth. I know.
Well, yeah, but it's cool. Like you cool, right? I'm cool. We having a nice little back and forth. I think it's a healthy conversation. So this is what I'm saying. And who do you think turns out better in let's not even just say relationships. Let's say marriages. Who turns out the best if a marriage ends? Who turns out who comes out on the better side?
Materially, women usually do.
Okay, women, and not just materially, because again, like Ali was saying earlier, I was listening to you guys. Who has the better
chance? Marry a woman who's been divorced 3-4 times. He might smash her, but he's not going to marry her.
I gotta say emotionally.
Yeah, but even too,
because
materially, it's him or her.
Yeah, but even still, right? So let's talk about a woman that's moderately or highly attractive, right? That woman right there, what does she have? She's still gonna get plenty of men that deal with her, right? Especially kids or no kids, right? That man's gonna be willing.
Okay,
go ahead.
Having sex, running through women, and because here's the thing, I think it's when you say men who will deal with her, having multiple men who will quote unquote sleep with you is not some virtue that women like value. And I think you're valuing women through a masculine lens.
No. I'm not saying what you're saying. So what I'm saying, men, she's going to be able to leverage and have men take her serious and be the benefactor is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the woman still has the leverage because like we said before, men are always chasing the women. So even when this woman is divorced, and even if she has a kid and so on and so forth, like I said, she's moderately to highly attractive, she still has a better outcome than the man because she can get into another relationship where she's getting taken care of. The man's never going to be taken care of. Once his relationship ends with a wife, right? And especially if he's he's high value or whatever, he's gonna have to lose some of his money, give up some of the property, give up some of these things, and start over. Now he's gonna have to pursue another woman, you said at a deficit, and you know what I mean, after he builds himself back up to his level or beyond, do the same process, believing that the next woman is not gonna do him like the last. A woman never has to worry about that. That's what I'm trying. So y'all don't even understand the peace of mind that a woman has in comparison. So it's not just material. It's far beyond that. And I'm glad you said that because a lot of women just think, oh, well, she got the house. She got a little bit of child support. She got some alimony for some time. Or she got, the house, all these different things. No, a woman can go on through life being taken care of. A man is always the provider and the protector in the position. Even when he's given all he can give, it's not good enough. The woman leaves and takes from him. And now he has to start over again. So that's fine.
And I don't think
hold on. We done conflated some points, right? The main point is about this brother manhood in the system, okay? When is a woman going to jail for weaponizing her vagina? Men go to prison for picking the wrong woman. What are we talking about right now? He go to jail for picking the wrong woman. Women don't go to jail for picking the wrong guy. So the thing that Fatty said, and he conflated kind of with fantastic. I do agree this. Like Brittany Renner is an obvious one, right? Brittany Renner is an obvious one. She still got it.
Let me finish. Hold on. You shouldn't judge that man.
Right, exactly. Brittany Renner is the obvious, but I'm with fantastic. If she got a whole fax and she's a hoe, if I'm number 13, it should have been a consensual. We get in trouble for not getting consent from y'all. And when we finally get consent, we still wrong and go to jail for it. There's a problem with that.
Nobody said that.
No one said that.
We literally said nobody should get false allegations.
No.
Let me ask you.
I didn't say y'all. I didn't say y'all said that. No.
Okay. So I got you in general. So let me ask you.
I said no, Fatty. My point was your and fantastic point. Fantastic. Mm-hmm. If Megan Stallion is a hoe, all these women are hoes. We having consensual relationships. I'm the next one in line. I got it. We had an equal exchange, right? But you said you should know what was happening. Oh, to fantastic point. They if they got to be a predator card facts, right? With the whole facts, right? If this man ain't never did nothing wrong to no woman, why we go automatically? Oh man, he lying. We know he did something to her, but we know that this woman may have a past of taking advantage of men and using men. But in fantastic point, all we knew about Megan Thee Stallion was she was a hoe. We didn't know she was using or abusing men. We didn't know she was getting men in trouble. So when most men get their first trap get their first divorce, get their first baby mama on the first time. You ain't know this woman was capable of doing this. Most dudes get with women going, my woman would never do this to me.
Fair. So let me ask you the $1 million question to you on Fantastic. Is Kevin Gates a sucker for cuffing Brittany Renner?
No.
Would you recommend? No, 1 second. Ilkan Ali.
No.
Ilkan Ali. You are going to be. You are going to be on big stages in the future. I foresee. You are going to be talking with 20,000 people about relationships and guide them to the right direction. Kevin Gates stands up from the crowd and he says, Ilkan Ali, I have a question for you, sir. Because I've been watching your videos on Instagram. You killing it. I met this woman. It's the Brittany Renee. She starts showing you pictures, what she was doing. I had your kids. She had the kid. She had the baby by the guy, the college guy that was on the NBA. She has a book where she says how she traps all these people and all that shit and da 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 da.
He's not a
Ilkan Ali, do you recommend me to do what I need to do and cuff this woman, or are you telling me to run like the wind and leave this bitch alone and go find another one?
You didn't let me finish my answer. He's not a sucker. He's worse than a sucker. That's a weak man. He had a nerve to talk about Savannah James to LeBron James, and I hope he watching too, because he does a lot.
Damn.
He does a lot of weirdo stuff and says a lot of weirdo stuff, and then he gets on people for doing weirdo stuff as well too. But he talked about not wanting to be LeBron James because of Savannah, but then he go picks a blatant Brittany Renner who we see using men and taking advantage of men.
She's a beautiful woman.
Right now, that's a weak man.
She's a woman of God,
and that's where I can give you I can give y'all the W, right? I could go y'all right. If a dude see the blatantness woman is using men, trapping men, getting their babies, and trap queen like Drea and all these women taking advantage of NBA players, y'all absolutely right. That's us. He a weak man, and I'll give you the sucker too. But if you don't, if this woman was just a 304,
exactly, she just giving the ass,
she giving the booty up.
Yeah.
Ain't no man knowing that's happening.
Exactly. Yeah, of course. Everybody can change.
Okay, so then if she had a whole past, she can be a wife then.
No. Well, that's a problem, especially if you're with the religious aspect she was taking, right? So, can women be forgiven?
How come she can't? How come if a woman is, maybe had a problematic childhood, goes through things, whatever, and she now gets to a point of being saved by God, why can't she?
Well, no, I thought you said earlier. Hold on, and I thought you committed with D. I thought you committed with D earlier that 304s aren't redeemable.
Oh, she said that. I didn't.
No, you said no. You as a 304 redeemable. Yeah, is a 304 redeemable?
I didn't say anything.
But is a 304?
No, ask her. Is a 304 redeemable?
And is a 304 redeemable?
Probably not.
Nah, don't do that. Nah, don't do that right now.
Hey, she talked to her. She was like,
yes or no?
Then she said probably. Let's go.
Why'd you ask the question then?
But because I don't think people are fixed, right? Like, and I don't think every woman who's engaging in promiscuousness actually truly wants that. I think a lot of people are doing things because that's the programming and the norm of now. I want to give people the opportunity to evolve.
And are any type of promiscuous women redeemable?
Yeah.
Okay. So
what type?
What type is that one? Which type is the redeemable?
Which one should we look out for?
Yeah, what's the body count limit, Ann?
When you guys say redeemable, are you saying someone who's worthy of long-term commitment and will respect men? Like,
you said she can change. You said that. You brought it up. You said, hey, what about the women who just went through some things and they want to change now to be a wife? How when is she redeemable? What type of hoe is redeemable?
Yeah, if you had a son, you'd be okay. So what's the limit to where if you had a son or a brother or something, right? And you knew her, what would be the limit? Would be like, nah, son, that's too much. That's too many dicks. Pause.
First of all,
You got it confused.
Okay, no.
Hey,
I'm
Annie,
confused.
Annie, you better be careful. You're going to jail. I'm telling you.
Look like you're.
You're playing too much. You just stay. Like when the answer doesn't come immediately, I think you're going to get in trouble. But I trust you.
Make it too much. Make it too
You
much.
got this, and I trust you. I'm rooting for you.
Okay. Okay.
What type of hoe is redeemable? Like that was the base question, right? Let's start with that, and then we go further. Okay, so Mr. Fantastic is leading the prosecution. What type of hoe is redeemable, Anne?
One who repents for her actions.
Okay.
She can only be renewed through Jesus.
No.
She can only be renewed through Jesus.
Whoa.
And you moving goalposts.
But then they say Jesus can't save the hoes.
What's that?
She said Jesus can't.
Only Jesus can save the hoes.
No, Jesus can't even save him, man.
Not Jesus. What if he's Allah? Okay, because Brittany Renner, she's now a devout Muslim.
Right. Muslim. She Muslim. You're right. You're right.
She's covered up, and she doesn't show her booty anymore. She's delivered. She changed, right? That woman can be redeemed.
No.
Yes.
I think people can change, but I think there's certain things that is gonna linger. If you've been hoeing most of your life, you just ain't gonna turn around and be stable or comfortable with one man. I don't believe that.
I understand. But D, like, we have to think about women's nature. I don't think women naturally want to be promiscuous. I think that is a symptom of a deep-rooted problem, of something unfulfilled. So we don't walk into the world just trying to take 18 dicks all the time. There is something that happened, and now she's on this path. That is not normal. So I would argue that if she were to come back to that source, heal that source, that would not be her coping behavior and pattern. She would go back to who she really is. Therefore, they can be
a virgin.
So like
not a virgin.
She really though. I think when you have
smokers and alcoholics and have it in their family, like we are.
No, I don't think women, when you do that, you don't fully know who you are. I agree that there may, the reasoning behind it, that could be it could be, but a lot of times, either you stop hoeing and you're gonna find something else to replace it. Like what? So like what?
I think that's
It's fine. Let's assume that both of y'all are wrong. Let's go with Mr. Fantastic. No, sorry, Jesus Christ. Let's assume that both of 2 a.m. Let's assume that both of y'all are right. Answer Mr. Fantastic question. If your son comes home and he says, Mom, I have this woman, she's a Muslim, and all that. He says, yeah, but son, can you tell us a little bit about her past? And I go to tell you word for word, bar for bar, Brittany Renee from 18 to 30, how she moved and all that. Would you say, yes, son? As long as she's redeemed and she looks like she does not about their life, are you telling your son to go? Or are you telling your son, hey son, she's going to get you. You better not do that. Like, what are y'all saying to that son?
I'm waiting, Ann. We waiting, Ann.
Yeah,
what are y'all
it's your
saying?
son. It's your son.
I'm talking to my son, my brother, whatever, and I'm saying, keeping in mind her past, you might need to be careful. And I would love to know, what is it that you see in her that you feel like,
no, we gonna help. We gonna help. Hold on, Ann, we help.
Big sister.
Hold on, Ann. She got 20 bodies, or I give her even more, about 30 bodies.
No,
but she's changed.
How would you
be with somebody else?
You have to think about your reputation.
I'm actually. Can you ask her? And she changed. She's the woman you said. She prayed to God and Allah, and she's good now. She's good for life too.
She could be good for herself.
Says, Mama, this woman is permanently good for life. Should I wife her up?
No.
Wait, Mama. Why? Why, Mama? I love her.
Why?
No, better.
No, and don't beat her to it.
I love her. She changed for me.
And
she was a hoe for everybody else, but she changed for me.
No.
Wait, so now we can turn.
Hey, Fatty, hold on, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Yeah, Mom, she made me wait 90 days.
Yeah,
Mom,
90 days.
She made me wait 90 days, Mom.
90 days. Yes.
Okay, more than that, we're saying no. Probably be careful.
No. And
Be careful.
Be careful. Why you gotta be careful?
And 1 second, you are giving, 1 second,
wild.
you are giving kind of wishy-washy advice,
Yes.
right?
I want to give people
1 second, please, and this is what I'm telling you. You are an older woman. You are a woman that's been 3 decades on this planet. I look at you in reference. You are my older sister. You are my mom. I am looking for guidance from my mom. I'm looking for a definitive answer because you have always root for me, always at my back. I need you to clear me, guide me, because I'm going to mess up. As my sister, what do I do? Just give me. Should I go for it or should I abort mission?
And I gotta have a follow-up. And I got a follow-up question once you answer.
And Didi, I would appreciate it.
My sweet brother, who I've cared for since he was yay high. Please, I beg of you, don't marry this woman. Please.
Whoa.
Huh?
Whoa.
I don't want to do this anymore.
But you told me people change.
You said they could be redeemed if they believe in God.
It can change, Mama.
Yes, but we have way too much to lose if you guys get divorced.
Oh, it's about your money. That's crazy.
This is
Now your daughter, hold on, Ann, your daughter, this is a great stand-up guy, righteous guy. He's always been doing the right thing. But when he was 19 years old, he kissed a penis. Would you let your daughter be with this man?
Nah.
You know,
and this is why men are messed up. This is why men are messed up right there.
Hold on, accountability. Hold on.
That Luke.
Hey, Ann.
Yes, be with your kind of lavender husband. That's fine.
You would tell the daughter to be with this guy?
I think he would be more. Yeah, I think a 304 would be more dangerous to the collective than her maybe kind of gay husband.
So if he's a
kind of brother fucker?
Yes, a brother fucker.
No, he kissed the penis one time.
No,
God,
2 times. Okay, 1 second, please. We are going to raise the stakes. He did the kiss. He sucked it. It wasn't a kiss. He sucked the whole thing.
You don't got
it. Yes, man. Go ahead, then. What you're saying to yourself.
And the rules for straight men.
Yes.
Let me inform Ann. Hold on, Ann. As a straight man, is one of the
Hey,
board.
This is bad. This is very, very bad.
As one of the board members of the straight delegation, Ann, one dick, that's it. You lose your card forever, baby. You can never come back.
I second that. I second that.
Yes.
I second that.
You are not going to poison Ann. Well, this is Ann's decision. It's her son. And one kiss, it was in high school, and then it kind of sucked the whole thing in college, right? Now, your daughter comes to you with this information, and respond like you were on TikTok and there's not 300 people watching, okay? Answer like there's not 300 people watching on YouTube. You are on your turf on TikTok. Nobody of these conservative douchebags is watching. What would you say? Go or no go?
No.
Nah, that was so pressure.
Brother.
Wait. He's a good man.
Yeah, he's very good man. Yeah,
he's a good man, Savannah. He's a good man, Savannah.
Yes. Yes. No. Maybe. Sometimes.
I would say, personally, me, I don't. But for my daughter, I don't know.
Hold on. What would you would take? You would take. Hold on, Fatty. You would be. Hey, hold on, Ann. You would be with that guy.
One time.
It was only one time, Ann. Would you be with him?
He get his dick sucked or he did the sucking?
He did it.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Is he a top or a bottom?
It matters.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He had it done to him.
Oh my God. No. Maybe no. He's
wait.
What's worse?
What?
It's definitely worse if you're giving versus receiving.
What's worse? Hold on. What's worse?
It's worse if you're receiving than giving. Wait, hold on.
What?
If you're penetrating,
what in the world,
you're
yo?
penetrating a man, it's very different from you being penetrated by a man.
Homosexual.
Some point. Huh?
Are you homosexual?
A what?
A homosexual.
What's that?
What's going on here?
He could be a power bottom. That's what a power bottom is, right? He's taking it. Or
There's this thing going on right now where men say they're straight, but they've had sexual relate. They call themselves dominance-oriented men. So they're saying that they're straight, but they and some dominant stuff.
And I'm gonna tell you again, Love is a card carrying member and board member of the straight delegation. Okay, that nigga gay. Okay, he doing the bending. All right, whether he getting bent or doing the bending, he gay.
So the
White
thing
people
is,
don't do this though.
I think, and you are a liberal, right?
No, I'm an
or a
independent.
lefty. Are you a progressive like a lefty?
No.
Or what do you like more with people that are on the conservative side or more of
Yeah, I think I'm more socially conservative. In the middle.
I don't believe you.
No.
I know you don't believe me, but I'm telling you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm 1 second. I'm just being an asshole, right? But the thing is, I think most women. Ooh, that's actually difficult. I think most women in public will say, "Yeah, I would have no problem with that." And in private, they'll say, "You better not bring that man, Miles."
Yeah, no, I think no. Most women would say no. 100% of women you pull from the street, they're saying hell no.
But that's the thing, right? And going back to kind of the conversation, the best way to predict the future is to look at the past.
Yes.
Sorry. Either being as a man or a woman. If this man has 3 baby mamas, you're going to be the 4th. If this man can keep 10 jobs, he's going to lose the 11th. If this woman was a hoe, she probably going to be tired sooner or later of being a housewife and going back being a hoe. Like, people have tendencies. That's why, in my opinion, you should run away from alcoholics. Because motherfucking alcoholics, if they sniff one motherfucking drop of beer, they can erase 10 years of progress in one motherfucking try. Like, it's dangerous. Like, you see what I'm saying? So like, we do cost analysis all the time, right? Cost benefit analysis all the time. We say this, especially Mr. Fantastic. If she's not 280, she ain't a lady, right? We kind of look at each other.
180, brother.
280. So you a lot of times look at the
380.
380. A lot of times look at the figure of woman, right? You see, this woman is extremely slender. Even though I like women that are a little more thick, I know if I put 2 kids on her, she's going to look exactly like I want. Are you going to go for your type? There's the thick joint, and then you put a kid on her, and she's 250 pounds immediately after that shit. So
yeah, that's why you give her throw babies, fatty. That's about the only babies you give her the throw.
That those 280 chicks that you giving everything, bro. You give they need the motherfucking dialysis for diabetes. So what we're talking about a lot of times is this is how you get got. We talk about this on your show, like a couple of days ago on the morning show about changing. Oh, we're going to grow together and blah 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 blah.
You don't believe in love. That's all that is.
It's not about believing in love. I believe love is actions. I believe if you were a thief and you were stealing everybody, and I'm going to be next. So one day I'm going to wake up and I have nothing in the house. So for the most part, when we're talking about these women that are redeemable, we know the scam. We know, for example, on both sides, you have the feminist that been run through, and now she wants to find the savior and wants to get married, and you have the other woman, right? Thank you very much for coming, Ricky. And you have another woman that is the thread con, right? She was a liberal on college. She was doing exactly the same thing as the liberal woman. And as soon as she got tired of running the streets, now she's 33. She's conservative values. She promotes stay-at-home moms and traditional men because she wanted a sucker to take care of her and to give her a retirement plan because she's tired of being outside.
How is that any different from a dude being red-pilled, though? How is it any different from a guy who used to be a simp and thought women were this and he gave so much money?
Totally fine. I want to understand exactly what you're asking, right?
Yeah, we want to know.
You are saying a dude that was once a simp and then becomes red-pilled.
Can I paint this scenario for you?
Yes.
He grew up in a single mother household. First son. And he always saw his mom working hard, and his mom always told him, you respect women, women are this, women are that. And he spent for the first 18 of his years doing exactly what mom told him. And then he went to college. And then he saw how girls really are. He fell in love with one girl, and he had found the one, and he did everything mom said. Open doors, don't let her pay for anything, X, Y, and Z. And she cheated on him.
That's a good man.
Brutally. His heart's broken. Sophomore year, though, he gets his weight up. He starts going to the gym. He starts focusing more on school. He's not chasing these girls on campus anymore. In fact, now they're chasing him, and he has an epiphany. He gets red pilled. He realizes mom was wrong. I shouldn't have to chase after girls. In fact, if I focus on myself, they'll come to me. What did you? How is that any different from him being? How is that any?
Are you listening to yourself?
Is that
a Tyler Perry movie?
Hey, Papi Blanco, you and masculinity can got it, right?
Yeah.
What this? Like what? Like it sounds like he got better. It sounds like he got better. Like what?
Similar sense. Young girl on the other side of town, raised in a single mother household. Mom tells her, you have to take care of yourself. No man is ever going to be there for you. Go have put prioritize.
Do what you want to do.
Do what you want to do.
You get ran through.
So from when she from up until 18, up until 25,
she gets dug in. She loses her walls.
Yeah.
And then,
she's scarred. She compares men. She can't keep a man.
And then one day she realizes, holy shit. She gets like, I don't know, let's say she's pregnant, and she's like, oh my God.
Belongs to the streets.
She realizes I have been putting myself in situations where I do not value myself. I need to do better. And so she becomes red-pilled, and she becomes a Christian, and she gives that life up. How is that any different than the parallel? Both people are getting better.
Papi Blanco and accountability, you guys got it.
How you doing? How you doing? Oh, go ahead, my man. Go ahead. No, go ahead, boss. Go ahead.
And what you're describing is everything that's messed up with the type of men that women complain about. Like when you go back to the scenario that the Paul scenario that Fatty gave you about, would you approve of your brother, your son, or any man in your life being with a man that's already been with men? You know what I'm saying? Like the pause on that. I'm just saying, like the pause on that is the source of the dysfunction that men have with women, because there needs to be a clear line between the behavior of men that women should be paying attention to and which ones they should avoid. You know what I'm saying? All together. So when you're describing all these other alternative scenarios, yeah, they happen on a regular basis, but women still have to choose. They still have to be the one that choose which men that they want. And then the other side of it too is that the men get the consequence for the women that they choose to automatically. So we have to bear more scrutiny on the front side, and women bear the consequence of their lack of scrutiny on the backside if they end up having a kid with the wrong man. You know, so when we have to have these conversations where we're trying to redeem women that aren't worth saving, this is why I keep talking about you know, like, this is why you can't hold women accountable, but this is why men can't do it. The only way you can hold women accountable is not paying them any attention if they don't fit the dynamic for a healthy relationship connection.
And can you and 1 second? And can you repeat your hypothetical again so he can answer and Papi Blanco can answer too? Repeat the hypothetical again on us, like.
Can I respond to masculinity before I lose this? Okay, fine. Never mind. Hi. Okay,
no, I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Go ahead.
It's okay. Okay, fine. I literally forgot. Yeah, it's whatever. It's fine. So here's the scenario. 18-year-old young man raised in a single mother household. Up until the age of 18, his mom said, "You take care of women. You open the doors, you pay for everything, you don't hit a woman. If she ever gets out of character, you walk away." She raises that young man to respect women. And then he reaches college. He finds a girl and falls in love, and he sees how the girls are in his college. They are out here. And his own woman cheats on him. His heart is broken. And then he realizes, boom, mom was wrong. Mom was wrong. You don't have to chase after girls. He starts focusing on himself. He hits the gym. He gets his gains up. He starts focusing on class. And in fact, they start running to him. And he has the realization that the more I focus on myself, the girls come to me. Here's the same scenario. Girl is raised.
And stop there.
Okay.
What does that scenario mean? The man was a mama's boy. He got a bad experience. He grew from it. He used it as fuel to become a better man.
Keep
Go
going.
to the gym. What is bad about that? Like the man actually grew. He's using his bad experience to push him forward.
Like when you reverse it to the woman. Hold on. When you reversed it, that guy is valuable to women now. He's still valuable to.
He got better.
His value increased. He was already valuable.
That woman got worse.
Now, when you reverse
this experience, he got worse.
Right. When you reverse it, and it's a woman who not cooperate with no man, but she's giving them their body. She's having countless experiences. Her heart is broken because the guys won't listen to her, even though she's supposed to listen to them. All these men manipulated me. All these men controlled me. All these men only wanted one thing. Does she increase her value when she gets to the same age and her heart is broken for the last time? Are men running to be with this woman, or are the men she wants running away from her?
Well, if she has the epiphany where she's like, I'm the problem.
No. I'm not talking about her epiphany. No. You're still talking about her. You're talking about the value to herself.
Because
what is her
and
what is her value? What is her value to the man that she wants?
Before the epiphany, nothing.
No. Even before.
She's not
And
valuable.
after, and how can you want to fuck someone? Explain to me. You get a woman. Men don't like that woman that are promiscuous and being around, right? So you get to me and you are born again. And I will ask you this: hey, baby, how many bodies you have? And you say, you don't want to know, baby, but I promise I'm not doing it again. I said, hey, baby, how can you unfuck somebody? Explain to me. And if you can do it successfully, sell me this motherfucking pen and I will buy it. Could you explain to me? How could all the men that you slept, all the shenanigans that you did, that's going to give you scars, is going to give you PTSD, one cheated on you, one beating you up. Like, how can you go back to the past without wishing like the Dragon Balls and try to, like, how can you do it?
You can't. That has shaped who she is.
So what is the equivalent of the man? The equivalent of the man, in my opinion, is if this man is abusive, if this man is a rapist, if this man is putting hands on woman, if this man, like, there's no coming back. Because I can steal something from somebody and 10 years later come back to the store and says, hey, OG, I was that kid, I sold a pair of sneakers like 10 years ago. You don't even remember. It's $1,000. I regret what I did. You can, there's things that you actually can redeem yourself from. You do something wrong to somebody, you can come later and actually redeem yourself. You can unfuck somebody. You can, it's like to throw in an arrow. An arrow never, there's no way an arrow comes back. If you say something terrible, this is why your daddy didn't love you. That man will not forget. That man will not forget that shit forever. I don't care what you say. Always on the back of his head, his goal is going to think, oh, this bitch had the guts to tell that my dad, like, there's some things that you can come back. And the same way, I wouldn't recommend a woman if you went to a man and you said, hey, this is my trauma, this is what happened to me, and when he get mad at you, he throws that shit in your face like crazy to make you bleed, I will never recommend you to take him back, because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you are going to wake up in the middle of the night looking at the man and says, motherfucker, how dare you say that shit to me? There's some things that you can never take back. So I would recommend you respectfully, especially if y'all believe there's a good woman around, because I think you believe there's a good woman around. I don't understand. Actually, let me reframe. I'm talking too much. I can understand if you say the quality of woman is so bad that you either pick the worst of us or you're done. But for a woman like you that have a positive outlook about woman, if 50% of women are good women, why force these men to a shitty woman when 50% of them are good? They're not promiscuous. They are not
You're
unruly.
already married.
She
But
is
yeah,
right. She is right.
Go ahead, Blanco.
the pool
And
is
then I want to intervene, Kelly. We have a question on the bottom rolling, and I want Kelly to answer that question as soon as you get with Papi Blanco. I'll read the super chats very soon. 300 people watching on all platforms. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Extremely fun show. All our links are going to be in the description. You can clip these whatever you want, how you want, and I actually would love you to have you back again because you guys are awesome. Okay, so Papi Blanco, why is Anne the Ashanti warrior? Right.
The African queen.
Yes.
Like,
Why?
Hi,
what?
Kelly.
Hey, girl.
What is her question? Like she said, she went through the whole.
No.
We're talking about our 304 is redeemable.
Yes.
Our host.
Because
Most of them.
Because if they aren't, then Tory should have known better.
Most of them are not. Just a very few of them. To answer your question, no. And most guys is wifing hoes anyway.
Why?
You get it? Why?
Yeah.
Think about it. If you were something good, don't you would have been out of the market a long time ago? Put $1 million in the. I look at women like $1 million. That's a lot. That means a high value, right? Super high value. Put $1 million in the corner. What's going to happen?
Put $1 million in the corner. What's
Yes.
It's gonna get taken.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
So if you this quote unquote great queen, whatever you qualify yourself,
warrior,
obvious, like, I'm talking about. I'm talking. Yo, shield, son. Yo, if because most girls they're going to show they never going to show you their real self in the first 6 months. You see what I'm saying? They're always going to show themselves the best version of them. Once a man find out, he's too late, bro. You already don't get. You already whip. It's a good chance you already put a baby in her guts. At that point, you're cutting a deal.
Why can't you walk away from a woman who's showing you with her behavior and action she's not good?
Because women are like cats. Yeah, are great at hiding shit. Are you saying a cat taking a shit?
Her behavior is showing you she's not good. Why would you stay in a marriage like that?
Because
they already married her, because they have kids,
exactly.
because they have a mortgage, because you don't want to see your kids every day, because you can't even sustain yourself if you. There's 1,000 reasons, huh?
Then how can she really be bad?
No, and you can be a good person and be a terrible wife. You can be a good sister and be a terrible daughter. You can be a good teacher and be a terrible, like something. That life is multifaceted. There's women that are, for example, extremely good teachers and literally inspire a new generation, and then they go to the back of the class and get fucked by the janitor. Like they like, people can be good in one thing and bad in other things.
Right? So what Poppy is saying, she can hide that, right?
Yes, and you're good at it.
That long. I don't think they can hide it that long.
So let me say this before Blanco goes. The ADD. You want me to prove it? Didi, you want me to prove it? I can prove it right now. I can prove it right now. I meet Lakeisha. Now, there's the Lakeisha.
That's like a project.
Make it realistic.
I meet Amanda. Every time Amanda sees me, is on site. Is my parents are on the other room. We go to the movies. We go to her house. We in the car. All the time. Here for my head. Oh, I have a headache. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, I had such a difficult day. Oh, how can a man telegraph? Like, this is rampant among marriages, right? How can a man know that woman that used to fuck him like rabbits every time she saw him By year 7, can't even stand the smell of his dirty drawers. How can he know and predict that this woman that had a tremendous amount of sexual drive towards him now all of a sudden doesn't want to sleep with him at all?
But you're
And
basing
love
it,
will
you're
motivate
basing
you
it-
to find out how
but
to.
you're basing it just on sex. That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot base it just on that. That
No,
doesn't
no,
determine. That doesn't determine whether she's a good woman or not.
No,
There
no,
are
no, no,
other
Didi,
qualities.
Didi, one second. I agree with y'all. One second,
not just
because
that.
I need actually to give something. So, a lot of men, like Ali said, men get on relationship hoping that a woman doesn't change, and woman get on the relationship hoping that man does. Right? A lot of times, sex is literally the reason why I'm marrying you. I want in-house coochie. Matter of fact,
That's the only
I'm so
reason?
no. It's I think for most men is this, right? I like you, but I don't want to make the mistake of letting you be a free agent for a little bit more. And now Papi Blanco is fucking you. Now Ali is alling at you. Now I want to mark my territory. Go put my pictures on your IG. Go tell your friends that you are with me, because I want you to take out of the market to make sure that I don't want other people touching you, right?
That's a fact.
And we are very sexual because this is what people do when they meet each other. We fuck every
Yeah.
time, all the time. Boyfriend and girlfriend rarely that don't live in the same house is every time we see
Yeah.
each other, is expected, right? Now I'm accustomed to this. This is what I'm expected. You are a good woman. You are doing everything for me, and we are having sex. But was the primary reason for me to date you and to marry you and to cuff you. Now that I only have exclusive assets on your body, and you've been through kids, you've been to postpartum, your hormone change, your body change. You
All
did
that shit changed.
Through all
How-
that, so I know
how
exactly.
do I
what
how
that is.
do I know that you are going to be the
But
woman?
what
that
I'm
we are
saying is,
sexually attracted?
Patty, you got to understand that women's bodies are going to change. If
Mhm.
you're a widow, things are not going to be completely the same when you are in a long-term relationship with each other. Some things about you is going to change. Some things about her is going to change. And I think the problem is because people have not been privy to being in a marriage for a long amount of time, you don't get to go through those changes together. Y'all only see the beginning part when you're screwing like rabbits. Of course, that's supposed to happen. Y'all every day. Of course, you got to understand. Then you include children. That's going to change it a little bit. Children is going to change the dynamic because she has to focus on the kids, right? The woman is responsible for the kids and taking care of the kids. The man is going out and working and he's making the money, providing for his wife and his kids. The dynamics of that marriage, when you've been together for years, 20 plus years, that is going to change. And you have to be aware of those changes. You can't think that everything is going to be completely the same. And that's why you have to understand what changes women go through. And women have to understand the stuff that men go through so that y'all can navigate through that. If you don't do that, it's going to fall apart. You cannot think it's going to be exactly the same.
So D, let me D, let me say this before I go. You're an amazing reflection of your husband. Anybody that's watching this, and I'm sure I speak for the men on the panel. You're like top 5 women that have come on our panel. You're an amazing reflection for your husband, and everything you've been saying is consistent.
I appreciate
okay,
that.
On and off this panel, you seem like an amazing human being. When your husband first met, would you honestly and being transparent, did your husband have to get you to a certain place? Were you just like listening to him and cooperating with him and just listen to everything he say? Or did he have to build with you and cultivate the woman you are today, where you started getting understanding, going, you know what? It's me. I need to change certain things to be with this man that I love. And there's things I need to change about myself to be able to be a great wife for this man. So that's all we're saying. There's things that men encounter. We meet you where we met you. We meet where we at. We meet each other where we at. And the difference between the wife and the woman who doesn't become a wife, there's a line right there. When you attract us, you have the capability to typically, and sometimes not, but you have the ability to, like, hey man, this might be my wife. If you get past that you're the wife. But if you go past the other place, in that man's mind, you got that 304 mentality. So most women carry that. Now they're not raised to be wives. They have to be molded into
I wasn't
wives.
raised to be a wife either, though. See, I wasn't raised. I was raised by a single mother.
That's where we're asking you to
But
meet
you
us.
changed for him.
That's where we're asking you to meet us in the middle.
Right.
You had a certain type of mentality that could have went a different type of way.
Right.
And it could have went and to become women, these type of women. This is how men are meeting women. We meet you at a certain place and we go, man, I bet you she gonna be just like these other women. I'm about to smash. I'm about to do exactly what I'm about to do. The same thing I do. And somewhere along the way, you changed him to make him believe you could be his wife.
Well, I don't think I changed him.
No. You changed his mind. Hold on. I bet you your husband was your husband like a person that women desired?
Yeah.
And did he? How long y'all been together now?
We've been together going on 26 and a half years, but married.
God damn.
Jesus Christ, how old are you?
I'm 48. I'm going on
no, you not.
Yes,
What
I
the
am.
fuck?
Hey, Kelly, I remember you. I remember you. How you been? I am 40.
You look 28, 30 years.
Memes are funny. I will be 49 on the 26th of this month. Yes.
We gotta see your birth certificate. I think.
Yeah, I was finding weird that Kelly said, "Hey, 10 years ago, I used to watch her show." And they're like, "You're not even like 12."
With a birthday or whatever. What did Trump do? The birthday or whatever. But what I'm saying is, when you met him, he probably was kind of doing his thing, right?
Well, I mean, he wasn't.
Come on. When you were the only
Look, hold on. Dee, do you talk about your kids? Do you talk about?
I didn't. You could. I haven't. Not on my channel. I do. Yeah.
But ask her how many kids she got, Ali.
5, probably.
Go up.
3.
No.
7.
Go
4,
up.
8.
Go up.
That's what I'm talking
9.
about.
Hey, she can't be on the show. Go to get off your kids, lady. No.
Yeah, we
did 10.
9.
That's what I'm talking about.
I see why.
Oh, that's a real.
I see why.
Okay, hold on. Okay, but hold on.
Watch this.
What?
Y'all crazy.
So, hey, hold on. First of all, I'm
I need to go to the gym, Ali. I need to go to the gym, Ali. I need to go to the bar. I can't do this.
Hey,
9
9
babies.
Now I remember.
Because he wanted 9 or because you love
Yeah,
kids
he
that
wanted
much?
a big family.
That's
Yeah,
what
my
I
husband.
thought.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So, but this is what I'm asking you. When you met him, do you believe you were the only one?
No.
That's the point. And he would have treated you.
It was not.
No, D. He would have.
He was not a hoe.
That's fine. You could say that, right? But you
No,
weren't
he's
the only.
not. He will tell you.
But you weren't the only one. That's fine. But you weren't the
Yeah,
only
but
one, right?
you know,
I know D. I know he's your man. I know D. I know. But this all I'm saying.
He's not that type of dude. And when I say it, you know, because I've had people question me about it. I'm like, nah, he's just not that type of guy.
But let's say he ain't that type of guy, right?
He's not.
All I know, he's not that type of guy.
Yes.
All right. We'll fight with you. All right. He's not okay. But all we saying is this: you convinced him to make him your wife. You convinced him. That's all I'm saying. And if you didn't,
husband, you mean?
If you didn't, he convinced her to be his wife. Well, you know what I'm saying, Poppy. All I'm saying is that if you didn't get past that place, you would have just been another woman he was dealing with. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, he probably wouldn't have dealt with me.
He would have let you. He would have moved on from you.
He would have moved on. Yeah, for sure.
And if he kept encountering women who don't cooperate, women who are hard-headed, but eventually he would have stopped just moving on. If you say he just moved on, he wasn't just gonna keep on. I started out as the move on guy. Okay. I was the move on guy for a long time. And you know what happened eventually?
What happened?
You got tired.
I started moving on. You know what I'm saying?
The marathon.
You know what I'm saying? I planted some seeds. You know what
the
I'm
land
saying?
started to get heavy. It was like
it seemed like it wasn't realistic at some point. And I'm the good guy. I'm the guy that was a certain guy all the way in high school. He's a certain type of guy. And I was a relationship type of guy. But same thing would keep happening where in the society in your ear and you're trying to be like your girlfriends, or you trying to adhere to what society's saying a relationship should be. And I was like, I would move on then. But all I'm saying is that you convinced your husband right now to be with you, and he remains loyal to you because of the type of woman you are.
Right.
But that's all I'm saying. You could have had a different mentality.
Me and Mary behavior.
Yeah, definitely could have. You're right about that. I definitely could have.
Instead of giving them cooperation, you gave them cooperation.
Damn,
me and Mary behavior.
And 9 kids.
That's it. Me and Mary behavior.
Which are almost Kelly. They're all basically grown at this point.
I remember.
They're basically grown.
I remember when you did the little one.
If he had 9 kids with you, that man, he loved you.
Your older kids probably. How old is your oldest?
Because I remember,
I'm getting up.
I remember when you
9.
before you even had the, I think it was the last one. It was like
Oh,
7,
really?
8, or 9. I was like, whoa, because I remember thinking, whoa, she got a lot of kids. She's still pretty small.
When was number 9? When was number 9?
My
We
youngest, he'll be 8. The youngest is 8. And the
Then
oldest,
that's not who it was. I think I remember 7. I think yeah.
What about the oldest is probably almost retiring, right? It's like 63.
He's funny. No, my daughter, the oldest, she'll be 25 this year.
Oh, okay. I thought the oldest was like
this
37.
this was, I
No.
mean, like I said in the chat, this was like 10 years ago. This was,
Hey,
you know.
I will say this: you are the wet dream of most of the people that preach families and like
Yeah.
you and your husband and like the
Nah,
90s
I'm telling you.
and 20s.
You-
and
you-
70s.
That's unheard of
Hey,
these days. I know.
oh, motherfucking congratulations. Is that hey?
Yeah.
You know what the difference is, D? Men will respect you because you're the reflection of your husband. Most men will respect you, where if you reverse it, most women would try to go after your man.
Oh, child.
Yo, who's the guy that says stay in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant? Who's the guy that say that?
They all say that.
Chaotic.
Don't
Chaotic.
Nobody
Is
say
it
that
chaotic?
shit.
No, somebody said it on the
No. Chaotic says women's ends are made small so they can hold them up better. Something crazy like this.
But somebody said they stay
Yeah,
barefoot.
yeah.
Women supposed to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen.
I think there's
I think that's Charles.
That's
Barkley. That's Charles Barkley because he was saying you don't need a watch because there's a clock.
There's a
over
clock on the stove.
That's kind of mean, but
Let's
anyway.
go.
Congratulations, lady.
We are going to read the super chats, move on to this question, and then we're going to wrap it up. Okay. Once again, it's been a very fun show. Thank you very much to all the people joining in. 311 people watching. Friends, we keep posting videos over and over again. Today we reach another video with 1,000 views. We are getting out of the plantation. I promise you. And shout out to Ilkan Ali and the rest of the Untouchables for helping us. Tomorrow, are you afraid of women? Should you be afraid of women? We're going to have an open panel. There's a lot of things happening on the last 10 days. I'll start to do a show and another case and another case and another case. Tomorrow, probably going to have more 2 cases. Are you afraid of women yet? Because there's the question, who hurt you? So we are going to talk about, should men be afraid of women? Yes or no? And then we're going to talk about Mr. Anton Daniels. He went on Jason Whitlock show. He killed it. He absolutely killed it. And today he started the show with the DNA test. And he's Nigerian. He is Jamaican. And he's part European. So another L for the FBA. Hey, Kelly, you are next. You gotta do that DNA test, Kelly.
He's a well, I traced my ancestry.
Hold up, Anton is what?
I think he
Hey, he's saying he got Jamaican.
Jamaican, Nigerian,
He a scammer. He a
I'm
scammer.
going
He
to
got
spell-
scammer in his blood.
He called his mom. His mom didn't pick up, and then he called his brother, and he said, "Hey, brother, what is our DNA?" And the brother says, "Nigerian, we are Jamaican, and we have a little bit of European." And everybody was roasting him the whole show.
I traced my ancestry back to slavery.
I'm just saying.
Really? And what is
I traced mine
You
back
better
to
go ahead
slavery.
and check your motherfucking
Kelly,
face.
you clearly got some slave master in there somewhere.
Yeah.
European.
You better watch out. I'm just saying, man.
And some Ethiopian.
nigga.
All of y'all were Theo cousins and you were calling him a Teta. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Carl
Really?
Anderson, $2. Cuatro dog. I want to be a quattro dog. I have no idea the reference, but I trust you, Mr. Carl Anderson. Matreon, $20. He says, Tory was only protecting his woman. Meg was known to fuck her friend's man. So the only one who was out of order was Tory girlfriend. Thank you very much, brother, for the $20, and I appreciate your support, man. Thank you very much. My boy Jason Jamieson, member for 19 months, has super salute panel and the chat. Very much, Jason. I appreciate you, T.O., carrying the squad every day, all day. He's the MVP. He's going to be the one that has the statue in front of the Staples Center when we have the Untouchable Center. Shout out to you. He became a member of the Untouchable Empire.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
He comes in with a 22 membership, says, so are all hoes bad now or just bad for relationships? Hoes, we love hoes in every area code. Greek philosopher, I don't know what he said. Who said that? Carl Anderson, $5. Shout out to Anne, who believes in 304 woman, ISIS fighters, Dallas Cowboy fans can be redeemed and made into an awesome woman. The last one is going to be difficult, so I don't know. Rather the 304 than a Dallas Cowboy fan. Juan Solo, $5. Just because you fix a crack phone screen don't mean your factory reset the phone. This ain't about this is about cracks. I see what you did there. Kelly Corinne, of course, with the beautiful comment. She's in the panel now. She says, you may not remember, but like 10 years ago, I used to watch your channel with you and your husband. You used to watch my beauty channel. That's funny, Kelly. I found that channel. I was trying to find your new channel. And you were like with the Louis Vuitton bag. This is my outfit for today.
How long D you been doing content?
Oh, a long time. I used to do beauty content. I used to do beauty content.
That's how we met.
Yep, that's how I met Kelly. And then me and my husband, we did like live streams for a little bit talking about Umar Johnson. We did that for about a year or two or something like that. Yeah.
Y'all talking about the school he opened up?
Yes.
The king of Pan-Africanism. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, no Umar
You
slang.
better. You better.
He opened up the school finally?
I can't scam you because you ain't got no money to scam. I got Negro saying Dr. Umar is scamming and they ain't got no money to scam. You the brokest Negro on my Instagram live talking about stop scamming people. And you the Bahama scam you. You got 2 quarters and 3 nickels in your damn pocket talking about stop scamming. How can a broke man complain about getting scammed? Brother, please hit the Cash App family, $FDMG school. Hit the Cash App family.
You know what? It was more than 10 years, Ali. This might have been about 12 years ago.
Dang.
Well, yeah, it was maybe 2010. You think, Dee?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, I've been on the YouTube streets for quite some time with different content. You know, then
she stayed consistent and I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I stayed on it. I've been on here for a long time. Yeah, beauty. I had a beauty channel first, you know. So yeah, and then it kind of got into this space here. I got into this space after Kevin Samuels. When I saw him with him, that's what kind of got me into this. But yeah. Yep.
Now you got to come on my show since we old friends.
Yes. Email me.
I will.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Everybody.
Hold on. We found her. You lost her. We found her. You can't do that.
We
found her.
Hey, Ali, we are better than Kevin Samuels, making friends of 10 years, join together, married people. We are killing it. Theo, she need to go become a nun. And finally, the legendary Valerie, she says, hello, Fatty, and the panel and the chat. And this is what Carl Anderson was meaning. Thank you very much, Player One, for translating this shit.
Swarthan L. Gooding Splat, Saskatchewan University.
Quattro, San Jose State University.
I have no idea what about that reference, but Key and Peele actually are fun. Quattro. I have no idea what happened there. And the Ashanti warrior, I hope he didn't die, because it sounds like you just fell in the camera. Like,
I'm so weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. So last question, once again. Are women the greatest threat to a man's freedom? I will start with Kelly and Mr. Fantastic and Papi Blanco, because they were the last ones to come in, and then wrap it up. We need 8 members, friends, to get to all the goals today. 8 members, please. 8 members. Become a member. Become an untouchable. We are 600. We want to keep that number, okay? Mr. Fantastic, Kelly, are women the greatest threat to a man's freedom?
Me first? Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it, Kelly. I already said something. Go ahead. I'll go off you.
No, I think men are the greatest threat to a man's to a man's I guess freedom or whatever, because everybody has ownership of their own decisions. You know, we all have free will. So if a man, in this case, Tory Lanez, he chose to protect the black woman. Shout out to Tory Lanez for doing it, but he chose to protect the black woman. He could have snitched. He could have took the plea deal. You know, got the 4 years, did time served. May would be because he went in 2023. Might would be out by Christmas. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just and a lot of men, they do go to prison, you know, for killing a woman. They didn't have to kill that woman. I think 94% of men that 94% of men that are arrested for charge against their wife, they get, they're convicted. They could have chose not to kill their wife. You know, I just think at the end of the day, everybody is responsible for their own decisions. You know, do a lot of men, are they in jail for protecting a woman? I think there are some. I think a lot of men, I think there are more men in jail for raping a woman. I think there are more men in jail for killing a woman. But are there men in jail right now for protecting a woman? Absolutely. But I still got to put it on the man.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Fantastic.
yeah. So again, yeah, in this day and age, and as we said before, a woman is a man's biggest downfall. Always going to be a man's weakness, so on and so forth. Even when you trust a woman, like you said, I just looked up today because everybody was talking about the fact that DDG had a restraining order put on him. Did you know that 70% of restraining orders are false? Do you know?
I did not know that.
70% of, and you can Google it, look it up. Don't take my
I
word
believe you. I didn't know that. I believe you.
So women can lie on men due to men making it that way. Okay. Men are automatically seen guilty until proven innocent in a lot of these situations whenever it comes to a woman's accusation. To believe all women, feminists, I don't know if you want to call it curse or whatever, has poisoned the fabric of American society. And like I said, even when a man does what he's supposed to do for a woman, at any point in time, she can retract her participation. Right? We're seeing this now with the Diddy situation. The details of this thing that was going on when these freak offs is, oof. But then it comes to find out that hey, she was orchestrating them at some point in time. She was planning them and having her pick of the pissers. She was picking the pissers, bro. You feel me? Yeah, bullshit. But anyway, that's what I'm saying, man. Of course, men still have a responsibility. It's your own personal responsibility. But if and when any person at any time or any woman at any time can again retract her participation and or just flip and make a false allegation, yeah, it's women.
Kelly, do you agree now that he actually made it? He talk about the particular case. Do you think she's a victim, or do you think she's just a part of the she, like I like to use this term, right? She was in the ice. She just didn't like her cut.
Okay.
For people that are willing participants, they just don't like how the money was split, but they were in it, in robbing the bank. They just didn't like the cut. Do you think she's one of these, or do you think that she's for the most part a victim? And shout out to my boy Twisted Cup, Connoisseur. He offered Dil Canali 5 untouchable memberships. So thank you very much, brother. And shout out to Jason Jamison for completing the hamburger fund with $25. I forgot to celebrate it. So thank you very much, Jason. You are the best. We still need 8 members. Sorry to interrupt you, Kelly. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. No, I don't think she's completely a victim. And the reason being is because, yes, I do know she tried to get away. But at the end of the day, I think she wanted fame. I think she was willing to do a lot of things that that some women wouldn't do. No, I do take into account the fact she was 19 when she got with him. She was much older, but at 19, She chose to leave Ryan Leslie, the person that was able to get her in front of Diddy. So she chose to leave Ryan Leslie, and you went and got with a demon because the demon had more money. He was a bigger name, so forth and so on. Now, I do take into account that the whole issue with the drugs, you know, they both was on drugs. I do think when you are on drugs, you're not operating at your full faculties, you know. But as far as she chose to be there for as long as she chose to be there. Now, I'm not insensitive to women. I understand that when you are in a domestic violence situation, it takes, I want to say on average 6 times for a woman to break apart. So I'm not trying to mitigate that, but 10 years is a long time. And when you left, you were a whole adult. You know, she was 29, you know, and she left and got with the trainer. So as far as victim versus perpetrator, I do think she's somewhat a victim, but I don't think she's super innocent, you know, squeaky clean
She was
victim.
hitting them too, by the way.
What was that?
She was hitting them too. They got her transcripts where she was.
Oh, she was putting her hands on him too.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that till you just now said it. And the issue why it's like sticky for me, pause, no pun intended, is because it's about huge power imbalance. He's a billionaire, super, you know, very powerful, but cannot straight up just be like she's like a super victim. I don't think she's as much of a victim as, say, Nisa, you know, the first baby mother, or Kim Porter, because they dealt with his abuse. They didn't sue him. You know, they didn't do what she did. You know, I think she was a victim of domestic violence? Yes. You saying he was a victim too. Okay. But I don't think, if I had to guess as far as like my opinion on how much percentage she a victim is, I would say maybe 60% victim, 40% perpetrator, you know, because and the reason why I have to go that high on 60% is because this is friggin' Diddy. This dude shot a girl in the face. This dude also, what else? He blew up Kid Cudi's car. He smacked Drake, who's super powerful, held Wale over a banister. He has a history. This guy's a violent guy. So I do believe there was a level of fear there, you know, as far as leaving, but I don't think she's, you know, super innocent either, because and if I'm not mistaken, she was terrorizing another one of the girls. I think it was another girl that they said she used.
Kim Porter, and the Asian one.
The Asian one. I didn't even notice about. Yeah, I knew it was the Asian one. So that's why I'm like, I don't think you super victim. And she was made whole. You know, you got your $30 million. That's what you know.
She got 20
restitution. $20 million. You got your $20 million. That made you whole for those 10 years of drinking pee-pee. You know, that's
you're mute, fatty.
What about when she got raped though, and then she went back to him and consented to having sex with him because she said they were together 10 years. They asked her
while she was with the husband. At least don't forget that part.
So in her husband's house, he came to her husband's house. How did he find out the address? They had sex in the house. What she said, he raped her in the house, but then she went back later and she consented to it and they had sex. And they asked her, why would you do that? She said, because they had 10 years together.
Oh, I did not even know about that till right this second,
Yeah.
Ali. But that's not a victim, because why would you, if somebody raped you in your new husband's house,
Rape you.
Raped, excuse me.
Rape.
If somebody raped you in your new husband's house and you went back to the man, well, you just cheated on your husband. You didn't get raped.
Not the first
Why,
time
why,
either.
why would you go back? That's stupid. And you have a whole new man. That's crazy.
She's an accomplice.
Yep.
At that point, she went back to him after
because all of the stuff that you describe about Diddy's behavior was known before she was in a relationship with him. This is why the past matters, and like women want to. This is why, like earlier when we was talking about can a hoe be redeemed and all of this stuff, right? the past matters because it determines how you're going to perform in the future.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying at 19, she was willing to make some concessions to further her career.
Of course,
Yes, that's the main. That's the main one. That's the main one.
And then too, with the other part of that conversation is that who handed her off? Like how did she leave? How did she get from her parents, guardianship to Ryan Leslie to Diddy? You know what I'm saying?
Ryan Leslie wifed her up.
Ryan Leslie wifed her up. Then she left him for Diddy, and she knew Kim Porter was with Diddy. So it's a whole lot of flip flopping. Even when she said she thought they were in a monogamous relationship, but then she said they had a relationship that wasn't exclusive. She was dating other men. The thing that don't make sense to me in my whole life, when I had certain activities with women, and during that night, there's be times where, hey man, we can't keep doing this no more. I can't. My body down there. She was doing 200. She said over 200 free calls, almost 4 a week. She was dating somebody else at the same time. She said she was having UTIs that wouldn't heal, and her mouth, she was having mouth
on
sores.
her cycle.
How was she still dealing with, like, how can you as a woman mentally still be dealing with other men if you're saying all this abuse is happening to you and all this trauma is happening to you, and you still dating other dudes while you're having smacks with other dudes and sex workers and Puff Daddy too? And then you told the judges, I never said I couldn't say no, I was scared. But then she said I did say no. Okay, well, why didn't you leave? Oh, I thought you black.
Even worse, she was scared. She was scared about him being a billionaire that does all these bad things, but she put his hands on him.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yep.
So you're scared of me that I pull up cars and I do everything. You with me?
And to back to what you saying, Ali. And again, I'm not giving this broad any type of passes. But you asked a good question. You said, how could she? What'd you say?
You said she's a 60%.
You said 60%.
It's still again. This is still
we
a
asked you last show. Remember last
powerful person.
But how did you come up with that number?
Yeah, Kelly, think about this. How is she a victim if all of us are here because women don't listen? How did this woman get taken advantage of or manipulated to do what she didn't want to do?
This is the other thing I was to answer what you were saying. I think drugs played a factor too. I think
was
she was drugged out too.
No. So here we go.
They both were.
In the beginning,
they both were.
But she wanted to use. She was on X. She was on Special K. She was taking opioids. She was taking all type of pills. She was taking pills before. She was rolling before him. They asked her. So they made it seem like she was on X to be with him. When she was off X, she would still be with him. You ain't on high all the time, but she was choosing to get high all the time. But they were like, hey, how did the X feel? Like rolling, which means she was already on drugs. Like she was on drugs. She was doing this sexcapades. She was willing a participant. She was doing all these things.
Yeah, today was crazy, bro.
I think sometimes, and I don't know. I truly don't know because why I have to give her 60% or more of a victim than 50-50 is because this is one of the most powerful men in the world, and she's a nobody. She's a freaking nobody.
So how she
you
get
know
away?
What I'm saying?
So if he's how she get away from him then? How she end up with a new man with a baby in her stomach? I
thought she got away because I thought she got away with to be with the man. I thought she finally was able to break away.
Kelly.
Yeah, the trainer.
Women come on our panels, weaponize us against each other and separate us all the time. She was dating other men. She can get other men. She had other men that was involved with her. She could have easily
Michael B. Jordan, the African actor in Africa.
It's not adding up. And the main thing that's dangerous about this is men are wrong for not getting consent. And then when someone gets consent, oh, I didn't know if I really wanted to do it. I did it because I didn't want him mad at me. He was aggressive.
That's
you know what did it for me,
that's
Ali?
not cool. And I will say this: you were giving me more information than I did know because I didn't even know the broad that dated Michael B. Jordan. I knew she was. I knew Wale showed interest, and then he held him over the banister. And I know Jackie Long went after Kim Porter, and then Jackie Long had to go to the police on Diddy. And I know Kid Cudi, he blew up Kid Cudi's car. I didn't even know about Michael B. Jordan, but I guess because this dude, he didn't kill people. I mean, unalive people. I don't know. I just think he's a scary dude. You know, I think he's
No,
a
he's
scary
not.
dude. But let me be. You saying no, he's not. I don't know. He be
That
doing a
nigga
lot
ain't
of
that scary,
crazy.
man. If he was that
Okay.
scary, he would have got Cassie out of here a long time ago. As
And
soon
Kelly,
as
if you
put a
don't
black
want
man.
he almost got Albie Shore up out of here. He got
You
Kim
really
Porter
believe
up
that?
out of here.
If
You
you
really
don't
believe
watch
all
your
of that?
mouth, you're going to be next, Kelly. You better tread lightly.
Yeah, you're right.
Think about it, Kelly. What's her name? Cassie was blackmailing this man for a whole year and a half. Do you think if I'm that scared, I'm gonna let you blackmail me?
How is she
I don't
blackmailing?
know.
Because she was blackmailing by putting a lawsuit over his head since 2022. That's blackmail.
That's why it boiled down to him kicking out that 20 million.
Yeah, but but you're saying she was blackmailing him the whole time. I thought he was using the tapes as leverage. Over her.
Yeah.
No, darling, listen. The
I know what he's
blackmailing
saying.
come when you and your lawyer come to me and say, "Yo, I'm about to put this lawsuit on your head. I need this amount of. I got this book. I need $50 million, or I'm gonna wreck your reputation." Is that blackmail or not?
No, she filed a lawsuit and then they settled the next day.
That's
didn't-
blackmailing. That's what
No,
civil court is, pretty much. It's blackmailing, especially when you're rich.
What you said was, you don't do this, I'm going to do that. No, she went ahead and did it, and then they settled.
If it was about justice, she would go to a criminal court.
Yes.
That's why we're doing this, because she civilly held him accountable. And so after that lawsuit,
So let me ask you this, so money gonna cure all your pain then, right? So the money of the man that was taking your stuff is going to cure your soul, right? That's what you're telling me.
no, but he should be held criminally. He should be held liable for what he did.
The reason why we have, and this isn't even a Cassie thing, Poppy Blanco, that's why we have lawsuits for damages. If somebody does something, you can sue them, and whatever amount you get, at that point, you've been made whole from your pain and suffering, this, that, and the third.
Correct.
Kylie, if you are telling me you got this over my head, would that be qualified as a blackmail or not?
She was, but she just went ahead and did it though.
That's blackmailing.
Wait, hold on, because I'm not even saying you're wrong, Poppy. I'm trying to understand you. You're saying what was the blackmail? What was the blackmail? She was going to say, I'm going to release these tapes, or I'm going
to release this book, saying that you did this to me, you did that to me, and if you don't give me no money, I'm releasing you.
Okay, I got you.
Is that blackmail or not?
Yeah, I think that is blackmail.
It's legal blackmail.
Yeah. I guess it is.
You just want money from him. Let me ask a question to all the panel, starting with Mr. Accountable Masculinity, Mr. Fantastic, and then we go to the ladies, and Papi Blanco takes us home. Okay, we still need 8 members, friends. Let's get 8 members before we get out of here, and I'll send everybody to 2K. 2K is live. I know he doesn't need it, but I'll send the people this way anyway because it'd be nice to the team. So, if you are her husband, do divorce her and and ask for the 10 million for reparations. I saved you. I put 2 kids on you. Like now, this is like a giant embarrassment for my legacy, for my family. Hey, enough is enough. Divorce, 10 million. Yes or no? Or you stand by her since you already got what you got? Hey, this Marielle get right to the sunset. Let's go with Mr. Accountable Masculinity, Mr. Fantastic, the ladies, and then Papi last.
Hold on, Fatty. Hold on. I think you should pose it as if you did not know, because remember he did know some of this stuff.
So one thing is that your woman has 100 bodies. Another thing is you having decryptions of her confessing on court that she cheated on you. She cheated on you with their rapist on your marital house. She was just she probably told him things, but this graphic man, she was asking for men to piss on her. There's a bunch of things she was asking. Technically, she was the victim, and we thought she was she was kind of an accomplice. You see what I'm saying? That especially after he raped her, he said he raped me while I was with my husband. and then I had consensual sex with him because we've been together for 10 years. So that guy saved her from Diddy, and she still went back, right? So the question is, once again, this comes to light. Men, I know how men are. A lot of men forgive cheating unless it's private. Like if it's private, if it's public,
Yeah.
If you make a man be humiliated in public, if maintain that shit private, because public is leaving you if you cheat on him. Private might have a chance. Public is leaving. If he was your brother, if he was somebody that you love, would you say, "Hey, bro, just bounce and get the motherfucking moolah? You deserve the 10 milli," or just say, "Hey, bro, already are with her, stick with her and move along." So Mr. Lee said, "How are you doing, sir?" Go ahead, Mr. Accountable Masculinity.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm divorcing, and let me get some bread, and I'm about
Damn,
to.
you're trying to get 10 milli? That's crazy, sir.
Yeah, like I'm
You're
gone
going to
because like yeah, like you hit all of the points. The humiliation is too much. You know what I'm saying, to deal with, and on top of that, you already like if you got prior knowledge of who she used to be with, you got to take that stuff into consideration too, because that celebrity dating pool is very, very small. You know what I'm saying? So they can't just go up to some random fast food place and pluck, you know what I'm saying, a woman with no type of history. They have to deal with folks that are already kind of like vetted. That's my thought process on it. But I'm not dealing with no unnecessary humiliation, you know, because I wouldn't put my significant other in no embarrassing position. So yeah, I'm out.
fantastic. Are you leaving?
Cassie's husband?
Yes.
Brother, did you hear the deep brother? Brother, she was taking men's man fluid and put it on other men. I'm out.
Sharing is caring.
No, brother, no, man. Listen. I'm giving a resounding oh hell no in the middle of the courtroom and storming out, brother. I'm kicking people in the motherfucking audience.
Flip the table.
Yeah, I'm flipping the motherfucking prosecution table. Fuck out of here.
Damn. You so and are you leaving with the money, or you being an honorable person saying,
oh hell no, that's motherfucking pain and suffering like a
I need that
motherfucker.
money.
No.
I need a cup.
How
he
much
said
you
I
get
want
from the Diddy?
reparations. I'm not leaving.
20.
From the Diddy settlement? 50
20.
bands?
No,
No,
20
she got
mil.
20. She got
20
20.
million? Oh yeah,
Yes.
baby. I need at
I
least
need
8
that 7
million
piece, man.
after taxes. I need 8 million after taxes, bitch. You got me embarrassing me.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Hell
cut the
no.
check.
But that's your wife.
Crazy. Let me
Was my wife.
let me
Yeah, ex-wife.
Hey, let me get the girls last because I'm going to flip the question. Papi Blanco, would you leave or would you say? If you were him, not yourself, but if you were him, you're like, no, I don't know. Like, what would you do if you were him?
The first thing I will do is call a surgeon so I can change my face, my nigga, because the embarrassment. To remind you, I got 3 kids with this hoe. I got to live with that one right there, bro. So now my kids get to know that mama was a goddamn toilet in her younger days. Bro, that gotta be painful, bro. I feel sorry for that man. But Fatty, you ready for okay, you wanna go to the ladies? Go ahead.
No, before you go to the bedroom, I actually want to say, now that I think about it, she is worse than this OnlyFans model. She's worse than Kim Kardashian. She is worse. I don't think it like only like a corn star probably should be on the same level. Because there's literally footage of them doing the shit. But if you actually think about it, who is worse as a regular person? That's crazy, right? To think about it. She probably top 5, top 3.
I will say a lot, some of this stuff, y'all. I didn't watch the case today, and that much of it yesterday. This is insane. I did not like. This is insane. I heard about the semen on the nipples.
Yeah,
but a lot of this other stuff, y'all. Thank you about that. This is crazy work.
That's a crazy soundbite right there.
We're going to talk about it tomorrow.
And
we're going to talk about it tomorrow and review the DGG situation. And who is the other couple that is? Oh, and Cardi B and Stefan Diggs.
Diggs.
Yeah, they are together now. We're going to
went out public.
we're going to try to understand why Cardi leaves Offset to get Offset from the NFL.
One cheater to another cheater.
Yeah, we need to understand what's going on there. But would you stay Blanco or you leaving? You leaving Blanco?
Yeah, I'm living, but I tell you about my thoughts when you go after the girls.
Then, so for y'all ladies, I'm going to flip it. If your husband left you after this trial, would you be okay with parting with your tail meal? Say, hey, you deserve it. You kind of did.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
No. We're gonna go with the question. So first of all, because when we actually talked about this this question, we talked about it earlier on the morning show with Talks with 2K. I don't think the dude is gonna leave, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't think he's gonna leave. I don't think it would be insane for her to have not told this man some of these activities. I just think that would be insane. And he was the trainer. There's no way he did not know about these freak offs. Now, as far as the extent, I think she probably had to have told him some really horrible things. Or do I think she told him every single thing? No. But I do think she told him some really nasty stuff. And I think they're going to get divorced, but I think most couples get divorced in Hollywood. I don't think this is going to be what breaks them up, because he already accepted her knowing a lot of, some of the shenanigans, so that's my opinion on it. Now, as far as him, if him being so embarrassed, because this is one thing knowing a situation, and then it's another thing you in it, and now you publicly embarrassed this, that, and the third. So I think he was embarrassed, and that was why he walked out of the courtroom, because I did hear about him walking out in the courtroom yesterday. Now, let's say he does decide to leave her. Let's say I'm wrong and he does decide to leave her because this is too much embarrassment. I think he has the right to do that. And if they don't have a prenup or whatever, he is entitled to half the money or whatever.
No, you have to respond like they did. If there was you, this man said, "Hey, baby, I'm out. I just need 10 mil and ready to go." Would you fight it? Would you say, "Here you have"?
Nah, I wouldn't fight it. Yeah, you give him the 10 million. Yeah, because here's the thing. He was there. He was there with you. He was there in the marriage. He probably was the one that told her to sue him in the first place.
He was.
It tried to save her.
God damn, that killed my whole thing, man.
It tried to save her. It was like, "Hey, I'm going to put the cape to Hey, this is why you should never be Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm sorry. Man. That shit comes with so much repercussions. If shit, like, you should never save a woman from a dumpster. You should kind of like like a lifeline. You know what I'm saying? But don't go on the motherfucking river and swim, bro.
This is where she went. This is where she went wrong. She sold her soul. You know what I'm saying? Like she wanted to be a star so bad, and I do think she got in deep, and then he's powerful. That's why I said 60-40, because I gotta say at least 40%, because she did kind of put herself in that position dealing with that man,
But like when you come into a man's world like Diddy, where everyone you come in contact is either under his payroll or whatever, really, it is not your world. You're just a player in it, and you witness how people have been killed, abused. Like Diddy is Diddy.
He's a demon. And I do think there was a real fear factor. Like y'all saying she wasn't scared. Y'all also got to remember, y'all are men. Poppy, when you go in a room with another man, it's not going to come into your mind, oh man, this dude can overpower me. It's not even.
Why would I be going in the room with another man?
I'm just saying.
I'm playing with you, man. I'm playing with you.
It's not the point. A lot of women are literally into the bullshit. It's like Epstein and his wife. That bitch is not the victim.
Ghislaine totally wasn't. She was a perpetrator. She was an accomplice.
I think this woman was accomplished. She liked to be ran through. She liked to the drugs. She liked because I think it was either Blanco or Fantastic that said this on their show, right? Because I was watching somebody. and somebody said, I think it was fantastic. So you go to the first freak off, right? Oh shit. You go 3 times?
Because he was recording her.
How many times do we have to do the
And that is another thing. The
She
tape,
did
the
over
leverage,
100, Patty. Over
I don't
100.
know.
Hey, listen, she did over 100, right? She did over
That's insane.
100.
And the 100 is crazy.
And the freak didn't start right away. He made her 19, but the freak of thought started at 22. So she had like a 3-4 year glimpse of this man up close. To remind you, she was the what's the guy? Ryan Leslie, producer guy, #1, the wifey. She got the nigga tattoo on her, right? She left to be #1 to be part of the stable of girls that Diddy have. You see what I'm saying?
You can.
Mhm.
You can tell
I
me.
don't know.
Like
It's tough.
This is why I was saying earlier, like I said, this is why you cannot hold women accountable. Like, because the Cassie case is putting the line in the sand, because there's some women that I've seen say, man, Cassie is out of line and she's just as guilty for what she participated in. And then there's some women that still apologize and saying her frontal lobe hasn't developed, she hasn't done this, hasn't done that, but but ultimately what I'm saying is that this is why people get the outcomes that their behavior allows them. This is like, she made choices and she had to make had to live with those decisions, just like any teen parent that has a kid young, they have to ride with the fact that they had the kid. You know what I'm saying? She was in one good situation and chose another situation, being an opportunistic person, and this is what came with the choices that she made. Now,
She'll be all right. She got 20 million.
Exactly.
She'll
See
be
that
all
right there, like you just said, she'll be all right. It doesn't matter how people feel about it. It's about what it represents. And because you can, so women like her that are not comfortable with saying, you know what, I made a choice and I made a bad choice and I got to deal with the consequences of it, and just say, hey, this is my equity in the problem, versus
So you
just
feel
saying,
sad for her.
Tory was a victim of his dick and the system, and he was just a victim, but she's not a victim of this system.
no, Tory was a dummy, in my opinion.
Yes,
because it was plenty of behavior that let him know that you should be over there. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Every man doesn't make the same decision, and every woman doesn't make the same decision. But the men and the women that pursue sexual gratification and all of the vanity and stuff that goes with it, they're more likely going to get into situations like Diddy and Tory. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
Do you feel sad for? You take care, baby.
Thank you, Kelly.
Do you feel sad for Cassie? Go ahead. Do anybody feel sad for Cassie? Everybody.
No, I don't feel sad.
Absolutely not.
I feel absolutely.
I do feel sad for her.
A person that inflicts punishment on other people and then turns around, like I said, you need to pick a side. Either you are a strong person or you are a victim. You can be in a relationship for 10 years, do 100 and something freak offs, get hundreds of men nutting on you, do a bunch of things. Like, you are a motherfucking grown up. Like, I'm sorry, man.
But Fatty, two things can be true at the same time, right? Oh, hold on, African Queen. Right, but like, look, I do believe that hunger is she's not a victim, she's a volunteer for most of that shit. You see what I'm saying? For most of that shit, she was a volunteer, right? Hold on, African Queen. However, when you start like going down, because I've been following this case close, right? When you start going down the list, bro, the part that I feel sad about hunger is she sold her soul, bro. She sold her soul just to be trying to be famous. She saw her dignity, her morals, her soul just to trying to be a singer, bro.
Yep.
That's the part I feel sad about. Like, yo, you are willing to do that in order just to accomplish a goal instead taking the harder route.
And this is why I am not pity over. You know why? Because she got everything she wanted.
Yep.
While she was young, she got the it guy, she got the drug, she got the dick, she got everything. And as soon as she got older, she left and cheated. Like, she cheated with the first guy, with Diddy, and then she pick up on the other guy. She cheated on Diddy because he was the personal trainer. Then she got the personal trainer. She cheated on the personal trainer and the savior with Diddy. She went ahead, got still the family, still going on red carpet, got the family that she wanted, and now she got a $20 million retirement plan for shenanigans that at least half of it she participated in wielding up. So she got everything. I'm sorry. She literally got everything.
Friday, and the thing is,
And she gets still as a golden
And she's
parachute.
thinking to be the
I don't
victim.
feel. I feel sorry for people that actually are victims and don't go ahead and go bleed on other people. She made so many people bleed, and all of a sudden she wants to be the only one with. I don't have pity for her.
yeah,
So
and the reason what I say, like, you got to feel sad for her. Like, you just got to look like, damn, you got to do all of that just to get there. It's because now it's bigger than her. Now she got what, 2 kids. Number 3 is coming, right? She got 2 or how many kids she got?
She has 3.
She got 3. Okay.
So
So now the whole thing that is that those kids are the ones that are going to be messed up. I'm sorry, right? You see, that's the point. Everybody like, yo, I feel because that girl now, she gonna like maybe the kids come out to be good, hopefully, but it just now the whole thing got bigger than her. And I'll go ahead, Warrior.
So what was interesting was earlier in the conversation, we were talking about how men, once they're married and you guys are committed, you guys are all in. But now I'm also hearing, well, the moment she embarrasses me, she's no longer my wife. And I don't think you get to move we don't get to criticize women who leave because of whatever reason, but then at the same time, the moment if this were you could totally understand why that man would divorce this woman. Here's the thing.
That's some gaslighting one-on-one.
Yeah, we control marriage.
There's some gaslighting. That's the most gas. Oh, you guys told that you guys are loyal, but now you're saying because you are embarrassed. No, it's because you got. Oh, come on, man.
Men control marriage. Men marry behavior, and your behavior cancels the contract.
I do believe in that trainer guy. He had a.
May I just get this out because
Go ahead, darling. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
I've been listening to this and I'm like, okay, well, if given everything that you guys have said, true, I still don't think it's right for what happened to have happened. I don't think she's a willingly. I don't think you guys understand how victims' minds work, and in that period of time, she does not see reality in a realistic way. If Fatty okay, here's a question: if Fatty said, "Okay, look, guys, we're about to go corporate. We're gonna get a $50 million deal. Each one of us are going to get 10 million and you will be able to own the rights in the next 10 years. The only thing is you have to participate in freak offs. We have to lick Fatty's butt. We have to do all this stuff.
Thank you, friends, for being here. I appreciate you, and I love you. I see you on TikTok. God, I'm closing out.
Now listen, that's a simple answer. No. Like, who gonna embarrass themselves like that?
She stepped on them, but and who's up? Friends, I'm going to read the super chats. Thank you very much, Accountable Masculinity. You were awesome. I wish to see you again, brother. And we're being in contact. I totally appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for being here, my brother Papi Blanco. Thank you very much. Always, Curry. See, I love this one. I love this one. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you.
I gotta say one more thing before we go, man.
Go ahead. Nothing that has to have to do with leak my crack. The crack.
Come on, man. I don't know what you, bro. You tripping, man. Pause. You gotta throw that pause in there, bro. What's wrong with you, man?
Super.
I believe that the man didn't know. He got like some sort of knowledge a little bit, the trainer, but I don't think he knew the details. I do believe that this man was the driving force of putting the battery on her back to put this case in motion. And I wouldn't be surprised his motive was to turn around. He probably started listening little piece by little piece, and then he already was deep. He was already deep. He already put a kid in her guts probably at that point. Because women, they're never gonna tell you the truth. So she probably started snitching on herself little by little, little by little. At the time he find out, he probably was like, God damn it, I got Hollywood's whore as a wife. It started, hey, man, you know what? You should go put a lawsuit on this guy.
It's time to bounce.
a husband would be like, I can't believe my wife went through that. And
Okay.
Nah, because women want men that think like wives.
I pray for their family's sake they find healing from this. That's it. Those children deserve to have safety and security.
Hey, they released the text messages. It says, Cassie loved the free cup. She says, I'm always ready. It can be whenever.
Happened today. Matter of fact, Friday, she actually requested to have free cups a lot of time. It was released today because yesterday it was the federal government question, so it's going to be a lot of softball. Were you afraid? Yes, I was afraid. Didn't want to do it. Today, Diddy got 9 lawyers. They slow cooker, bro. It was like a slow death. And they made, hey, Fatty, they made her smile. She was smiling. They made her smile. We cannot see the court, but it's people testing, and they can tell you, oh, she's actually smiling. And she say thank you. They call her beautiful. They slow cook her ass today, bro.
Nope, she's a dancer. Hey, I need to run you my money, man. I need my 10 million, bro. While the husband probably terrified, broken inside, embarrassed, cameras on his face, and she's like, hee hee, gotcha. Once again, I appreciate y'all, and don't you ever, if you want to leak something, no, I'm kidding. So
I love you too.
Appreciate you, friends, family. I'll redirect you to whenever. I'm going to try to jump on another panel today because I'm rested. I'm going to get some drinks and we're going to have fun. If you're watching these on every other platform, you can watch the full show on Team Fatty Show. Please subscribe. Make sure you follow all the content creators that are on our description. And tomorrow there's more at 5. Team Fatty and the Untouchables signing out.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Peace.
Swervethan L. Gooding Splat, Saskatchewan University.
Quatro, San Jose State University.
Psych!
Who's cutting that shit? Who's cutting that shit?